$10. We'll have to see. TikTok seller says, wish Jaydan did panels. You know, Jaydan won't. I've been trying to get him to come on the show. He won't. He doesn't want to. He doesn't. And I get it. He's got his own thing. He's got plenty of followers. He gets ridiculous amounts of gifts. He doesn't need us. I get it. So, Mar Lopez, thank you for the heart me. Dia. Yeah, same thing. Double bottom here. But man, it's got a hefty wick. So I would say, because of the size of the wick on that thing, it's going to be this one or this one here. So I would say 95 cents to $1.05 possibly on this one. And it could potentially do more. It could be this is the double bottom. And I would see it do $1.25 to $1.35. And maybe it sees all-time highs. Who knows? Probably not. It's a bit of a downtrend here. Yeah, probably like $1.25 on this one, I think, or like $1.20. Possibly. And these are long term. That would put us into September, October, November on something like this, okay? And it just depends on the news. Mind you, all of these predictions are depending on alt season happening. I'll tell you what, XRP got its double bottom and fulfilled it. And this could potentially just go to 80 to 85 cents. And then that's it. Okay? Keep that in mind. I got 0.2 million likes on my end. All right, SEI. SEI looks like a double bottom, looks like it fulfilled. And it's trying to reach that higher of 35 cents. But it could potentially be flagging right now. It looks like a bull flag forming right now, which means probably like 39 to 40 cents and potentially like 42 cents on this one. And let's say we're going into like an alt season more long term. Here's the thing on this one. This one may already be reaching the top at like 39 cents and then come back down. Boom. This one's top could be 40 cents. It may hit 40 cents and just toasty to the mosty on this one. But it could break out, okay? It could break out of this. It could also break down. I would definitely take some profits at 40 cents, 39, 40 cents, somewhere around there. Kodak, thank you for the heart me and the, what is that, a bear? I'm not a bear anymore. The high bear. All right, let me go back and do Jesse's. What did Jesse want looked at? Oh, we did STX. Um, $1.20 minimum on what coin my husband was talking and couldn't hear. I think that was Algorand. I can't remember. Sorry, AB. H bar. Did I do H bar? Is there a moon cheese token? No, but there should be. Cinnamon Bear reminds me of Britney Spears in concert. Yeah, H bar. I think we did it, right? 25 cents to 30 cents. Foot cheese. Yeah, H bar is like 25 to 30 cents, somewhere along there. Maybe like 28 cents. Some wanted Suey. Oh, okay, thank you, Jesse. Let me look up Suey. Who wanted Suey? Sorry if I missed your Zbeck. All right, Crypto George, I'll do Zbeck. Give me a minute. Ooh. Suey's gonna see a new all-time high. 540, probably see like 550, somewhere along there. But it's trending up. I would imagine it goes to like $6 to 650, maybe even $7. But according to this pattern, it's going to see 550 to $6. But it could potentially do more. Okay, it could go all the way to like $7, and it could go beyond that. You know what I mean? So like, it's unchartable at that point. But based off of if this is like a double bottom here, it could go up, and it could, from there just collapse. It could also, just collapse from where it's at now. But I don't really see any indication of collapse coming anytime soon. All right, let me do Zbeck and then XRP. Zbeck's a scam, you know that, right? I really do think it's a scam. I don't know for sure, but man, Zbeck fell right when I said it would. I said 007 would be the top. Z-back looks like it could be flagging right now. That looks like it might be a flag. It's definitely a descending channel, and it's going to pump up to 004. This could be an inverted head and shoulders right here. Which means it could come up and then come back down. That would be end of July. And then maybe it comes back up here to 005. XRP kind of looks like a flag. It's definitely an inverted head and shoulders. This is on the 15-minute. So it could potentially drop here. If this makes a flat bottom, this is going to drop. If it makes a slanted bottom, and it looks like it looks like it's making a flat bottom. So this is gonna drop, come down, probably make an inverted head and shoulders, and take it back to $2.95, $3, maybe even $3.15. But if we go into the 1 day and get a more long-term look at it, it pretty much got its double bottom here. And there is a potential that it comes down. We need to see what happens. XRP, we need to see what happens from here. It could, make a handle here, and this could be a cup and handle. And that could shoot it up to 330 or possibly all-time highs. There's not much more we can really tell from there. But if we go into alt season, and this is where it's at, we get like a pullback end of July down to like 250, 240, maybe even 230, and then back up from there. That would be, let me get rid of some of this stuff. This one's so busy. Look at this. So it could come down here to like 247 and then potentially up from there. But that's an ascending channel that would break down. I have a feeling XRP, I mean, the rhetoric could break it out of this. But if it stays in this trend, it's coming back down. And there's a possibility that because Ripple be dumping on people, that it just stays sideways. That's the whole point of Ripple holding 44% of the supply, is to keep it running sideways. So keep an eye on that one. That one could be scary. And it could potentially just break out from there, okay? Like, this thing is so hard to chart. This is the hardest one to chart. We don't know. What did Barron Trump say? I don't really trust what those guys say because they have everything to gain from pumping the markets. But what did he say? I guess my messages are not getting to you. What messages? I'm in a live right now, so what messages are you sending me? Because I haven't gotten any new messages from you. Posting about XRP, telling people to buy and hold it. Of course. I don't trust anything they say. They have everything to gain from it. Seamont, what messages are you sending me? Yeah, it might not even be him exactly. Seamont, I didn't know you were messaging me. I will reach out to you after the show. Pudgy penguins. All right, I'll do pudgy penguins. Oh man. That one looks incredible. This is a meme coin, dude. You can't chart this. All right. I can't chart this thing. But we can look at it and see if it's flagging right now. That's hard to say. Kind of looks, I don't know, man. This one's difficult. I just watched to see if it breaks out. Watch this one for a breakout. If it breaks out, it should go to psychological zone for like 25, possibly maybe 26, and just watch for psychological zones on this one. But this one could be topped out. Your friend owns pudgy penguins. Well, he did well then. Did well. I have a feeling this one could potentially go a little bit more, but this one looks like it's due for some retracement back. And if it does, you know, it's kind of in this pattern right here. So this one could retrace back to 15 cents, 16 cents, and then could continue on from there to like 0.016, 0.015, and then up to like 3 cents potentially. But that's an ascending channel that would be bearish and bring it back down like 50% of the way to 14, 15 cents. Pudgy's going to do what Pepe did the first time. Potentially, yeah. It's a meme coin. It's uncharted territory. Bartcoin 2.0, is that a real project? Are you messing with me? Big Baller already collected 30K. Nice. Oh, messing with you. All right, is that it? We got like 4 minutes left. I could do like one more. Unless you guys want to send gifts, I'll keep going. Anybody want to send me the speakers? help me reach this gift goal here. All right, syrup. I'm telling you right now, these meme coins are unchartable. What depends on is the rhetoric behind it. I'll tell you what I do see though. I see an ascending, broadening wedge. That is bearish. And maybe it's an ascending channel. Take out the liquidity sweeps. Either way, bearish. It could potentially have one more push left in it, but it could be done. And I think it's more of this. And it's working its way. And that would bring it down. It could go like what you want to look for in these is when it comes down, it would like do something like that. And that should bring it down to 45, maybe lower. And then here's this too as well. In a more micro sense of patterns. This one looks bearish. This looks like a head and shoulders. And that would line up with this pattern of the ascending broadening. So it'll probably come up, pump a little bit, and then drop. And that would bring it down to 39 to 31, somewhere in there. Syrup isn't a meme coin. What utility does it have? Jesse, can you look up what the utility is on syrup and find out if it's a meme coin or if it's a utility coin? Dang, bro, you're late to the party, Justin. Justin Kelly is late. Jesse, can you do a fact check? Is syrup a meme coin or does it have utility? We'll check on that one right now. All right, I guess that's the last one. Unless we get this speaker's gift.
It's technically not considered a meme coin. Native utility and governance token, Maple Finance ecosystem, decentralized finance platform focused on institutional grade lending, providing under collateralized loans to creditworthy institutions. It has several key utility functions: governance, staking and incentives, liquidity provisions, and pool delegation.
All right, I guess I was wrong. Not a meme coin, has utility. Good utility at that too. All right, bye Jesse. Have a good day. All right, one last one for Danny. We will do XLM. Otherwise, you got to send the live goal. XLM was a double bottom. Looks like it played out. It could potentially go higher. It could go to like 50 cents. But technically this one played itself out. And I would say it really, if we're going to go into alt season and see new all-time highs, then yeah. And that would mean like other projects might as well. We need to, we're going to have to watch this one. XLM could be topped out, at least for now. Looks like a bull flag though. XLM looks like a bull flag, which means this one will probably do new all-time highs. And I'll tell you what, if that's what this one's doing, XRP is going to do something similar. Yep. Bull flag on XRP too. All right, y'all. That's it. We'll call it a night unless you guys want to send a galaxy. Can we do a galaxy? No problem. No problem, Danny. All right, I'll give you a chance to send that galaxy. Once the little bar disappears, then we'll call it a night. And thanks everybody for all the gifts. Thank you for supporting Brooke as well. Thank you for supporting the show. Thank you for sending donations. If you want to send a donation to the show, send me a DM and I'll give you the Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. Donations is the best way to give to the show because 50% of it goes to a good cause. And it doesn't go to TikTok. And it helps support the show as well. That's how we pay the staff here. How was it with Brooke? You converted to XRP man now? No. I'm pretty much in the same place I was. I think XRP is going to do big things, but is it actually going to get adopted? Maybe. I think Circle is going to do better. All right, take care, everybody. What is going on, everybody? This is Oz the Crypto Goat, and welcome to the Ledger Lounge. How's everybody doing today? Some craziness happening in the markets. We're turning a new candle for the day, and it is already started off green for today's candle. This is amazing. This is what we've all been waiting for. I think this could possibly be the breakout. We may be finally breaking out of the downward trend we've been stuck in. Is this the breakout? It's not 100% sure, but it's a heavy indication that we may be breaking out. Now, we need to watch it closely over the next week or so, and we will find out if that happens. I've been on the downward kick for a long time. You know, I got the spooky ghost here with the boo. I haven't taken away the ghost yet because there is still uncertainty. But once the uncertainty is gone, then I will remove the ghost and maybe we'll put a goat up there or something else. And but as for right now, it's still a maybe. Music's loud. All right, let me get the music here. How's that for the music? A little better? Yeah, the music is loud in my headphones too. Better for the music? Yeah, sorry about that. My apologies. We do have the new studio, so we are kind of changing things around a little bit, and the audio's a little fluctuant right now, but it will get better. It will get better. The show is going to get better, and we are starting a new show on YouTube where I will be doing investigative journalism. We will be going out on the streets and interviewing people, asking them about crypto, what they know about it, projects they're into, if they've even heard about it, turning them on to new projects and getting them involved in the market to spread the word, because things are happening. And not only that, we're going to be talking about the sentiment in what is going on with the economy and the global economic impact of all these technological changes and so much more. And also, it's not 100% sure yet. Not 100% sure if this is happening yet, but I may be speaking at the Twitch convention in San Diego. So, and for those of you who are on TikTok, don't forget we are on Twitch as well. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. If you want me to look at a certain project for you, you can check us out on Twitch, and I will look at those for you for free. All you got to do is come over to Twitch and put it in the chat, or you can become a subscriber on TikTok, and I would be more than happy to help you with that. But fingers crossed, I will be speaking at the Twitch convention. Twitch is growing and evolving, and they are looking for new talent, and that's what we are. And one thing to also understand is that Twitch doesn't have much of a selection for people who are into crypto, yet everyone is all about it right now. It's the biggest craze. So the community is growing on Twitch, and I'm super excited for that. And I'm really hopeful. If I don't speak, I'm probably still going to be attending as a special guest or something, but I'm hoping to at least speak and tell people what's going on and wake some people up. But this is big news for me, so I'm super excited about that. Also, we want to give a special shout out to Sweetwater. Sweetwater, thank you for all the equipment you've sent here. Much appreciated, and it's helped alleviate a lot of the stress with building the studio. So a little special for Sweetwater. Sweetwater is a company that supplies musical and audio equipment, things like that. And so they have helped us out greatly. So thank you to Sweetwater. And thank you, Sweetwater, for the candy. How's everybody doing today? Guinea Marie says, what is happening? What is happening? Is that about how am I doing? Or is that about the markets taking off? You fell asleep mid-show, I know. That's all right. We're going to get into the markets. But I would say that we are definitely going to see a pullback. But as for right now, it's not 100%. Music is loud. All right, hold on. Is that better for the music? Is it still loud? Has the music volume dropped at all? I can't tell. Because it's blaring through my headphones. Still loud. Okay, let's do it that way. Is that better for the audio? Mind you, we are changing a few things here. Let's turn it back up here. How about that now? Better? My apologies. And then let's turn the music up for Twitch as well. Now it's louder. Okay. Is it too loud? How's the audio? We are still fixing some things with the audio equipment. It's still loud. What's going on here? Let me turn down TikTok. I'm still learning how to use their audio settings. It's not as easy to use as TikTok or as Twitch is. Well, the double top I called on Ethereum was a winner. Good for you. I do think Ethereum's got more pump left in it. Luke, lady I follow that channels angels, sent out a mid-month message. Preparedness. One of the things she keeps saying is invest in XRP. I think in investing in XRP, I wouldn't, take a person who channels angels. However, we use a more scientific method here, and mathematical method through charting. And I would say, yes, we're bullish. However, we are due for a pullback. And as you know, X marks the spot, right? So I have a feeling we could pump as high as 260, even 270, probably more like 265. And then by, I'd say, May 21st, because we've continued to pump and stay above here, we would have a pullback to about 230, which is right on the X. And that would be your entry point. If you believe that it's going to hold above here, which I do believe, I think this line right here is no longer in play. And I think what we've done now is we've moved out of this descending channel here that we've had for months. It's been like 180 days. Yes, I would say the entry point is about 230. It could be a little higher, 231, 232, maybe even 235-ish. And it could possibly be even as low as 220. So we haven't quite gotten enough data to get a more accurate number on that. But there will be a pullback. There will be a second. Every time we get a big pump like this, we have a pullback and we retest resistance. Now we could get to that retest zone and fall below it. And we could come all the way down to 205, 210, 215, and then trail back up. It could be a bit of a bear trap that happens. But I do think that it's possible that we are now in this ascending trend like this, but with an ascending channel, okay? An ascending channel like this comes a fall. And that fall would bring us down to $1.95, $2. But that's not just yet. I think we have room for another push after that. So we could get in at 230 and pump up probably to 280. And we would probably fall from there. I don't think it's going to go higher than 280 like I told you, but there is a potential that it forms a flag or something right here and breaks out of this trend, and we go up to $3 and flag from there and see all-time highs. That is very possible. Do you think we'll ever see under $2 again? It's definitely possible, and I think once the bull run is over, we will probably see $1, maybe 75 cents. But I think the days of buying it for 20 cents are over for sure. And it could possibly be the days of under $1 are over. XRP long now or hold? I would say we probably got another big pump up, or not a big pump, but we got at least a little bit more, or we're done. And we're gonna come back down to retest 230. With everything Trump is doing, no way you're gonna see these numbers anymore. What do you mean, these numbers? I don't know if we're going to hold up above these numbers because we haven't felt the impact of the tariffs yet. Even if the tariffs are over, music is loud. What am I doing? You know what? I'm 86ing the music. Music's done. It hits 270, 280. I'm selling most of my bag. Good for you. I wouldn't say most of it. I'd hold some because there is a potential to hit, you know, $7, $8. I would think 5's probably more the conservative number. Filled what we need to fill up, only up from here. I wouldn't say it's only up from here. We are definitely due for a price correction. And so I would, and it's normal market movement to come back down to the X right here and then push back up. However, this is also this channel right here, this ascending channel. Look it up. Okay, look up ascending channel pattern. Usually it'll drop into an ascending channel like it did. It dropped down into it. It'll move up it, and then it'll fall out of it. And that could bring it all the way back down to 170 to 160 just for that pattern, and it could continue to fall from there. Look up Wyckoff chart patterns. I don't do Wyckoff. I mean, I understand it, and I do get all that. I do a different style trading strategy. So the way I trade is it's in the IPS phase. I get what you're saying, and it could be a kangaroo jump from here. I don't know if you guys know about the kangaroo pattern. It could be a kangaroo jump up to, you know, $7, $8. But yes, bad news can affect everything. And it could blow through support at 230. However, I think $2 is a strong support zone. It would be pretty hard to break that. It would take bad news to bring it down to there and then more bad news to break through. I'll keep a small moon bag just in case. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to shy people away from the market. You know, I want to be, when I feel like it's bullish, I'm going to be bullish. And I told you guys last week that we would pump till Monday. And we did. That's when we hit our highest peak, was Monday at 266. I said about 260-ish. So we pumped over what I said we would hit. So I will always admit when I was wrong, but we can't catch every wick all the way to the tip. But if you set an order at 260 and you bought in down here, you did all right. And if you bought in at 163, you are sitting pretty right now. But remember, take profits. Take profits. And the idea is to put your money in, invest it, and as it goes up, take those profits out. And once you have the amount of money you originally started with, you can either reinvest it into the market or keep your money and use the house's money to do it from then on out. And then you haven't lost anything, you know. And you can always reinvest at lower positions with more. Dizzle, thank you for the rose. Skeptic Leo with the 6 roses, and J Infinity with the let him cook. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And so I always keep a moon bag. I got a little bit, you know, that I don't care what happens to it. It's for if it goes crazy. I bought it at, you know, 10 and 20 cents years ago, and I've had it and I've been accumulating into it. And it's what I put when I buy those base prices, wherever the bottom is, and it's just flatlining between cycles. That's where I put that money into that moon bag. And then when it shoots up, I take my profits and I take 50% of that and I remove it from the market. Okay. 50% of that I remove from the market and I wait for lower zones for entry. And when those lower zones come, I buy them up. Don't always catch them because we are a little conservative. We don't always catch the bottom, but we did all right here at 163. I said about 160-ish. It didn't quite hit 160. It hit 161. However, I always say, you know, add 3 cents. Add 3 to 5 cents and you'll make sure you hit every time. All right, let's see here. Let me clean up this chart a little bit and let's talk about where we are in the market and what is going on. This ascending channel, okay, does not mean we are going to moon. It means that we have now broken out of this massive bearish trend and we could move up to new numbers, but it indicates that we will not see all-time highs. It's a heavy indication. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 moves in this one. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right? So we probably got a little bit left. And that would be a pullback to 230. Entry, pump up to 280, exit, and then possibly fall from there. And that would bring us down to, I'd say it could be $2 is the minimum. We tariffs to come back to the US to go that low. Well, let me tell you what right now, no tariffs have left. No tariffs have left. Every tariff, there is 0 deals been signed. I believe the only deal that's been signed is with Israel, and I'm not 100% sure on whether that is set in stone. That is the only deal that I know of that is pretty much done. So there is no deal with China. There is no deal with the UK. There's no deal. Deal or no deal. And right now, there is no deal. Okay. Everything is a 90-day pause for China and a 90-day pause for UK. Didn't the US make a deal with the UK? No, there is no deal with the UK. I have to pay my tariff on my product from China. He's right. No deal. Yes, tariffs are still in play. They've just been slightly reduced for 90 days for renegotiation. It's just a pause, and it's not even a pause. 10% tariffs still remain in effect, even with the pause. There is no deal with the UK. Nothing has been signed. Abi, I'm telling you right now, look it up, dig into it. Don't just read the headlines. Nothing has been signed. Nothing's been signed with China. Abby, go look it up. It's a 90-day pause. You've been lied to. And that's why we have a show here, because I'm not here to lie to you. I'm here to tell you the truth. And we're going to go over the news, and I'm going to cover some articles and show you firsthand that you have been lied to. So stick around. Don't go anywhere, because I am going to show you firsthand that, bro, you voted for Kamala? No, I did not vote for Kamala. I did not vote for Kamala. You know what? Just to set the record straight, just because I'm tired of it, because it's annoying to me. Everyone thinks that I'm this and that, whatever politically. And I will tell you right now, I did vote for Trump. Okay? But I will call out anyone, any politician, any person, any deal, any fake news, any nonsense. I do not deal with it. And I actually have examples of fake news that you can read how the media manipulates things. Okay? I will show you how the media manipulates things on both sides. Okay? There's a cult following on the right, and there's a cult following on the left. And I'm not here to do that. I am here to break echo chambers, and I'm here to educate you so that way you are not lied to and fooled. I'm here to give you the truth. Unbiased, milk toast, middle line truth. I have no opinion. Okay? I have no opinion. All I have are the facts. That's what I do here. I'm here to give you the facts. And that's why I haven't told anybody who I voted for, because I don't want to take a political side, because that's not what the show is about. It's about fact checking. Stop yapping. What's your price on Solana? All right. That's a bit disrespectful. So even if you do subscribe, I'm not going to do Solana for you. Okay. And actually, you're gone. Disrespect me and you're gone. Okay. I'm not here to deal with that nonsense. Okay. This is my show. I'm going to do things the way I want to do it. So, if you feel like I'm being rude, I'm sorry, but I deal with so many violations because I'm here telling the truth. People are nonsense. I have to remove, as soon as they're a problem, I have to remove them immediately, because I literally deal with 9+ appeals every live on TikTok. It's none of your business anyway. It's his right to keep it private. It doesn't matter. I'll tell you what I did, okay? But I'll also tell you, I'm not here to take a political stance. I'm here to give you facts. Dizzle says Abby was rude. Yeah, I know. And those types of people, unfortunately, because of what we've been going through, I do not have any room for it. So please be respectful. You are welcome to a different opinion. You are welcome to all types of, different backgrounds, and I don't care if you're pink, blue, or up or down or left or right. I do not care. Okay. The idea is to be respectful, but I cannot advocate for any more insolence of this show because it is too much. I saw that sweep at the lows, and once we made that V shape, I put a little more in. You talking about down here? This right here? If you've been watching the show for a while, I've been calling since middle of January. I told everyone we would probably drop to about 160, 163, and that would be the lowest before the turn upward. And those of you who were watching the show were able to set those price points, set in those limit orders, and snipe that thing within cents. The wick, baby, we wicked that thing months and months ago. So this is beautiful. This is a good thing. And when we get a big pump up like this, we're due for a 50% price correction. That's right there, 162. It's just normal. It's math. It's not that hard. What's up, Saketh? I feel like that short is biting you in the ass now. All right, let's see here. Let's cover some news. So today we got some special news to cover. And as you know, we have a research and journalism team here. And let me tell you, I have realized just how valuable it is because I was doing all the news research on my own. And it became too much work. So because of it, I decided to back off a little bit and get some help. And because of that, I have realized this, and not just recently, but over time, we are in a bifurcation of this country and in the media. And there are two separate sides of the media. And so I feel like it's very important for me to have both sides reporting that information to us so that I can go through it with a fine-tooth comb and we can sift out and find out where the lies are, where the misinformation is at, and which side it's coming from, because it comes from both sides. But in every article, something is different. But let me tell you, I have noticed from the left, they want to lie to you the most because they want to make the orange man look bad. All right? That's their main goal. Orange man bad. Okay? And I'm not here to play those games. I'm here to give you the facts and you decide for yourself. That's really all we're here to do, is see the facts. Buy gold card and hold. You'll remember this for real. Have a great day. All right. I'm good on it. But let me tell you, the news has been a tricky challenge to maneuver through. It's been very difficult, and I try to have a non-biased opinion in the middle. However, I have right-leaning people and I have left-leaning people that work in the team for the news. And because of that, it's for a purpose. Because of these echo chambers that are created in the media, if you are on the right, you're not going to see the information that the left is receiving. And if you're on the left, you're not going to receive the information that the right is receiving. So being here, you're going to hear both sides. You're going to get a more in-depth, detailed, so that you can make that decision for your own and you're not controlled by social media in this way. That's the main thing to take from this. Because we're doing that, I'm going to jump into this story first. I was saving it, but we're going to, let me see here. Where is it at? So, inflation eased after Trump's Liberation Day tariffs defied fears. Consumer prices rose 2.3% in April compared to a year ago, cooling slightly from the previous month and defying fears of an inflation surge in an aftermath of President Donald Trump's Liberation Day tariffs last month. The reading, which marked the lowest inflation rate since 2021, matched economists' expectations. Egg prices fell 10% in April compared to the previous month, offering some relief for shoppers, data showed. Still, egg prices stand much higher than they did a year ago. By contrast, gasoline prices dropped 12% over the past year. The nationwide average price of gasoline is $3.15, data shows. Trump tariff escalation announced April 2nd set off concern among economists and consumers about a possible burst of inflation, since importers typically pass along a share of such taxes in the form of price hikes. All right. Now, we'll come back and read about this. But let's also look at this article. Inflation rose in April, revisiting March decline. Inflation picked up speed in April after declining in March, according to data released Tuesday by the Labor Department. The Consumer Price Index, CPI, rose 2% last month and is up 2.3% over the past year, according to the Labor Department. The annual inflation rate, the annual inflation rate without volatile food or energy prices was 2.8%. Okay? And it says prices fell 0.1% in March through the annual inflation rate was slightly higher at 2.4%. And this is how they lie to you. This is how they're able to put a headline that says inflation rose, but they're lying. Did anyone catch the lie? Did anyone see the lie in that? The reason why this data is not correct, this data is a lie, and what they've done is they used a tactic that the media uses. They remove certain things in order to make it fit their narrative. You can find a narrative to fit anything that you believe on the internet. But the fact goes to show that the truth can be sought out because of this right here. The price index rose 0.2% last month, up from 2.3%. Okay? That's their data, right? But what did they do here? They removed annual inflation rate of volatile food and energy prices. Food and energy prices were removed. Okay? They had to remove that in order to get the numbers that they wanted. They had to remove data. Okay? That's the only reason why it shows that it's down in their report. Because they're lying to you. Inflation is actually down. People spend about 90% of their incomes on food and energy. Anything could be considered energy. Gasoline, right? Food. Inflation on food has been a big deal. Inflation on food not being counted is going to make it sound like it's up. Inflation on gas, which is energy. Energy drinks. Yeah. They lie to you. They lie to you. They remove things and they list it here right at the end. But they count on the fact that you're just going to read this. They count that that's all you're going to read. Inflation rose in April, rising March decline. But that's a problem for us because we are in the market, okay? And we are here to make trades, right? And we can't make educated trades without having the right information. So if you read this, you're going to believe that inflation is up and the Fed is not going to lower rates. But if you read this, you're going to read that inflation is actually down and the Fed is most likely going to lower rates. Now, they haven't done it yet. Okay. And we knew that they weren't going to because of the uncertainty with the tariffs. And there is still that uncertainty. Nothing has been signed. However, inflation is getting better. So that being countered in, I think we should see some kind of a rate drop this year. When? I don't know. I don't think it'll happen in July because I also am a little conservative on just saying that everything's going to be okay. We don't know that everything's going to be okay just yet because I will tell you why. The goods that China paid tariffs on that came to the US just hit the docks last week. Those goods are not on shelves yet. They're still sitting in warehouses. They're on trucks. They're on trains moving across the country. They have not reached the shelves yet. Okay? Jeremy, thank you for the corn. When the price correction, I sold at $250 yesterday and took profits. Good for you. Always take profits. I think we'll get a price correction to $230, and we'll go over that in a little bit. So stick around. That I'll give you a time frame of when that's going to happen. But the thing to take from this is that they lie to you. All right? The media wants to lie to you, and they have created bifurcation. And because I'm up here telling the truth, we literally have people hating on me because I'm critical. I'm analytical. I want to have the truth. So I'm not just going to take face value on something just because Trump says it or just because whoever says it. Okay? I'm going to dig into it and I'm going to find the truth and we're going to figure out what to do because that affects me financially. As you all know, I'm retired. I'm 36 years old and I day trade for my income. I make about $1 a live from TikTok and I make nothing from Twitch. All right. I don't make money off of going live. I do this for you. I do this because there is a vacuum in not only social media, but in the news and media in general, where there is no factual information coming in. People are being fed nonsense. So I'm here to break that. What's the next high for XRP? We may have hit that high, but we could see 280 if it does go higher. But I think we're due for a pullback. The reason I do this show is for the sole reason of, one, I love doing this. I was an audio video engineer, so being retired, I get to work with the equipment that I used to use and do the things that I used to do, but I get to do them from home now, and I get to have fun and hang out with you guys, and it's also therapy for me. I need something to do with my time. And I've decided to invest my time, my most valuable resource, into you for entertainment. Because I'm also an entertainer. I was in a band, I was a DJ, I did all kinds of different things. So I'm creating this for you, for the people, because I believe that the people need the truth. Play some Creed. I cannot play Creed because we do post these videos to YouTube and we don't want to take away our monetization. But I'm down with Creed. Definitely. Hold me now. I'm not going to sing. I'm not a singer. I'm a drummer. That's for sure. All right. Let's see here. We'll come back to this because I wasn't quite ready for this, but because of what happened, I thought it was important to talk about that and let you guys know that I'm not here to have a side that I sit on. I'm not here to take sides. I'm here to give you the facts from both sides, and you decide where your allegiances lie and where the truth is, so that way you can make informed decisions in the market, because that is what influences the market, is what is happening in the world and what the news is saying. And that's why I now factor in moon cheese, because I used to not factor it in, and now moon cheese is the cheese that they put in the trap to catch people to use them for exit liquidity. Okay. And they feed people, spoon feed them moon cheese. Can XRP reach $10? I think it's possible, but not this year. I think this year probably more like $5 to $8. I think $7 is a little more conservative. That's if things go the way everyone's saying they're going to go, this super cycle thing. I don't see it. I think the liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been. There's more projects to invest into, and people are trying to get ahead of the curve. So why would you invest into Bitcoin when you could get into altcoins early? Or why would you invest into altcoins if you can get into meme coins early? That's why everything pumped in unison. I'm calling this the unicycle. Okay, I coined that phrase. That's my phrase. I've said it. You heard it here first. The unicycle. Everything is pumping together in unison. Will there be a drop in Bitcoin dominance that sends off an altcoin rally and then vice versa for meme coins? Yes. And that's because people still think we're in the previous cycle. But what will happen is we will not see those massive gains we've seen in the past, because the liquidity is more spread out and people will be holding for too long and they will miss out on the money. And those of you who are educated, who are listening to the show and hearing this, you're going to be able to make sure that you're taking profits along the way up, because the money isn't real unless you make it real. It's just numbers on a screen. What's up, TikTok treasure? How you doing, fam? Glad to have you. All right. So we have a new candle for today. And last night I posted that we were forming a red hammer. However, we broke that today. And like I told you, I was like, it has not formed yet. The candle has not closed. And that's part of why I do the show at 5 o'clock, because it's the start of the new day candle. And so we get a chance to see what the day closed out at and where we are potentially heading from there. Now, it looks, I wouldn't call this a green hammer. It's not quite a hammer, but it's kind of a hammer candle, which would indicate that there is a possibility for a move upward again to 270. I would expect that we would see a red candle first before we see another green candle up to 270. And that would probably put it around 250-ish, 255 would be that entry point if you're expecting to catch it one more time up, or this was the top. 265 was the top, and now it's working its way back down over here to this little triangle mark that is formed right here. But I think everyone is rallying together and everyone is hot on crypto right now in the markets because of what's going on. So the moon cheese factor tells me that we could likely touch up here again before we come back down, or we like double top up here at 265 before we price correct. But we are due for a price correction. X marks the spot, triangles the sweet spot. 229, 230. That's where I believe we're headed. If we can hold that and bounce up again and stay up this line, okay, trend up this way and not consolidate sideways and not fall down below here, we're good. I would say that's confirmation that we are still in a bull run, still in a bull cycle, and we are going to potentially see another move upward. However, this is a bearish pattern. This ascending channel is a bearish pattern. And I would say it's probably got one, maybe two more moves up before it breaks down. Or this could be it. This could be the ascending channel. And then boom, we hit here and we just blow through the bottom and we just see new low numbers. There's not enough data yet. There's not enough data, and we will see what happens as it forms. So hold on to your seats, hold on to your bags. It's nothing's certain yet. And I guess nothing is certain in the markets. Until you see the ghost guy go away, expect that I still see a bearish sentiment. Okay? When you see a moon right here, baby, you will know that we are going crazy. All right? But this is a bearish pattern, downward trend. We broke out of it, but this is also a bearish pattern moving upward. It was a more harsh bearish pattern and it keeps breaking out of that, but it's still in that bearish pattern. Nothing is indicated that we're pumping up to past all-time highs. And that's what we're really watching for. Are we going to hit past all-time high and see crazy new numbers, or are we working our way back down? Has anyone looked into STX? It's only been on the market for about 3 or 4 weeks. Let me have the fact checker look into STX. Let me get the fact checker here going. Or SXT. Can you look into SXT for me?
About what?
What do you want to know about it? What do you want to know about SXT? It says, has anyone looked into SXT? It's only been on the market for 3-4 weeks. Thoughts on it? Yeah, I'll have the fact checker pull it up right now. Because we're in the studio, I'm in the studio part, the recording side of it, and then there's a secondary side where the staff is at. We have IT in there and mission control. And so the mic system is not set up in there yet. So they will be mic'd at one point where they can just chime in and talk directly into the show. So that is coming soon. We are building. We literally a few months ago started. I was just a guy with a phone pointed at a tablet, and here we are now, sitting in the studio. It's amazing. Mission control, awesome. Yeah, mission control, we're headed to the moon. But as of right now, Houston, we've got a problem. We've got a problem. We've been grounded till further notice. Love me some Moodang. Never play meme coins, and you said last week we are in meme season. I put 5K into Moodang at 4 cents and sold at 22 cents. Good for you, buddy. Glad to see. Hopefully you recovered from that short you put in. Because I told you, I warned you when you put in that short. I was like, hey, man, I'd wait. We're in consolidation. I'm not too sure. And sure enough, we got that moon cycle pump. How about the moon cycle, though, right? Isn't that crazy to think that people trade? That ship has sailed. Yeah. Hopefully you regained any losses from that, though. But the moon cycle is very interesting to me. And for some reason, the moon just plays such a role in the markets, not only in the lingo that we talk, but in the cycle that the moon has. And that would indicate, that we've got probably a month of downward movement coming our way. Maybe not a month, because it would probably be, I'd say, a week or two of stagnation and then downward movement, possibly. We just kind of have to see. Dip coming anytime soon for XRP. That's what we're watching for, but I would say yes. Unless we break above this line here, and this line on the top becomes support, if we break above this line right here and we start bouncing off it and shooting up and bouncing off of it and shooting up towards $3, I would say get ready for that $5 price. I would be like, $5 price incoming, ghost goes away and the moon comes up. But until that indication has shown itself, we are still in a bearish pattern. All right. This downward channel is bearish. This upward channel is still bearish. Now, this downward channel needs a breakout and a move upward. Okay. And a move upward would take it up to at least $3 and even, $3.40, and then it could flag from there and continue onward. That is possible. But this could be it. It could be a lot of resistance. 280 could be it. And it just comes up and then moves back into this channel. This channel wants to send it down. This channel wants to send it up. However, this is a bigger, stronger channel forming right here. Okay. This has been going on for like 180 days. This whole move across here. So this would hold more likely to play out than this, which means that if this is the breakout, we could possibly break through this and use this as support. And let me tell you, if this breaks through this and has it as support, I'm going to be throwing so much money at it. Anything below $3 is going to be a good deal. All right. It is going to want to do crazy nonsense. It could go to $8, maybe even 10. I don't think we're going to see like $25 maybe in like a decade, but it is possible, but nothing is confirmed yet. Nothing is giving me that indication. What I'm seeing is an indication of this isn't going to be the bull flag everyone's saying. It's going to be a channel upward and then a breakdown from that channel, which would come back down to the line of support here. So it would break down at 230 and work its way up and then break that down to 230 to $2 again. Lots of people are talking down on XRP. That means they want everyone out of XRP. I agree. Usually whatever the media is saying is what you should be doing, the opposite. If they're saying, oh yeah, it's going crazy, and analysts say this right after it had a big pump, that's because it's probably going to pull back. The article will say it's going to $50, and then you read it and it says that it's going to $50 in a decade. What support is breaking? I think I want to put more in. Okay. So no support is breaking. No resistance is breaking. Okay. This top blue line right here, Guinea Marie, this top blue line is resistance. This bottom blue line is support. Okay. This line up here on the top is now support. But X marks the spot. So we would move up here and probably fall down, and the entry point would be at 230. If it doesn't break from there and continue to fall down further to $2. But I would say if it does fall to $2, that's like a nasty, maybe Head and Shoulders that formed there. I don't know. I would say it's a little out of, but it kind of is, that could form. Break down to $2, consolidate again, and then break down. But I'm not even going to call that. It's way too soon to see anything like that. And it's a little broad on the shoulders here. But we need to get above this blue line if we're going to see $3 in the next few days, in the next week, I would say. The next coming weeks, could be 2 weeks. However, we have moved from 161 all the way to 265 without a real pullback. There's been no price correction. It's due for a price correction down to 220 at least. What range busts the blue line? What do you mean, Kodak? Let's see here. B subscribed at tier 1. Thank you, B. How you doing? Look at Mari. Mari is doing an amazing job with learning the crypto game. Oh, Marie, Guinea Marie. I know Guinea Marie is the most improved follower from every one of the people that I coach individually. By the way, if you are watching on TikTok and you become a deluxe subscriber, you can get that one-on-one coaching with me. I'll tell you what, Guinea Marie has been the fastest learner and has grown so much where she is messaging me and saying, I think it's going to do this now. And I'm like, I think you're right. Let's see here. I got to catch up on we got 2 chats going. I can't see numbers. Okay. So the straight blue line is about 230. That's the entry point zone. More than likely, that's subject to change. That's if it's to go down. Yes. I think it's due for a price correction to go down. It's definitely due for it. It needs it. It would be normal for it to move down to 230. And it could do it slowly, gradually, kind of like how it did right here. Slowly, gradually, just kind of move its way over and then go up. Kodak says, thanks. No problem. I think you both had the exact same question, just in the same chat or different chats. Not much bad news to push it down. Yeah, but let me tell you, there is the possibility of bad news to come. Okay? Let me tell you what more than likely will be the bad news. It will be based off of the tariffs. There are no deals. If a deal that was supposed to go through that's pumping it up right now ends up not happening within the next 90 days, expect to see a crash. Expect to see another one of these long, heavy crashes like this. Just red all the way down. Expect to see that. Because nothing is signed yet. There is no deal. There are no deals, and we're going to cover that. You know what? Let's cover the trade stuff. We're a little out of order, but I think sometimes it's better for the show. Tariff receipts topped $16 billion in April, a record that helped cut the budget deficit. Okay. So customs duties totaled $16.3 billion for the month, some 86% above the $8.75 billion collected during March, and more than double the $7.1 billion a year ago. That's crazy. We made, as a country, like our government made ridiculous amounts of money just over the last month because of tariffs. And the deficit, normally in April, the deficit goes up because of tax returns. This is like the first time, I think, in, I don't know, I would say maybe 10 or 20 years that we've actually had a surplus this month in the deficit. So that's an incredible thing all in its own. Is XLM finished pumping? Let me get through the news and I will cover that. So stick around. Danny Gibson, I got you. Remind me if I forget. But we got a few articles we got to cover before we can get back to the charts. And I'm probably going to skim through some of these because there's a lot to cover, and some of them popped up last minute from the research team. Our journalists here found some things that I missed. Because I'm human, I miss things, and that's why we have a team. More heads are better than one. And so this is great. Everything is working out the way I hoped it would. Shipping containers are seen at the port of Oakland as trade tensions over the U.S. and with China in Oakland, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. We read this already. I don't want to get into all this. It really doesn't matter. Okay. The meat and potatoes is right here. We got a surplus this month, right? So let's get rid of that one. And some of these are just affirmation articles. I'm doing good, B. It's good to see you, man. I know it's been a while. Things are turning around. You jumped on the show to see if we're going to the moon. U.S. China tariff truce triggers Trans-Pacific rush, but uncertainty lingers. A brief easing of tariffs between the US and China has set off a burst of trans-Pacific trade activity, but deeper tensions and long-term supply chain disruptions continue to cloud the outlook. A 90-day truce in the ongoing US-China trade war has sparked a rush to move goods across the Pacific, with businesses scrambling to take advantage of temporary lowered tariffs. President Donald Trump, and it was Big Baller on Twitch. He said his business, he's rushing to get his products over here right now. He is a prime example of that happening. Personal experience right here in the chat that this is actually happening. So people are rushing to move products back and forth before the 90 days is up. President Donald Trump essentially backed down on a trade war that he started with China, reducing U.S. duties on Chinese imports from pushing 145% to 30%. China, meanwhile, slashed its tariffs on American goods from 125% to 10%. And mind you, before this happened, we were paying 7% to China. But China was paying almost zero. China had tariffs in place, but the Biden administration did not enforce them on China that whole time. So I would say that this is in a net positive. Even though we're paying more, China's actually paying their 30%. So that's the difference to take away from this. If you look at the numbers, it's a bit misleading because of, even though China had that percentage on them, they weren't paying it at all. You've been in a lot of meetings, B. Yeah, I get it. And I understand it's hard to see the show all the time. I'm here every day. You don't miss me. I'm here 5 days a week. There are a few times where I have to take a day off here and there because of being sick or doctor's appointments and stuff. But this has become, I mean, I'm supposed to be retired, but this has become a full-time job. But I love it. I love doing it. So it's easy for me to do it because I'm not really working because I love what I do. But I really don't make any money doing it. So, by the way, we are supported by your donations. So if you do want to help support the show, we don't make any money off of TikTok or Twitch. What keeps the show going and keeps the staff employed are your donations. Your donations go directly to paying the staff, building the studio, doing all of this stuff. I've invested a little over $15,000 into building this whole thing, and it's, becoming an empire now. Do it. The empire. But yeah, it's amazing. We've grown so much. So if you do want to give to the show, the best way to do it is through donation. I talked to my guy in China and I asked him about the 90-day pause, and he said, make sure you get your products before 90 days. It's coming from owner of a factory. Yeah. You'll make money on subs soon. Yeah, I'm sure, but it won't be much. I pay the staff and the construction crew and everything. I've already paid so much more than I'm receiving in revenue. So it'll be a while before we turn a profit, but I do believe that we are moving forward. The only reason I would say that we are getting, I wouldn't say we're profitable, but and I wouldn't say we're breaking even, but I'm able to continue to employ the staff is because of the donations. So the donations right now are the lifeblood of this whole thing. So much appreciated to all those of you who donated. Much appreciated. All right, let's see here. I don't think we need to read any more of that. Just understand. Oh yeah, actually there is. Hold on. Be cautioned. My feeling is that we will see a small recovery, but not a big recovery. And you will still have empty shelves, and you will still have increased inflation in the US as a result of these tariffs. The products that have been tariffed have not hit the shelves yet. And when they do, the prices will go up. And do you really think that these companies, after they get you used to paying a price for something, they're going to drop the price? They might do it a little bit and say, oh, the tariffs or whatever, we're going to drop the price a little bit, but they're going to keep their prices higher, and they're going to rake in more profits than they've ever seen. So keep that in mind. The price of goods are probably not going to come down much. They were already increasing the prices of the goods, and the trade deal hadn't even affected anything yet. They just took stuff that was already on the shelf and hiked the price of it up. And I get it. They're expecting that, oh, maybe they're not going to receive any more or whatever, supply and demand, whatever you want to call it. But we haven't even seen the lack of goods on the shelf yet, because it will take time for these things to happen. Just like it did in 2020, we didn't feel any of that until like 2021. So mind you, it could take months to really feel that. Let's see here. Inflation eased after Trump Liberation Day tariffs. We read this already, and let's give it a listen here.
The Consumer Price Index shows inflation is cooling. Prices rose 0.2% in April, up slightly from March, but lower than analyst expectations. And prices are up 2.3% compared to a year ago. That's the lowest annual increase in more than 4 years. Let's bring in Bankrate financial analyst Stephen Cates for more. Stephen, thanks for coming on. What do these numbers tell you about the state of the economy?
Well, I think this is, as you mentioned, lower than anticipated, but it really belies what we expect the long-term impacts of the tariffs to be. I think ultimately this is a short-term view of a few weeks after the tariffs were announced. It may take a few months until some of this starts to work its way through the system and actually reach the consumer.
That said, markets rallied yesterday after the U.S. and China agreed to lower tariffs for 90 days. So will the negative forecast about the trade war be reversed if we're able to reach deals with our trading partners?
I think this is unequivocally very good news. Obviously, the stock market reacted very positively, and this is a trend in the right direction. I think to look at where we were a few weeks ago, this is a massive improvement for China to go from 145 down to 30. But if we compare this to where we were 90 days ago, we were now at 30. We're at ultimately across the entire world, roughly 12% net on tariffs. That's still a significant increase from where the administration began. And that is going to ultimately impact Americans, whether through reduced demand or higher prices.
President Trump's also touting this Saudi prince $600 billion investment in the U.S. How significant is that, and what kind of impact could it have if the deal goes through?
Well, deals like this are certainly what the Trump administration wants to tout, that they're building consensus from the globe to invest in America. And so that underscores some of the work that they believe is going to bring America back. But ultimately, the follow-through is going to be what's most important. Getting a deal done is one thing. Implementing that deal and seeing the results are going to be another thing. That may take some years, but it's certainly a good trend to see other countries investing in the U.S.
Bankrate financial analyst Stephen Cates, thank you.
My pleasure.
All right. So it's not
There's
over yet.
nothing like a day of fish.
We're not out of the woods yet. And we saw this when inflation rose in April. And we all already know that this is a lie. We just saw that inflation is down. And remember, they use special wording right here. The annual inflation rate without volatile food or energy prices. Most people, 90% of our incomes we spend on food and energy. Remember that. So they use special tactics in order to lie. So remember that. What's up, TikTok seller? Good to see you, man. Let's see here. Why an economist say temporary U.S.-China tariff deal doesn't ease uncertainty. News that the U.S. and China have paused massive tariffs on each other has U.S. businesses rushing to import goods that have been sitting at ports and factories in China for the past 40 days. The deal, announced after negotiations with the countries meet in Switzerland over the weekend, brings U.S. taxes on Chinese goods down to 30% from 145 imposed by President Trump in early April. China agreed to lower its taxes to 10%, down from 125% imposed on the U.S. But there is no official agreement. It is a pause. This is we're going to agree to disagree for 90 days. Let's not cripple the world's economy, and let's talk it out. But there is no deal. Nothing's been signed yet. They talk in public and use words what they're saying. Oh, I know. They use special language. Like, for instance, you'll hear the left do this a lot. They'll say, they're threatening our democracy. They're undermining our democracy. They're trying to remove our democracy. Okay, the United States is not a democracy, and it never has been. It's a republic. It's a democratic republic, but it is a republic. It's never been a democracy, and democracy is socialism. Okay? And they use these words because they want you to fight for democracy, which is basically socialism. And let me tell you, democracy is a bunch of wolves and a sheep deciding what's for dinner. That's what democracy is. It's a bunch of wolves and one sheep deciding what we're going to eat for dinner. And a republic is a well-armed sheep and a bunch of wolves deciding what's for dinner. That's the difference. Having a republic gives the little guy an opportunity to have a voice. A republic is very important for this country, and I think for the world. Obviously, not everywhere is a republic, but for the United States, it is very important that we keep our republic intact and that we do not fall into a democracy. This is very important, and it's very important that people understand what that is, because if the masses can just vote for something, just because the majority agrees upon something doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it the right thing just because of the majority. And that's what socialism is. That's what communism is. Those are two different words as well. They use socialism instead of communism. And they are two different things. But we have to understand that they use special language. They manipulate words to get you to feel a certain way, but be swayed in their direction. You believing something different than what they're actually saying. They know exactly what they're saying. They use those words in that way on purpose. They know exactly what they're doing. And what they're doing is they are changing the way the young people see, perceive, and think about how things work. Most kids today, I bet you would be able to ask them and they would tell you that we have a democracy. We don't. Never have. All right, let's see here. Let's see here. So yeah, there's still uncertainty in the markets. We don't know. And I'm going to save these two for later. Let's go back to the charts for a minute. Danny Gibson wanted me to look at XLM. Let's take a look at XLM. I love XLM, by the way. It's one of my favorites because it's a little bit... Let me tell you one reason why I like XLM so much. First of all, you all know I love XRP. All right? Everybody knows it. This is an XRP show. When XRP is making... When the charts are difficult to read, is what I'm trying to say. When the charts are difficult to read for XRP or XLM, you can look at one or the other, and they're very similar in the way they move, but they're also different. So when you get an indecision on what is happening, like looking at XRP, man, you can be very indecisive on what is about to happen, but you look at XLM and you say, no, we're bullish, or no, we're bearish. Like, it's a good indicator to tell you what XRP is going to do and vice versa. Are you on TikTok today, or are we banned? Oh, never mind, we're on there. We have a constitutional republic. Yes. A constitutional republic means that the republic has to adhere to the Constitution. Thank you for clarifying that, B. Let's look at XLM. I would say it's kind of the same as XRP. Not enough data on the 1 day here. But I'd say that we have an inverted hammer and we have a hammer. I'd say XLM's got more in it. And if XLM's got more in it, I'd say XRP's got more in it. The question is how much more? The question is how much more? I would say 235 for XLM. And I've been saying that for a few days. Actually about a week now already. Man, time flies when you're doing this show, and you're even on the weekends, man. I'm working with the construction crew, getting all this stuff built and putting all this stuff together with the IT guy, and just working on everything. It's been non-stop for months. Since we started this show, I've basically worked 7 days a week, except for when I got sick. I did take 1 day off. 1 day sick, dead in bed, and then I did some work, on other days, but that was the only time I really took any time to myself. All right, let's look at H-bar for TikTok seller. I think everything's got a little bit more left in it, to be honest with you, just because I know that everything moves in unison. No, that's not it. Hedera US dollar, there it is. H-bar looks the same as XLM. H-bar's got to move to at least 24 to 26 cents, I think. Somewhere around there. And I mean, it could go further. It could go to 228 and beyond. But from what we're seeing right now, we only have so much data. But if this was the top and now we're hitting resistance and we're going to get a pullback, I would say it's probably going to do something like that. That looks about right. We had an inverted head and shoulders right here, is usually followed by another head and shoulders. So it just depends on the news right now. The news is the teetering thing. Yeah, we'll do Solana. I think Solana actually is looking good, but I'm a little wary on Solana just because Calvin Hill says that it's going to do good. But I'll tell you, a broken clock's right twice a day. Yeah, so Solana played out its head and shoulders perfectly and fully. The question is 179, 180 going to be support, or will it blow past it? The question is this going to be a diamond top right here? We don't know yet because it hasn't given us enough data. But I would say that that's the makings for a diamond top. And if it really just depends on the news right now. That's what I'm gonna guess, because I think everything's due for a pullback. Calvin catching heat, and I couldn't love it anymore, laughing my ass off. I know, right? Calvin's been catching it lately. And it all started with me. Everybody was bowing down to him, and then we got into it, and since then it's been this thing to troll Calvin Hill. I don't know if we started that trend here, but it's definitely a trend now. And we need to start doing hashtag troll Calvin or something. You know what I mean? I think that this is highly likely, and that would kind of line up that we could possibly drop from here, pump back up hard, drop down pretty hard, and then kind of consolidate, and that would bring it, if it does this, it would bring it down to 147 to 140. He gets pushed in the algorithms because he lies. Exactly. And that's why I need your support more than ever, because we don't get pushed. We grow because of your support. And even just hitting the like button. If you're on TikTok, go in and smash the like button. And if you're on Twitch, everybody run on over to TikTok real quick and just start smashing the like button so we can start building up our community, help drive in new people. So if you are watching on Twitch, go on over there real quick and hit the like button a bunch of times. And if you want to jump back over to Twitch, go back to Twitch. But we use TikTok in order to bring in new viewers, because Twitch is so new for us. We haven't reached that audience yet. And Twitch is just building and growing on the crypto community. There's not really a space for it yet. And I believe that's why they reached out to me to possibly speak at the Twitch convention. So we'll see what happens with that. Says, sorry, I deleted TikTok. No worries, man. But hopefully we do TwitchCon in San Diego and I get to speak there. And I'm hoping that that brings a new audience, not only to Twitch, but to this show. And it's going to grow us exponentially. So fingers crossed. Hold on. We got to do the TikTok prove that we're still live. They think we're cheating. But yeah, I'm really excited for that. And if anything, it sounds like I'm going to be, if I don't get a speaking spot at the convention, I'll probably have some kind of recognition or be attending. So that'll be cool. Is this pre-recorded? What do you mean pre-recorded? XRP starting to form a downside cup, an upside down cup. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, we're live right now, but everything is recorded. So you saying that this is a cup and handle, or you're saying that it's going to form a cup? That this is going to be the cup and handle? Is that what you're saying? It depends on the time frame you're looking at. Are you talking about like the 1 minute or something? The 1 hour? Let me see. Talking about this, like a cup and handle? And that would, if that is a cup and handle, that would indicate the move to 270. Yeah, we don't do the 1 minute here. I know, right? If everything goes okay with my surgery, I should be attending TwitchCon also. Oh, by the way, B, I did put in a word for you. For TwitchCon, you may be my special guest, just so you know. I was gonna reach out to you about that, but I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna throw them in there because I needed some, because they're like, you have to have like a secondary person with you, and I was like, all right, who do I know that's on Twitch? I was like, of course, B, and I figured you have your community, so it's not 100%, and like you have no obligation to it whatsoever, but I did throw your name and your channel out there. That looks like a wonky inverted head and shoulders. I know, right? I think it's more of a cup and handle kind of, but this kind of throws it off. Maybe it's more like this is the cup and handle. However, a cup and handle wouldn't come from a bearish fall. It would come from a bullish push. So from a bearish fall cup and handle, it would more likely break down. And we're disconnecting again on TikTok. What's crazy though is we're doing good on Twitch, but we're disconnecting on TikTok. Yeah, hopefully we do the TwitchCon and we can go together, and that'll be something we do. Hopefully we shall see. I have a good feeling about, oh, you know what? Check out this cup. Hold on. Is that a cup and handle? If that's a cup and handle, that would indicate a bit of a pullback and then a nice push up to 280. But I'm excited about TwitchCon. I'm probably going to TwitchCon even if I don't speak. I'm probably going to still go. Even if they don't give me like credentials to go, I can more than likely get in for free because I work at the convention center all the time. So that wouldn't be hard. However, the convention center has upped their security, but there are ways. I know the secret passwords and the special doors to go knock on. I haven't been to San Diego Convention Center in about 2 years now. I don't know. Maybe this is a cup and handle. If this is a cup and handle right here, I would say that we could potentially pump to 280. Textbook play would be cool here. Yeah, we'll see. And don't forget, if you're watching on TikTok, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Let's get this show out there. Let's promote it and get it rolling, because we have been hitting rookie numbers on the likes, and I get why. We've moved like 50% of the people that actually engage with our show over to Twitch. So it's to be expected. So those of you who are on TikTok, I need my TikTok warriors to continue to hit that like button and continue to comment and engage. We just did H-bar, but I'll do it again. Let's see here. H-bar kind of looks the same. I think it's got more in it though. 226, 225, 226. I think there's a lot of moon cheese going out. Big Baller, thank you for gifting those subs. Thank you so much for that. We got a hype train. We're 50% of the goal to another 5 subs will oh yeah, $2, sorry. Yeah, 25 cents. So another 5 subscribers on Twitch will get us to level 2 of the hype train. Boom, we made it. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for that support. Yes, look at that hype train. That is awesome. I'm not used to seeing level 5 complete. And that's good, because we are trying to push the show for Twitch right now. Because I feel like if we continue to meet goals on Twitch and grow, we will more than likely get that upcoming talent spot. And the thing is, Twitch doesn't have much of a space for crypto. I've only seen like 10 other crypto shows on Twitch, and they're not good. No, I would say that our show is one of the highest quality shows for crypto on Twitch. Matt Hendricks, bro, I'm stuck in the ads while the gifted subs are coming in. But TikTok seller got you. I know the ads suck. I do apologize for it, but we have to have a safety net from TikTok. We have to have it, because TikTok, eventually we're just going to move away from TikTok and do something different, and we won't do the price points there anymore. But it is we are pulling people from TikTok and bringing them to Twitch. So it's kind of like one of those, like, what do I do? But also notice how TikTok you can see the same show that you'd get on Twitch right now. It's the same thing, right? The TikTok live studio could go away at any moment. All they got to do is hit me with a guideline, and boom, that's gone, and we're back to pointing the camera at the screen. And I am just so sick of filling out the the paperwork. I'm going to have to, if it continues, I'm going to have to hire someone just to deal with the appeals process for TikTok, and TikTok is just not profitable enough. XRP is trying hard to break 260. Yeah, let's finish up with Hedera here. I think 225, 226, or excuse me, not 25 or 26 cents. Sorry, I'm so stuck on XRP's price. Send subs him because it will help him grow fast. Thank you, much appreciated. Could you analyze Tether? Is that Tether or Tether? I'm guessing it's Tether because we don't do Tether around here. We don't speak about Tether in these parts. Did you see ads for Algo on TikTok? No, I did not. I did not. That's interesting. I really like Algorand, by the way. Ever since the crypto summit, I'm about it. Tether token? Where's Tether on what on Binance? It's a token, right? Oh, I put Tether. T-A. Tether. Tether token. I have it on Swift FTX. Oh, Sui FTX in Australia. Man, remember what happened with FTX, bro? Anything that says FTX, I don't want it. Want it. Grocery lines for Bitcoin was 27-minute wait. Line for Algo was lightning speed train. Yeah. And Algo is going to be fast, but I think XRP, I think HBAR is the fastest out of all of them right now, right? HBAR, Algo, and XRP are like the fastest transactions. This is interesting. Let me tell you. If this is a cycle, it's in despair. I'd say hold on to this one. I might buy some of this. I think this one's got some pump in it. Oh yeah, baby. Dang, 16 bucks. See, when was this? Was March, October, December. Obviously, when it first came out, it got its first big pump. I think the next pump will fall short just like this one did. Probably 265-ish to 290. What is it? Tethos? T-E or T-H-E-T-A-U-S. I'd say that it's dropped into despair. This would be fear right here, capitulation, despair. And it looks like it's about to get another cycle. Dang, I gotta buy some of this. It's hard to say because it could just be a dying coin, but look, it got 2 cycles. It could take a few months, but I would say by November, this thing could be, 280, 275-ish. That looks good. Who said that? This one? Who asked me to look at this one? Let's see. I'm way behind on the chat. H bar is the long play. I agree. H bar is a long road. It's doing good for me. Really? Kaylin, you're Mother of Dragons, right? Good eye. Let's do our monthly welfare check on Mantra or whatever got rug pulled. Oh my god. Only $1. Yeah, Mantra's done. Check out ETHFi. Oh, I have ETHFi. I bought ETHFi when it hit the market. ETHFi moves opposite of Bitcoin. So when Bitcoin's down, ETHFi goes up. Bitcoin is down. I'm going to leave this one up here because I'm going to look into that. Hold on. Gooncoin. All right. Give me you guys a second. The chats are flying on both sides. I know whatever you're watching, it shows like not much of a chat, but the other side's going when the other one's not going. ETH. Is it EtherFi or is it ETHFi? Because I have ETHFi. I think it's ETHFi. That's the one I have. I have this one. Ooh, yeah, baby. I haven't even looked at that. That one's got more in the tank. That one's got more in the tank, baby. I think it might do 160 if the markets keep going the way they've been going, or it's due for a price correction. And it'd be like some little head and shoulders thing here, bringing it back down to where it was. You bought it on the recent low. Yeah, this one I really like this. This is what I want to see. I want to buy in these zones here. I want to buy in these zones, catch these pumps, sell them. This is good. You may end up holding it for a while before you catch it, but you'll catch it. It'll happen again. Yeah, I'm going to buy some of that today after the show. Dude, who put us on that find? Yeah, that was Kaylin. Kaylin did that. I don't know why I bought it. Someone must have mentioned it. Good for you. This is sick. This is what I want to see. I want to see in the middle of a bull run, the end of a cycle, gearing up for a new one, right before we go into altcoin season, meme coin season. What? Oh, this is sick. I'm leaving this one up because I'm buying this. Can you type in the chart what token that was? Theta. Yeah, it's right here on the screen. Here, let me blow it up for you. There it is. Thetas. Or is it the Oz? I think it says the Oz. The Oz. Where do you buy that? What platform? I think it was a let me double check. What it shows several there's several platforms. Theta, right? Looks like it's on Binance, Coinbase, Bybit, BitMEX. OKX, Kraken, Launch Crush. The name of that coin is THETA. I'm going to pull it up one more time because this is a beauty. This is a beauty. This is what you want to see, guys. This is just, I mean, despair would have been the time to buy, but I think, you know, it could run sideways for a year. But that gives you a whole year to keep buying this one before it runs up again. Zoom in on the 1 hour. Yeah, let's take a minute here. Oh, everything looks the same. Look, it double topped and didn't really play out all the way because news, and it pumped. There's just not enough data to say what it's going to do. It's probably going to do what it did here. Break down, pump up, break down, pump up. And that could be it. Or it does like a head and shoulders thingy, but it's hard to tell. It's technically a widening, broadening, and I mean that's hella broad. I would say that's the makings for a diamond top right there. That's the makings for a diamond top. Bring it down to 97, 98 cents, 99 cents, probably 99. That's the makings of a diamond top. If it is, there's just not enough data yet on that one. But I mean, I'd buy this one and just hold it and wait for it to pump. And once it peaks up, it'll do it quick too. When it peaks, it'll be real quick and just have a limit order set on it. And when it does it, just take it. It could go more, you know, but I mean, why not? Let's say it's fallen down a little lower each time. It went from 383 or excuse me, yeah, 383 down to 339. I would say the next would be 280, but that's beautiful. From $1 to 280, that's like the pump everybody wants from XRP right now. Gee, they gave the big long rug candle. What, on XRP? What are you talking about? Yeah, I'd say that this one's in accumulation. As long as it's running, I'd say from where it's at or lower, which more than likely it's probably going to drop lower. You can probably buy it again as low as like 50, 60 cents. I'd probably say 60 cents is, you know, around its bottom, 55 cents. But more than likely it's going to do this. And who knows, maybe by November it would pump. Boom. Nice little shark fin. That, if that pumps, that would be the same movement as if you bought XRP at $1 and sold it at, you know, 280. That's a decent move. That is a decent move. I like that one. It's fresh, it's early. and we're about to move into altcoin season. You paid that? Yeah, you got in at the right zone. I'm obviously not going to buy today, but I'll tell you what, if it does something like this and then starts to move up, I'm going to probably get in right here at 93-ish, because that'll head and shoulders up to 148 for sure, and then probably come back down. Boom, like that. I'll ride that wave. I will ride that wave. That's beautiful. Good for you, Kayleen. So proud of you. So proud of all of you. You've all grown so much as traders. Some of you, you're already, well advanced, but those of you who are the new traders and that have been taking advantage of my coaching, it's amazing. Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, I wouldn't say you wouldn't be able to break even. If it just ended up being a dead project at that price at around 50, 60 cents, you're not going to take a loss. You're going to at least be able to get out at what you paid for it, or just hold on to it for a long time. Those are the kind of buys I like. I want to catch it in that despair, because it's at the mean right now. It's at the mean, and it just came up from despair. You might have to hold it a long time, but eventually that one's going to pay off. All right, let's talk about, since we're in this meme coin, did I miss anybody's? HD Malicious got a gifted sub. Thank you so much. Wow. Big Baller gifted 2 subs. TikTok Seller gifted a sub. Gift a subscription. Hold on. Oh, I see. I did 20. You did 20 subscriptions? Holy crap. Oh, yeah. Okay. So Big Baller gifted 5. TikTok Seller gifted 20 subscriptions. Wow. Thank you so much for that. $100. Thank you so much. Thank you. That is amazing. You guys have been so supportive. And TikTok Seller, you've donated to the show. Much appreciation. And we're making money, like we're making money because of the show. We're doing this together. So thank you all very much for your generous donations. Give some love in the chats for TikTok Seller. We appreciate you. Yes. And you all are in competition now at 20 subs. So if you're going to beat that, you're going to have to send 25 subs. So let's see who beats that. No, I'm just kidding. Just egging you on a little bit. Yeah, B also gifted subs. I think B gifted 5, but it's not showing. I don't know why it's not showing B's gifts. B gifted the first subs. Like when we first started, I think he sent a whole bunch of them. Thank you, B. B's been a big supporter of this show as well. All of you, those of you who are like the diehard watchers of this show, you're either gifting subs or you're smashing like buttons or you're sending donations. Yeah, we definitely grew. Guinea Marie is, I believe, one of our top donators to the show. So thank you, Guinea Marie, for your donations. Much appreciated. And mind you, those donations literally are employing people. You guys are helping create jobs. All right, let's talk about this. Bitcoin dominance. All right. Bitcoin dominance. Bitcoin dominance is still up. So we're not quite in meme coin season yet. If you believe that we are not in a simul cycle, and I appreciate you getting Marie. Thank you very much. I believe that we're in somewhat of a simul cycle, but I also believe that is a massive group, and most people believe that we're in a regular cycle or a super cycle, and they're all waiting for Bitcoin dominance to drop, excuse me. So if Bitcoin dominance does drop, which it will, altcoins will get a run. I don't think it'll be as big as we've seen in the past, but we will see a run, right? The altcoin season index, though, we moved all the way from over here and we were kind of in here, and we were closer to the middle a few months ago, and we've moved back. But, we've got a long way to move over before we start crossing over. But I'll tell you, once we get to like right here where the cursor's at, it's going to move quickly. Boom. Into here, and then boom. And then boom. So it'll happen quickly when it does. But if you look, like, Bitcoin pumped, and then it dropped, and then altcoins pumped again. And so, like, I think that's why the cursor is starting to move over, because I think we're starting to get into that season. What's your choice of meme coin for upcoming cycle and altcoins? What do you think will get the biggest pump? If XRP does not get the settlement and injunction removed, I would say it's likely that it would be, HBAR, Solana. Otherwise, if XRP gets the case dropped, I would expect XRP to surpass everything as far as altcoins go. Meme coins, I think Trump coin and fart coin would be some top ones for sure. Let's look at crypto bubbles, because the meme coins are based off of popularity. And crypto bubbles is good for tracking the popularity. You love Fartcoin? I know, right? I'm definitely going to pick up Fartcoin for sure. I'm going to always own a Fartcoin just so that I can say I own a fart. Let's look at this year. This year, XRP, Virtual, SPX, Brett, HBAR. So I would say Algo, HBAR, XRP, XLM, Cardano. Meme coins, I would say Pepe, Sui, AV, XMR. That's on the what do you call it? XRP Ledger, isn't it? Fartcoin, though, for sure. That one's always going to pump. I don't think it's up on the year, but I do believe that Fartcoin in the month. Fartcoin's always been a decent one. It did well. Trump coin will probably do something again, but I think probably not with Trump coin. I would say that it's when Trump coin came out, a lot of people bought Trump coin because they thought that was going to be the digital currency that the country was going to use. And I think they were misled by that, and they're like, oh shoot, we got in a rug pull. There's another Trump coin coming. Yeah, there'll always be another one, and they'll have their little bit of hype or whatever. But I would say the best way to find those meme coins is be on social media and hear what everyone's talking about. And you know, I'd say they're all gonna pump something, but I tend to stay away from the meme coin territory. I got into Shiba Inu only because it had utility. I don't know. It's silly. The meme coin stuff is silly, and I get it. But I would say 9 times out of 10 on a meme coin, you're gonna get rug pulled. You're not gonna make what you thought you're gonna make. Most people hold too long, and they just crash so quickly. It's over. Yeah, a few bucks, whatever. I'm gonna, own some fart coin just to own some fart coin. I'll probably never sell it like it's a collector's item. I would say for this cycle, your better bets are in utility. I'm calling this the utility cycle. The utility unicycle. So we'll see. Let's see. Fear and greed index. Greed is nearing crossing the line. Okay. When this gets close here, you should start being worried about selling. I'd even be a little worried now. And this is based off the crypto market, obviously, not just XRP in general. But I'll look at Move in just a second. But the fear and greed index, by the way, this is coinmarketcap.com. Check this out. This is a great trading tool. This is based off of the market cap of the entire crypto space. And there's a lot of tools to go through here, but I'm not going to go through all of it in detail. But ones to definitely watch is Bitcoin dominance. Okay. Altcoin season index. And the fear and greed index, because we are finally moving into that time frame where Bitcoin may fall from dominance. I haven't really covered it much. I think I covered it one time in the show, and that's because I didn't see much relevance in it yet, and I didn't want to throw people off. But we're starting to near that alt season line here, and we could be moving into that. And I would say that it's highly likely that this is a unicycle and everything is pumping together. Meme coins are pumping off cycle of Bitcoin and utility coins, and Bitcoin and utility coins are pumping together. And because of that, the liquidity is more spread out. People got into meme coins so early on because they wanted to try to catch it early to become filthy rich, right? And so because of that, it's not flowing the way it should. And Bitcoin dominance is based off of Bitcoin and Ethereum. Okay. I don't think this chart is accurate anymore because I feel like Ethereum is on its way down. Now, Ethereum did put out some new tech or whatever, and so there is that possibility that Ethereum's making a comeback, but I really feel like Ethereum is poised to be dethroned. The screen is wacky and distorted. I don't know why that is. All right, I'll look at the dog one. I got to look at Move real quick. Let me look at this one first. Oh, my computer froze. I lost all my fancy lines. I forgot to save them. Let's see. What was the project? Move. Oh my goodness. Am I looking at the right chart? I must be. My word. That is volatile as hell. That is so volatile. Look at that. There's definitely money to be made there. If you're trading, and look at this. We got trend lines here. If you're trading between here and it's just moving sideways, that's money. That is some good volatility. Boom. That's between 99 and 138. So you'd buy at 99 or lower, and you'd sell at 135 or higher. That's beautiful. That's what you want to see. However, I do think it's starting to curve down a little bit, but I think it's going to continue to do something like that. That's an easy consolidation trade right there. And this is the 1 day. So how many days between a trade? Let's see. 1, 2, let me zoom in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like about a week or two between a trade. Is a good day trade. I would say this is a good weekly trade. Not so much a day trade. But yeah, it would be a good day trade. But if you're not paying fees, but I would just say I would buy at 99 or lower and sell at 135 or higher. Which coin is that? This is Move, MOVE. This is a nice trading coin. Now, at any point, this thing could fall out of consolidation and crash, or just moon. Either or. But in between, I mean, if you're just playing with a little bit of money, you could grow some money pretty quickly. It's like robotic how big the candles are. It's just massive moves. That is, it's called Move too. It moves, baby. All right, let's look at Dog Whiff Hat. I'm going to leave this one up because I'm probably going to buy some of that too. I'm going to trade some of this. I'm going to throw $100 in there and see if I can turn it into 10,000. Let's see here. Dog, what a Dog Whiff Hat. What a freaking name for a coin. I'm going to buy some whiff. Take a whiff of this thing. I'd say this thing's kind of trading with everything else. It's been on a downward trend since it came out. I'd say it's due for a pump. I'd say it's due for something. But if the market crashes, it'll probably crash with it. This is so new. This is just since December. And it's just been down, 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 down. But mind you, there are so many people that bought on all these zones all the way down. As it goes up, they're just going to liquidate it. It could keep it down because it just started downward. This has potential. It hasn't seen a really big pump yet. It has potential, but I would say be cautious. Be very cautious with something like this that's only seen downward movement. That means people have been buying it, hoping for it to make a turnaround, and they've been holding it for a very long time now, and they're just like, all right, I just needed to get to this number and I'm out of it. Party Patriot. Is that a coin? Party Patriot? Is that it? PRTI? Dang, everybody just flowing in with the things to look up. Simon says, "What's up, Oz? I've been out. I've watched the show on YouTube. No worries. Glad you're enjoying and taking advantage of being able to see the show on YouTube. Getting to watch it later on if you missed the live. That is the whole point. So I'm glad. I'm glad that you're utilizing that because it's not free. I pay the IT guy to come in every single day after the live and upload all that stuff and do all the IT stuff with. So please take advantage of that. Glad somebody's getting some use out of it. Plus, it's a way to save everything that I'm doing, you know. One day I'll be gone, but all these videos will exist. TikTok seller, is that Party Patriot you want me to look at? I don't know. I need a little clarification on that one before, so I'm gonna look at Peanut in the meantime. Peanut's the same thing. Same thing as that other one we looked at. It's just been a drop since it opened in December and nothing's happened. And it's going to be hard for it to move up past this point of like 77 cents because a lot of people are just going to be like, I want to get out of it. Or they'll hold on to it and hope that it moons. I would say your time to buy was in this flat consolidation. But this is an ascending channel, which indicates a drop downward. But these meme coins are harder to chart because they'll just do the opposite. But it looks like it's ready for a nasty. It's about to fart coin. Pump hard and crash. How do I find Move? Move is... That's a good question. Move is on Binance, Coinbase, OXY, Bithumb, Bybit, Kraken. Lunar Crush. DeFi Llama. Those are where it's at. That is something though. Move. I'm pulling that chart back up because wait a minute. Wait a minute. This chart looks different. Okay. I'm retracting what I said about move because that may have been the wrong I may have clicked on the, maybe it was this one. That is weird. It looks different. Okay, sometimes the charts come up wrong on this and they don't load right. So this is move. And I would say it got rug pulled hard and dropped down. Yeah, be careful of move. The other one was just MOVE. What happened to that? Why did I back out of it? I'm glad I did though, because I don't want to steer people in the wrong direction. Move US dollar. Yeah, something was off on that chart. Sometimes this thing doesn't load properly, and I thought it looked wonky. So move is basically the same, but I think it could be forming a head and shoulders thing here, inverted. I could see that to 35 cents. Or it just crashes down more. It's hard to tell. There's not enough data. After we pump like this, we have to start waiting to see, what's it going to do? Is it going to consolidate or is it going to drop down? Goon coin? No, it said move, but it didn't say like move USD. It just said move. It could have been like market cap or something like that. Let's do Goon coin. Goon. Did you want to look at Goon coin? Is that actually a real thing? I generally won't look or condone anything that's on Tether. I don't know. Unless you want me to look at it, I'm going to look at it. But I don't know if that's... I don't see any charts there that I would want to use. I've done some small trades with GRT and done good with it. Let's see GRT. Yeah. I think GRT is... it's down here. It's definitely in that buy zone. I'd probably wait for a pullback. Your entry zone is going to be much lower. I'd say it's probably going to hit 5 cents again. But it, you know, it needs a little bit more of this in between here before I think it's going to come up again like this. And if it does spike again, it's probably only going to come up to about 28 to 24 cents. One, is that a coin? I have so much news to cover, guys. I enjoy doing this though. Let me look at another one. I do want to look at your stuff for you though. If you're a subscriber, you're on TikTok, I'm going to take care of it and we'll just cover the news tomorrow. One Kodak, are these the ones you're naming out are this is like D Trust. I don't recognize if it doesn't even say US, like this is wonton or South Korean won. I don't know if that's Kodak. You got to be specific. Is that a coin you're looking for, or are you typoing or something? I've done some. I'm thinking about hold it. If it drops for it, it pumps. Yeah, coins like that, these low market cap ones, just hold them until they pump like crazy, and then as soon as they do, sell them right away. They're not gonna hold at their positions. They're gonna pump and dump. So if you're holding them, you got to be watching the markets, waiting for that pump to happen, and then the moment it does, just sell it and get rid of it as fast as you can. Unless it has like some kind of utility. No, it's fine. I just read about it. All right, cool. Some of the, I can't know every project. I try to focus on XRP mainly because it's one of the hardest altcoins to chart and its utility. So that's why I do it, and because I believe in it. I think that it has the possibility to be something great. So that's why I do it. Oh man, my back is killing me. I kind of want to just end the live right now because my back hurts so bad. Oh, let's see here. Crypto news. I don't think we did this yet. Okay, XRP up 3%, Bitcoin down as crypto markets fall ahead of new US inflation data today. And that's because of that mixed news that we got. Yeah, I needed a stretch. Some people were fed a lie that Trump, caused inflation, and some people got the facts that inflation is down. And so because of that, Bitcoin fell 3%. All right. So does that indicate that Bitcoin dominance is dying? No, that indicates that people were fed fake information. And I noticed Bitcoin tends to be those who follow the fake news, because those of us who are well informed in crypto are a little afraid of Bitcoin. It's a bubble waiting to pop, and it's a meme coin. And so I think low information buyers and sellers buy Bitcoin. And I think there are those, they're the maxis as well, and they just believe these crazy outlandish things, just like the XRP people. They believe crazy outlandish things too. But I think the mass amount of Bitcoin holders are normies, people who don't know anything about the market, and they just read headlines. They don't really know what they're buying. They just feel like, okay, cryptocurrency is going to be something, but they think that Bitcoin is the cryptocurrency. They don't understand utility and how it works. So I feel like the majority of Bitcoin holders are low information buyers. And obviously there's those of us who hold a little bit of Bitcoin, whatever. I'm just saying, like, a lot of normies that don't really follow anything. They're just like, oh, I heard they're going to a new digital system. Maybe I should buy some of this Bitcoin. Those kinds of people. I have another meme banger. Green shot she token. Let's go. All right, let's take a look at it. And we'll get back to the news. Green. Green shot she token. What the hell? GST. Jesus. Look at it, just goes all the way to 15 cents. Oh man, I don't think we'll see pumps like this ever again. I think these crazy long pumps are done. The liquidity is so spread out. It might have another one in it, but it would only probably go to like 10 cents maybe, which ain't bad. But I would say probably 10 cents on that one overall. What's it at, a penny right now? That ain't too bad. Y'all are pulling out the pink sheets, man. And I'm telling you right now, you may have to hold this one for a long time before you get to 10 cents. But I think it could do it again. And it could not even be 10 cents. It could be 5 cents. But man, you guys in your pink sheets, man, I am not a fan of the pink sheets. The penny stocks. I will take 5 cents. I know these are the get rich quick scheme. And I think they'll have their thing. People are going to be watching them, you know, whatever. But there's so many meme coins now. Like, you have to be on what's popular. They'll pump and dump and then never do this again. You know, it could just flatline forever. Keep that in mind. You can just be holding it forever until it gets to negative 1 cent. Algo. My thoughts on Algo. I love Algo. I think Algo is going to be huge. Oh man. I am in so much pain today. Algo. I think everything's kind of in the same thing right now. It all got a nice little pump, and there's just not enough data yet to show what it's going to do. It kind of looks like a diamond top, though. I think that's what a lot of these are forming, is like somewhat of like this diamond top formation. But we're only like kind of halfway into forming it. If Algo forms this diamond top, then I would expect everything else that was forming it to be forming a diamond top, along with everything else in the market. That's a possibility. There's just not enough data yet. I don't want to throw you off. Let me tell you, everything right now, there's just not enough data to say. We just got a hard pump and we're due for price correction. You know, see how this pumped up here and then it corrected, and then it pumped up here and then it corrects, and then it pumps and it corrects. So it's hard to say. CMOT subscribed. Thank you, CMOT, for becoming a subscriber. Much appreciated. All right, let's get back to the news. Look at this. Why is Bitcoin falling again? It's basically because of inflation. People were told inflation is up and they're not expecting rate cuts. I think rate cuts might actually come. Altcoin also falls except XRP. Ethereum's weakness followed last week's Pectra hard fork which activated 11 improvement proposals designed to streamline execution and reduce fees. Early transaction costs recordings show modest relief, yet Ethereum's share, a total value locked, has continued to slide as competing layer 1 networks court developers with lower base costs. Yeah, I think Ethereum might just be done. I don't think they have the tech or the technology. I think when it came out, it was a great idea, but things are different now. Breaking the trend, XRP settled around 3% up to roughly 250 and sits around 5% higher for 2025, even as Bitcoin and Ethereum are flat to lower. That's incredible. Bitcoin is not perform, but I'll tell you this, Bitcoin started a few weeks before, was moving while XRP was stuck sideways. XRP was stuck in a consolidation and it broke out from there. We're not getting rate cuts this summer. No, I think we'll get rate cuts at the end of the year. I don't think we're getting July rate cuts, that's for sure. But it's possible. But I think they're still waiting to see what happens because of tariffs. Because that impact hasn't really happened yet. Let's see. Coinbase shares could see 16 billion of buying pressure from S&P 500 index inclusion Bernstein. So Coinbase will be on the S&P 500. That's crazy. We already kind of covered this yesterday, but yeah, Coinbase on the S&P 500, that is going to inflow money into Coinbase and into crypto. That's awesome. Oh, we already covered this one. I don't know why I double tapped that one. XRP news today. Legal limbo and ETF delays stall XRP's bullish breakout. BTC at 104K. This was May 12th. This was yesterday. So XRP surged. And then, so basically XRP didn't do as well because of the legal limbo. However, we pumped today and we're holding steady. The reason I bring this up is because I think that this is wrong. I think that XRP is moving the same. It's just XRP fell to that really low position around 160 and moving up now, those resistance zones of $2 and $2.20 are very strong resistance. And it just struggled to break through, not because the bulls couldn't push it up, but there was just a lot of, sell orders placed in those areas because people know with XRP that is a tough zone to break. So I really think that that's all it was. Papa Powell, please. Yeah, Dizzle, all you got to do is become a subscriber and I'll look at whatever project you like, or come on over to Twitch and write it in the chat on Twitch and I will do it for free. We will be leaving TikTok, so we are migrating to Twitch eventually. So come on over to the Twitch side and type that in and I got you. And don't forget to smash that like button. Those of you on TikTok, we are almost to 10,000 likes. We're at 8.1K likes. Those are rookie numbers. We need to bump those numbers up. Start smashing that like button, subscribe to the channel, and share the show, because we do need to build up our Twitch a bit more. We need to start growing that because it is a new platform for us. And because so many people have moved to Twitch, it's made our TikTok kind of slow. So we need to bump up that TikTok just a little bit more. So if you are watching on there, Kodak, if you're watching, I'm talking to you. TikTok seller, Lexus mom, my TikTok warriors, Neo 2.0, Jfinity, Danny Gibson, censored by TikTok. If you guys are watching on TikTok, start smashing that like button. I need your help to continue to feed their algorithm. If you are on Twitch and you're watching, obviously there are those of you that are at work or you're driving or whatever, and you're listening to this like a podcast. I get it. You can't always be engaged, but for those of you who are available to do it, pop off of Twitch every once in a while and go into TikTok and just, start hitting the like button and spamming the chat, and that helps the TikTok algorithm. So much appreciated to all of you who continue to put in that extra work for the show. Much appreciated to all of you. But we need some likes over there for sure. There we go. I see two. I see a couple little likes flowing in. They're flowing in now. Keep smashing that like button. Thank you all so much. And for those of you who are on Twitch, don't forget, and TikTok as well, this show is supported by your donations. So I'm able to continue to keep the staff on and grow the show the way I have been because of your donations. So when you can give, much appreciated. If you can't afford to do it, no problem. Just go hit the like button on TikTok. All you got to do. But your donations are the lifeblood of this show. So I do appreciate all you very much. Those of you who help support the show and keep all this going. All right. Back to this one. India proposes retaliatory duties against U.S. steel and aluminum tariffs. The proposed suspension of concessions or other obligations takes the form of an increase in tariffs on selected products originating in the United States, India said in the notice. Okay? This is not good. This is reciprocal tariffs. All right? Everyone's focused on the China thing and the pause or whatever, and it's not even a real deal. They're focused on UK, but there are other countries that India is one of our biggest trade companies. I would say it's just under China. Okay? It's as big of a problem as China. And the fact that they're putting on reciprocal tariffs is not a good thing. And I think part of it is because they want a better deal, just like China got a really good deal. And I hope that this doesn't serve as a precedent for other countries to say, hey, all we have to do is slap mad reciprocal tariffs, deal with it for a couple of months, and then we're going to get the sweet deal that we're looking for. That's not a good thing. So that's something to keep in mind. By the way, this is brought to you by our news staff. I missed this. I did not catch this when I was looking through the news, and this was put on my desk like 5 minutes before the show. And I was like, holy cow, we need to talk about this. So tariffs are not over just because... Oh no, we're frozen again. Let's see, there we go. I think we got hit with some kind of something. I'm gonna have to have the IT guy look at that, because when we look at all these different sites, man, they are full of spam and nonsense. So we have to like wipe the computer every day after the show because of the freaking news. It's ridiculous. If you're looking for the truth in the news, you're gonna get spammed if you're not paying for it. I'll tell you that for sure. I thought it was doing great this whole year. Wait, I missed some of these. We're not getting rate cuts. I thought you said it was going bankrupt. What going bankrupt? Guinea Marie, I thought it was doing great this whole year. Coinbase going bankrupt? That's what you're talking about. So there was Coinbase filed some things, and there were some things filed, but it was some speculation about Coinbase. So remember, a lot of the news that I cover, you have to pay attention. Pay attention, people. Calvin's trying to tell you something. Pay attention. I do cover these articles because I think that they are relevant, but I also do point out that they're speculative. So we don't know. Yeah, XRP has done amazing this year. And Coinbase, what's going on with Coinbase could just be some FUD put out there. But the thing to take with Coinbase being put on S&P 500 is money is going to flow into crypto because of it. Just because Coinbase is listed on the S&P 500. But Coinbase, that's possibly a way for them to get the money that they need to not go bankrupt. But we'll have to see. But yeah, there was a whole thing with Coinbase possibly going belly up. So we don't know. It's speculative still. There's no set in stone that it's been filed or anything like that. But there have been questions where people have, there have been some concerning things with Coinbase. Every single trading platform has had some kind of scandal with it. And I think part of that is with a lack of regulations and things like that. So I think with more regulatory clarity, things will kind of change and pan out that way. So it just depends. It's still kind of in there. I think a lot of the information could end up coming out as viable. I heard nightmare stories about them freezing accounts and taking money. Oh yeah, I don't use it anymore because of that same reason. It will literally, when the markets are really moving and you need to make a serious trade, it'll freeze on you. It'll lock you out. It'll sign you out of your account, whatever. Coinbase is bad for that. But just because it's bad doesn't mean it won't be listed on the S&P 500, because the S&P 500 are the top Fortune 500 companies, right? So it being listed just means that it's a top Fortune 500 company. They still do some shady stuff, but it is the #1 crypto trading platform. It is the most used. Coinbase stocks shot up 23% today alone from the S&P news. I know, right? What's crazy is Coinbase is the one that's really robbing people. Either that or the network's just too slow and can't handle all those people. Rumors Coinbase is applying to become a bank. What? I'm going to have to get a fact check on that one. Let me get a fact check on that. That is fact check worthy. Let me get them. I have to call because they're in the other room running the equipment. Hey, can I get a fact check on Coinbase filing to become a bank? Yeah, thank you. All right. That one's coming right up. That would be very interesting, though. Let's see here. Oh, did someone ask about SXT chain earlier? I think someone did, and if you're in the show, I do apologize. I got sidetracked during the show. But SXT is space and time, is a cryptocurrency and the native token of the space and time blockchain. It powers a decentralized ZK proven database designed to bridge traditional data systems with blockchain technology. SXT facilitates security, coordination, and value exchange within the space and time network. So it's just another blockchain, I guess. That's cool, though. All right, let's see here. Considering a bank charter, Coinbase confirmed through a spokesperson that they are actively considering applying for a federal bank charter. No formal decision. The spokesperson emphasized that no formal decision has been made yet. Potential benefits: direct access to payment system. A bank charter could allow Coinbase to directly access the payment system, bypass the need for intermediary banks, streamline regulatory compliance. A federal charter could simplify regulatory compliance compared to negative multi-state level regulations. What? Oh, that's awesome. And if they do that, I might go back to using Coinbase just as a bank for like long-term things. But also the problem is having things safe and secure, not having it on a wallet, keeping it. It's just not secure enough yet. I don't know. I would probably say that Coinbase may be one of the more secure blockchains. But, you know, if they go belly up, then who knows? I don't like to use Coinbase personally. It lags too much. But I don't think it's going anywhere. Maybe even if they filed bankruptcy, they would probably just reopen as a different name. Yeah, it always goes down. If you don't have limit orders set, like if you're trading with limit orders, it's not that much of a problem. But if you're trying to trade with the market, when big things are happening, you can't do nothing. It just screws it all up. All right, India is putting on retaliatory tariffs. That's not good news, but it's all being suppressed and covered up because of the whole China thing. And I only saw that one article and I didn't even see it. I was looking and I didn't find it. Yeah, they charge more fees. Trump says U.S. will remove all sanctions on Syria. Let's watch the video.
That's why my administration has already taken the first steps toward restoring normal relations between the United States and Syria for the first time in more than a decade. And I'm very pleased to announce that Secretary Marco Rubio will be meeting with the new Syrian foreign minister in Turkey later this week, and very importantly, after discussing the situation in Syria with the Crown Prince, your Crown Prince, and also with President Erdogan of Turkey, who called me the other day and asked for a very similar thing, among others, and friends of mine, people that I have a lot of respect for in the Middle East, I will be ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness. Oh, what I do for the Crown Prince. The sanctions were brutal and crippling and served as an important, really an important function, nevertheless, at the time. But now it's their time to shine. It's their time to shine. We're taking them all off, and they're going to have, I think they're going to have, based on the people and the spirit and everything else that I'm hearing about. So I say good luck, Syria. Show us something very special like they've done, frankly, in Saudi Arabia. Okay? They're going to show us something special. Very good people. Everywhere we can, my administration is pursuing peaceful engagement, offering a strong and steady hand of friendship to all that will take it in good faith. Together, we have made unprecedented strides and tremendous progress, and we're still just at the dawn of the bright new day that awaits for the people of the Middle East, the great, great people of the Middle East. If the responsible nations of this region seize this moment, put aside your differences and focus on the interests that unite you, then all of humanity will soon be amazed at what they will see right here in this geographic center of the world. It really is. It's like a center of the world and the spiritual heart of its greatest faiths. For the first time in 1,000 years, the world will look at this region not as a place of turmoil and strife and war and death, but as a land of opportunity and hope, just like you've done right here, a cultural and commercial crossroads.
All right, so that was pretty cool. Saudi Arabia, they got some money. They got some money for sure. So that should bring gas prices down, right? Danny Gibson says, dude, I just passed a small airport in Southern California, made me wonder. Did you see a red Corvette out there on the runway? I'm just kidding. The Corvette's not in the runway. It's in the garage. That's funny. Cali gas is going to $8. What makes you say that? Shaz, how you doing? Good evening. See no windlass plane? I don't know. I'm not going to give out too much information where I'm at. But I'm out here in the middle of nowhere. Wingless plane. Probably not it. All the planes out here have wings on them. It's more of like a fueling place. It's a gas station. There's only 2 working refineries on NorCal, the other in SoCal. Yeah, but we don't get all of our fuel from one refinery. A lot of fuel gets trucked in. I mean, I could see gas going up, but I mean, right now gas isn't too bad. I think I paid like $3.40 something, and then it went back up to like $4.45-ish, which is kind of what it's been at. And that's because of like the whole tariff thing. They'll use any excuse to gouge prices out here in California. I'll tell you that much. Spent all day doing yard work. Wow. Good for you, though. It's good for you. Keep you young. Super here is $3.35. Yeah, the cheapest stuff out here is like $4.45 to $4.25, depending. Costco gas is sometimes cheaper, sometimes it's a little more, but it's better gas. I buy Costco gas. But I have to drive like an hour just to get to Costco. but I gotta drive. It's like 30 minutes to an hour drive just to anything out here. We're in the middle of freaking nowhere. All right, let's see here. We got a couple more articles. I might speed through some of this stuff. I'm in a lot of pain tonight, so I might call it a little bit early for the show. Analyst unveils shocking Fed interest rate cut prediction. The Federal Reserve is tasked with a tough job. It has to balance a dual mandate target, low inflation and unemployment, to often competing goals that are particularly at odds in 2025. We've seen unemployment and layoffs, and inflation progress has stalled recently. The product of tariff fueling inflation later this year leaves the Federal Reserve in an impossible situation. Cut rates and risk runaway inflation, or increase rates and risk sending the economy into recession. That's why I feel like most of these rate cuts are not coming. We're probably just going to keep rates where they're at. So, and we talked about that earlier, but yeah, also there's the uncertainty with the tariffs. They're just kind of playing the waiting game to see how it pans out, because we haven't gotten the full effect of the tariffs yet. It's going to take time. And then this was put on my desk today. This is from the government website, from Congress of the United States House of Representatives Committee on Energy and Commerce. So I'm not going to read all the stuff that's in here. So like this one's energy recession to relating to certain Inflation Reduction Act programs, state-based energy efficiency trading grants, funding for Department of Energy Loan Program Office, advanced technology, vehicle manufacturing, energy infrastructure, reinvestment financing, transmission facility financing, grants to facilitate the sitting of interstate electricity transmission lines, yada yada yada. All this stuff, right? This is a bill that was introduced. It looks like Brett Guthrie from Kentucky, Frank Pallone Jr. from New Jersey. So this is a bill that's been introduced, right? But and there's a lot of good things in here. There's a lot of good things in here. Funding, carbon dioxide, oil, and hydrogen pipeline permitting, right? A lot of good things in here. But there's one thing to take away from here. Repeal and rescission relating to grants on greenhouse gases. Repeal and rescission relating to funding of air pollution at schools, and all these different repeals and things, right? But down here, this I found very interesting, and so did the staff, and they brought it to my attention, and I was like, we got to talk about this. Section 43201, okay, Part 2, Artificial Intelligence and Information Technology Modernization. Subsection would appropriate $500 million to the Department of Commerce for the fiscal year of 2025 to remain available through September 30th of 2035 for the proposed modernizing and securing federal information technology systems through the development of commercial artificial intelligence, automation technologies, and replacement of antiquated business systems. All right. Artificial intelligence systems and automated decisions and models that increase operational efficiency and service delivery and improve the cybersecurity posture of federal information technology systems through modernized architecture, automated threat detection, and integrated artificial intelligence solutions, subsections that no state or political subdivision may enforce any law or regulation regulating artificial intelligence models. Holy crap. This bill, all right, they hid this right here at the end. This bill, if it goes into place, that means that they can put no regulation on artificial intelligence. That is terrifying. Have you all seen iRobot? Have you not seen Age of Ultron? Come on. Have you not seen The Terminator? Please, for the love of God, don't let this thing pass or have this repealed from this act. This is terrifying. This is so terrifying. AI. Okay? States that no state or political subdivision may enforce any law or regulation regulating artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems during the 10-year period beginning on the date of the enactment of this act. That is so scary. I do not like this at all. Okay, you can put all that other stuff, great, whatever, looks good. They always sneak something like this in here. They're always sneaking something in these bills. This is why we can't have these omnibus bills and these blanketed bills like this. They need to be individual. And I get it. Oh, they're going to actually have to do their job where they have to like actually vote on each individual issue. What? Like, isn't that what their job is to do? They'd actually have to show up for work and vote on things. Oh my goodness. Congress actually do their job? What? This is crazy. Artificial intelligence having zero regulation on it is the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. Our show normally doesn't cover this stuff, but people need to know this. This is not good. This is scary, man. I don't want to be all doom and gloom all the time, but holy cow. You cannot have AI run amok like that. You cannot allow companies to develop AI with zero restriction. It's what's the word I'm looking for? It is reckless. Reckless. We've already seen videos of like AIs, like robots attacking people and all kinds of different things. That is a scary thing to consider. And, you know, just keep that in mind. I'm going to go back up here to what this is so you guys know what it is. So this is the 119th Congress of the United States House of Representatives Committee on Energy and Commerce 2125. All right, let me zoom in on it so you guys can go research it yourself. The internet is a beautiful thing. Look at how, and look at it's all the way down here, all the way at the end here. Right here, right at the end. Where did it go? You gotta zoom out a little bit. I'm zoomed in too much. Artificial intelligence. Part 2, Artificial Intelligence and Information Technology Modernization, Section 43201. That is the fact that, I get it. Okay, you want to send $500 million to the Department of Commerce for 2025 to 2035 to work on AI technology. Great. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Develop some AI. I could use a chat bot that could actually create decent memes. That would be great. Instead, I have to do it all myself. But having them being with no restriction, that's crazy. I'm going to read it one more time. Subsection C states that no state or political subdivision may enforce any law or regulation regulating artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems during the 10-year period beginning the date of the enforcement of this act. That is terrifying. Sure, give money to build AI, but have some kind of regulation. There has to be some voice of reason here. We cannot allow AI to have full access to the internet. We cannot have AI have full access to the world's data. We cannot have AI have access to so many things. This is a problem. All right. That pretty much wraps it up for the show today. I'm going to call it a little bit of an early night. I'm in a lot of pain. And we're just going to have to wait and see what happens here. Let me plot this out one more time here. So we're in this channel now. So we break out and we use this channel as support. We're going to the moon. If we kind of just stay between here, we're looking at dropping off. But we need to break out of this channel in order for it to be a moon trip. Gave you a lot of likes, man. Thank you. Much appreciated. We're at 12K likes. Thank you so much, Simon. And all of you who smashed that like button. Have a good night. For those of you, Giddy Marie, have a good night. It's been a long day today. I could use a little bit of a break. So I'm going to take this time to just rest a little bit. Oh, TikTok wants me to prove I'm still live. I've been live so long. They're like, hey, we don't believe you. And yeah, I think that's it. All right, have a good night. Don't let AI take over your life. forget, we are supported by your donations. So don't forget to send a donation. You can click the link there below, or you can get the Cash App or Venmo. That's at OZZY12233504. Yeah, this is some original music that I was able to get for the show that's not copyrighted, that I can legally use. But it's decent, I like it. Hello everybody, welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I am Ozthecryptogoat. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. We have a special guest coming on today, Crypto Callie. Crypto Callie will be in the live today. Probably guest. I'm gonna have Jesse on as a co-host in a little bit, so guest is probably the way to go. I'll have you up in just a second. For some reason, it only lets me have one co-host. I think Jesse's coming on as a guest too. It'll be more like a panel, if you don't mind. I'll make sure everybody follows you. Sounds good. Make sure you tell them to come over. Everybody double tap. Hashtag FYP in the chat. What's up, Eric? How you doing? Everybody spam the chat today. Everybody hashtag FYP, hashtag must watch. Let's get the views up so that we can have a good show for our special guest here. sell the whole bag. I think it's gonna pump again. Come on, it's gonna pump again. You got to join the bear club. Nah, the goats. Join the bear club, huh? You know what I say is don't be a bear, don't be a bull, be a goat. Goats love when the price goes up and they love when the price comes down. CRV is doing pretty well. You know what? I saw SXT was doing like a bull flag too earlier. $9.3K likes. We're going to get started in just a few minutes here. Make sure you're hitting that like button. Don't just hit it. Don't just tap it. Smash it. And that's 10K, baby. Let's bring up Callie. Yo, what's up, bro? Welcome to the Ledger Lounge.
Thank you for having me, brother.
Of course, man. I've been anticipating this for a while because we all know that Callie is the lovable bear of the space. And some might say that I'm a bear too. I don't think so. I love when the markets go up. I love when they go down. We had a nice chat yesterday with Josh and MMG Crypto about XRP. And my question for you is, do you think XRP is a rug? Do you think it's a scam? Where are you at, brother?
So, Zach always says that in this space you can't speak in absolutes. Okay. I think that
Absolutely.
XRP has a lot of red flags. I think that it has the setup to be a historical rug if they ever wanted it to be the case. But I don't think it goes down that line. My large concern with XRP doesn't actually come from Ripple itself. What I do believe is that there is, a larger level of MLM scheme, multi-level marketing scheme, which is of course, financed by some really, really big whales in XRP who are obviously going to benefit a lot from, pushing price above its, potential true value. Not that in crypto there's really anything that you can call true value, but push it way, way, way above its potential true value. And that's kind of what my concern is with XRP.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a red flag. I think with Ripple holding 44% of the supply, and then they've restructured their escrow. Hold on just a second.
You're good.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
But yeah, they've restructured their escrow and they're moving way. They used to take and put like, I forget what the amount was. It was like $1 billion would get released, and they put like 750 million back into the escrow. And now what they do is they move it into private wallets, and they're holding all of it there, and it's just accumulating in these massive wallets that are just, honestly, that looks like a rug to me, you know?
Very dangerous. Very dangerous. I don't like. It's just the number of red flags for me makes it not worth it of taking that risk.
Yeah, I'm not too keen on it. I think you'd be better off holding XLM than holding XRP, to be honest with you.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, and XLM is owned by it's like a private company, right? It's not actually owned by Ripple.
It's from someone who was a co-founder of Ripple. I forgot what his name was, but he co-founded Ripple, and I think he also like co-founded Mt. Gox, the founder of XLM.
Yeah, and they're not dumping on their holders. So, and dude, when that thing moves, you make way more money off of it than this. It's way smaller market cap.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like to me, it's the smarter investment. I think the whole narrative behind XRP is going to make it do phenomenal things that it shouldn't do, which is why I'm still invested into it. But is it going to hold that price? No. And I think the narrative, the reason it is this crazy projected numbers is so that retail ends up holding the bag on it and they don't sell.
I mean, I was talking about this in my little recent video. I said like all these influencers that are pushing $100, $200 valuations on XRP and all these tokens. Where do you think their sell targets are at? Do you really think they're gonna hold themselves up until then? Absolutely not. They're gonna be selling at $10, $15 if it even gets there. So
If it even
like,
gets there. I'm thinking
that's the
$8,
thing.
dude. What do you think?
I'm thinking 7 to 10.
Yeah, 7 to 10. That's right there. $8. Dude, when $8 comes, I'm dumping my bag, bro, and I'm putting in a short. I don't normally short, but this is one that I'm going to short for sure.
I mean, like I think you can't go wrong because you're already taking your profits on the long, so you're already like on your spot bag, so you're already reducing that risk, especially if you play the shorts, with discipline and whatnot, like you're setting yourself up for literally making money on both sides, and that's for me that's the way to play this market.
Yeah, I don't normally short, man. And a lot of people here in the chat, they don't do shorts, they don't do leverage trading. Um, what would be your, obviously not financial advice, but what would be your take on that? And like, because I know that you do a lot of leverage trading, you do um, a lot of shorts. What would you tell the viewer?
I would tell them to not do it.
Don't do.
Yeah, no, genuinely, it the market always humbles you. That's the thing. I'm a very like I'm educated in finance. Okay, my degree's in economics and finance, and I've studied a lot of quantitative finance, and I've looked at the statistics of trading like very in depth. And just because I'm having 1, 2, 3 profitable years in leverage trading doesn't mean that's gonna stay like that forever. And I'm aware of that, right? And I'm just taking advantage of the conditions that the market finds itself in because I feel like I've been very lucky to understand the way that this market moves under the Trump administration. Um, as a matter of fact, the last 2 weeks for me have been absolutely horrendous. I've been I've been taking very poor trades. I've been taking really big losses. And fortunately, I kind of had a time period pretty much from February until about a month after Liberation Day, where I made so much money that losing right now isn't really a problem. But like genuinely, if this isn't the environment to start to leverage trade. And if you truly want to start, then you really have to take the time to learn.
I'll tell you, I never leverage trade. I never short, and I was seeing bullish thing. I was too bullish, man. I got way too bullish, and I decided I'm gonna try doing a little leverage trade, right? So I did, I don't want to say too much what I did and what I did it with, but I got burned, bro. I got burned really bad the last couple days. I was too bullish, and I got humbled a little bit. I made some memes about it too, like Stewie crying himself to sleep. I got rugged so bad, dude. So it happens to everybody, man. It doesn't matter how seasoned of a trader you are, how educated you are. You're gonna you're gonna have mistakes, and the what I would tell you is that learn from them, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
Indeed. I mean, it's a game that reflects your entire mental headspace, right? And I've had a couple of weeks that have been very stressful for me, at a business level and at a personal level, and that clearly has reflected in my trading.
Yeah, it's been a difficult week for me for sure. Cause dude, everything looked bullish. Everything looked like we were going, and like I was telling you, I was like, I think I was in your live. I was like, end of the week, right? You were in shorts already, and I was like, no, wait till the weekend, right? The weekend came, and I didn't listen to my own damn advice, and I went in long again, and I should have shorted, and yeah, I got burned. It happens, cause
I mean, it's very risky. That's why I try to take it day by day, right? Normally when I give like like the following weeks I think this is gonna happen and stuff. I always let people know that that opinion is subject to changing very quickly because this market you have to take it day by day. It's consistently pricing in new information, right? And there's always news and there's always events that are developing all over the world. And since crypto has been so overreactionary to absolutely everything, then we have to really take it slowly, right? Because you never know when WAR is going to kick in, or when something extremely bullish is going to happen. So
exactly. And like it's funny because I get like the haters though. I'll be like, oh, we're bearish, and I've been pretty much the bear of XRP for the last like 6 months. And then I kind of changed my tune on the 9th after we found out the tariff pause thing. I was like, all right, I'm bullish. And it's funny because after it pumps, those trolls come back into the live and they're like, oh, I thought you said it was going down. I'm like, it was going down. Now it's going up. But obviously, you're not watching every single day and you're not paying attention to the show because the markets change. It goes up some days and it goes down some days. You got to be able to adapt. That's why I say don't be a bear or a bull, be a goat. The goat is adaptable, you know?
I guess the saying that I like from my end is bears are patient. So
Very true.
bulls are aggressive, bears are patient. So
Dude,
I
one
just
one guy in here is holding a short to 126 for XRP since like April 29th. Still holding that short.
you said 126.
Yeah.
How's he not liquidated?
I'm not sure. He said he's still holding it.
That's actually insane. I can't lie.
It's probably a lot of money too.
That's absolutely insane. I can't lie. That's. I mean, that person, they're in that trade and they're still holding with conviction. That I'm not gonna question them or anything by any means. But for me, normally, like that's one of my bigger like problems. It's like you got to be able to adapt. You got to be able to pivot your situation. If you see that it's a losing trade, you have to have an invalidation point. If you don't have an invalidation point for your bias, like you have to be doing something wrong because you're not applying the correct risk protocol to your trading.
I think it could hit 126 after the bull run come November, December. What do you think?
I mean, maybe, but will they be liquidated by then? Is the question.
That's a good question. That is a
Like
very
you,
good
you don't want
question.
it. You don't want it to hit your target, but after liquidation, you want it to hit it before, ideally.
Right. It's a tough game, man, because I'll tell you what, we should have dropped hard on that, and that should have hit, and then the tariff pause came, and dude, the tariff thing has been such a wrench in the gears right now. It's almost unpredictable. You don't know what Trump is going to do. All he has to do is say one thing, and everything pumps or it dumps. It's crazy.
And what's even more dangerous is that he knows this.
I
He
know.
knows the impact on the markets.
Dude, I think it's insider trading, man. To be honest with
Yeah,
you,
absolutely,
absolutely insider
absolutely.
trading.
And
Because
then
it
also what I think is not just the tariffs, bro. That um BOMB from a certain Middle Eastern country on a US airbase, that could have been much, much, much worse had there been, you know, US casualties, because then the US would have gotten heavily involved, you know. The fact that there was none kind of eased tensions off a lot quicker, and we were able to just kind of recover out of that, not just in financial markets but just at a geopolitical level. But I feel like that was a very like it was a very thin line, man. Like we were very close to having a potential bigger crash in crypto markets, and a very serious geopolitical situation.
absolutely. I was actually really surprised how quickly it ended. I don't think it's over, to be honest with you. But they're kind of brushing the reality of the situation under the rug. People think there's actually no ceasefire, and people think that there is a ceasefire. People think that it's over, it's peace on earth and goodwill toward men. People still think that there are trade deals that are non existent. And the media manipulation of the markets has just been phenomenal. And look at the way things line up for XRP, for instance, right? Look right here. We have this big green candle. This was when Trump came out and said, "Oh, we're creating the Bitcoin reserve." Right? We got this green candle, and then the next day we had the tariffs, and it just completely obliterated all of that movement upward. And then
Yeah,
over here,
on a Sunday too. That was a Sunday into a Monday, by the way,
right,
which
that,
is even crazier to me.
and that's when we were on like the Sunday dump. Like every Sunday was a major dump, and I didn't even see that coming. I missed that candle. I was kind of bummed about it. But I did catch this candle right here. This formed a nice inverted head and shoulders on the 1 hour in a lower time frame right before. And then Brad Garlinghouse came out the next day and was like, "Oh, the case is over." And literally right after we got that green candle, that the case is over, which it wasn't, total BS. We got the Fed report that they weren't going to lower rates, and it just completely erased all of that, and it dropped all the way down to that 163 that I'd been screaming to high heaven. I've been screaming to high heaven since January 29th on this live. Since I started on Mega Cryptos Live, I said we're going to 163, and then once we hit that, then we should turn and move out of the bear market. And that's exactly what it did, which was crazy. It was like months ahead of time on the projection. People called me a clown, and dude, it was amazing. Big Baller says you called it to the penny. Wow, I know, right? I mean, I was a couple pennies off, but I actually did call it to the penny. But I said we're gonna add a couple cents on there just to make sure it hits, and it did, and it was phenomenal. But the the wrench in the gears, man, with the news, it's completely unpredictable. Which brings me to my next question for you. Alt season. I feel like alt season is a bit unpredictable too right now. I don't think we're officially in alt season. A lot of people are saying, "Oh yeah, it's alt season. It's alt season." It's like one of the number one Googled things right now. Is it alt season? What do you think? Do you think we're moving into alt season, or do you think this is a fake out?
So I have a few things that I look for when I'm looking for alt season, because realistically, the Bitcoin dominance chart, if you look at the 3 day time frame, if you look at the weekly time frame, they're actually still a pretty bullish outlook on Bitcoin dominance. But there's a few things that I look for that I've seen in previous cycles. Number one, for alt season to start, the last, I mean, I've been in crypto since 2016. Okay, so I've had the 2017-2021 cycle.
Same.
For alt season to start, I've seen a 3% absolute dominance drop. So when I say absolute, I mean like from 63 to 60 dominance drop in 1 to 1.5 days. Okay, that's number one. And number two is actually Litecoin. Litecoin has been a fantastic indicator for alt season starting and alt season ending. So when Litecoin closes and holds above the range of 130 to 140, really it's 140, alt season is beginning at that point. And when Litecoin crosses $300, it front runs the end of alt season. And that's happened the last two cycles. And at first, I thought maybe it's a little bit different this time because, well, we have the speculation of the altcoin, the Litecoin ETF, right? And also, I just saw the price and I was like, oh, like wait, this is way too low. It was at low 80s, even 70s. I think after Liberation Day, it went to 60s, and I was like, oh, maybe not. And then I've seen Litecoin run while we've had this, alt relief kind of period, and I see that it's reached, its kind of previous psychological level to that final level, which is 120. And I'm like, oh, okay. So right now I'm actually looking at Litecoin very, very closely, because I think that potentially that can help us understand whether if we are entering alt season or not. That being said, from a buying perspective, I'll get a bit closer. Sorry, guys in chat.
It's on my
From a
end.
oh, it's on your end.
Yeah.
Okay. So from a buying perspective, of course, you want to buy when dominance is topping out, right? You don't want to buy when you're already starting alt season because that means you're just buying in the middle and you're kind of just chasing the trade. So I've told you this. I'm 40% Bitcoin. I'm 30% stable DAO, and everything else is altcoins, right? And if I see dominance be above 67 to 68%, if I see it between that and 70%, I'll deploy the rest of my stable coins into altcoins. And from there, bro, it's just a matter of hoping that things play out the same way that they've been playing out in previous cycles. And I do believe that there are a lot of differences in this cycle. But shit, man, like if we don't get any sort of rotation into alts, like heavy rotation, then I would be severely disappointed personally.
Yeah, there's the narrative going around that maybe we're not going to get an alt season and Bitcoin's not going to lose dominance. I'm not really feeding into that right now because we still don't have a strategic Bitcoin reserve. I think we have one company that's created a reserve, and that's for XRP. So there's no real official Bitcoin reserve yet. And I think that that's the catalyst that would basically end alt season, right? Because they would never sell, and institutions would start getting into it and doing the same thing. Other countries would do the same thing and follow, and that would basically never allow the price of Bitcoin to come back down again. But the public
So
doesn't
that's
know that there isn't a reserve yet.
Yeah, so that's an interesting point, man, because what I do see is we have a lot of Bitcoin treasury companies. And I'll tell you something, dude. They're not gonna hold forever, in my opinion. They're companies. The executive team has a responsibility of delivering value and maximizing value to their shareholders, and so they're gonna do that. And at some point, for that to happen, you have to take profits, right? Unless of course we evolve Bitcoin into some sort of like truly highly valuable asset to lend against. At which point, I feel like a lot of companies could probably benefit more. Borrow against. They could benefit a lot more from borrowing against their Bitcoin and whatnot, right? But you look at the Bitcoin treasury companies right now, and for me, the problem um, is the same problem that we've had with every financial crisis historically, and it's leveraging and over leveraging. So many of these companies, these Bitcoin treasury companies, are so heavily over leveraged, dude. We go to something like 90s, and so many of these companies have to start liquidating their positions, right? And of course, we already know that Saylor wants to buy it all,
Right.
but
And he's
Like,
heavily leveraged on Bitcoin.
that's the thing. So if you cause, we've seen what retail driven liquidation cascades look like in crypto. We've never seen a corporate driven liquidation cascade. So if you have all these companies, all of a sudden, you have Mara Holdings, which hold 50K, XXI, they hold 37K, Bitcoin Standard Treasury Company, 30K, Riot Platforms, 20K. You see all these companies, if they start dumping their Bitcoin, we see a really, 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 really big liquidation cascade. And honestly, like, I don't even think Sailor has time to eat it all up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I keep saying this that Sailor is going to end up in prison.
Dude,
Jesse, what was the name of the guy that did that? I think it was like in the 80s or the 90s. He was taking
Bernie Madoff.
Bernie Madoff. Michael Saylor is the new Bernie Madoff. Do you know that story,
Oh
Kelly?
yeah.
Yeah, dude. And history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. And that's what I think is happening. And that's, what we've seen with the banks. The banks have been over leveraged and they've had to be bailed out. There's no one to bail out crypto.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the bubble has to pop at some point, and then the alts
So
have to run.
That's kind of been my concern this whole time, right? Like, it looks like we're trying to, evolve crypto and continuously develop the environment around it such that we can implement it into our traditional finance space. At which point I do believe that there would be some sort of like fallback plan, right? But as of now, I think crypto is still a little bit too young, too immature, and still doesn't have the regulatory clarity, even with all the bills that are being passed, to say crypto gets bailed out. If a lot of people think that if Tether fails, they get bailed out, and this is something I talk about. And of course, I get all the hate in the world for it. But the thing is, I'm never not gonna pay a lot of attention to those stable coins because we saw what happened with Luna.
Yeah.
And I ignored Luna. I was warned about Luna. I was trading Luna. I was warned about it. I was told that their algorithmic stablecoin system was easily exploitable, and I completely ignored that. And then when it started happening, I was like, oh, maybe I should look into this, right? So ever since, I've paid a lot of attention to stablecoins. I paid a lot of attention to FDUSD when Justin Sun started flooding it, and it started becoming a flight risk for Binance. So the thing is, if something like Tether fails, and I know that sounds absolutely bananas to say, but if something like Tether fails, I don't know how much market share the rest of the stablecoins are able to eat up during that time period where it's failing, and the panic that it's going to cause in crypto. And I don't know how much there would be for it to get bailed out, and whatnot. So I don't know, man. That's where like the true bear in me comes out, and it's the fact that I'm trying to be prepared for the truly, truly worst case scenario.
Do they even have the funds to bail it out? You know what I mean? Like, where does the money come from? It has to come from somewhere. And that's why I keep pushing that right now the narrative is utility, right? I think the next narrative is going to be security. People want security, and think about it. Institutions. We were talking about this yesterday. Institutions, right? They want to move their money. For them, it's not really about speed and cost. It's about safety, right? And that's why I used to be really bearish on Ethereum. Dude, nah, man. Ethereum's going to be faster and cheaper, and it's going to be the most secure. I really do think, and people are like, well, XRP can do that in this fast, but it's like, it's not secure. They're
That's
validated.
why everyone builds on Ethereum.
Yeah. I just don't see it happening. The pipe dream that everyone has, it just doesn't line up. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm with you, man. I mean, I don't get me wrong, man. I've doubted Ethereum at some points. Never again. And I'm lucky that during my doubts I didn't sell. But yeah, I've doubted Ethereum in the past a lot, and that's not a mistake I'm ever gonna make again.
Recently, I doubted Ethereum because I was like, it wasn't doing anything and everything else was moving and it was just kind of stagnant. And I was like, is this project dead? Has it lost its functionality? Is it no longer the indicator for alt season? You know, like when Ethereum gains dominance. And now I'm like, no, no way. Ethereum is it. And that's why I'm like SXT, baby. I'm not a coin shiller, but when I see something that's spectacular, I'm like, this is worth looking into. Have you looked into SXT?
Yeah, so you've told me a lot about SXT actually. I still don't hold it. I feel like I have, a bit of time, even if I miss out on any potential, moves early on. And that's just because I'm waiting to see what happens with the market entirely, right? It's nothing to do with the project itself and everything to do with, you know, can I get a better entry? Because sometimes
Right.
I'm greedy like that.
Dude, we bought it at 0.065.
So you're up about 50%.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, a lot of people watching the show bought it at that low price. We also got in it right before a big green candle, up to 15 cents. We got it at 10.5, and then traded it. But it's, dude, it when it moves, man, it moves. It prints money moving sideways if you got enough in it, and you're trading it. It's kind of phenomenal. I love the supply is low and the market cap's low, so it doesn't have to move much in order to like do something spectacular. And it just, dude, it got a double pump the other day. So it pumped like hard and then jumped out, and then it ran way back down, jumped back in it, and ran right back up again, and then jumped out and then got back in it. And dude, it was phenomenal. It was like adding to that 50% we're already up, adding another 40% on top of it.
I
And that's
mean,
why I
the,
tell
the, thing for,
people,
the thing for me is that I don't trade the low liquidity. Like, I mean, I don't know how low liquidity it actually is, but like for me, it's a little bit scary to trade those because I do go in with a lot of size on my leverage trades. So
I mean, to each their own, but a lot of us, we don't do leverage, right? So I'm looking
right.
for that low market cap and the utility behind it. I think that the next narrative is going to be security, and that's what it is. It's um, so it works on pretty much every chain, right? So it'll work on XRPL, it'll work on Ethereum, it'll work on anything, but it's the only one that does off-chain data verification. The only one. It's a one of a kind. So I'm like, this is something spectacular. Like, not every day does something like that come across your desk so early and have a chance to get in on it. And so I'm like, this could be something. TikTok seller says next cycle could be huge. I think it could be huge this cycle, to be honest with you. I think it could do 50 cents to a dollar.
There's never harm in just getting some exposure just in case. I normally do that when someone shows me a token, or well, not shows me, you get what I mean, but when someone shows me a token and it's someone that I trust to some extent in the space, that's what I normally do. I get some exposure while I research it, and then I just go in with a lot of size. So shit,
You
man.
know, shit, what was I going to say? I forgot what I was going to say about it. Damn it.
You're good.
Yeah. It's awesome though. It's amazing, and it being partnered with Microsoft and Chainlink, it's legitimate, you know. But I don't think that it's going anywhere, and the fact that it's through Ethereum makes me even more bullish on it. But it'll work on any chain. It's awesome.
I love that, man. I'll take a look at it, bro.
I'd recommend it, man. Obviously, it's a low market cap, but oh, I remember what I was gonna say is it didn't have narrative, right? You know, XRP's got the narrative, and it's
Hmm.
phenomenal. SXT doesn't have a narrative, so I'm noticing lately over the last couple days, the SXT narrative is starting to come out. Everyone is starting to talk about it. Everyone is making a lot of money off of it. And that is a good indicator for me that this alt season, it's going to fly because it's just now getting the narrative right before alt season is about to happen. I think we're moving toward it. I don't we're not necessarily in it yet, but I'm preparing for alt season right now. I'm starting to load up on the stuff that hasn't pumped yet, right?
Like that, bro.
And it's one of them. It's one of them, man. And the narrative is finally there. I went into whose live was I don't even remember whose live it was, and there were just random people asking about SXT yesterday in the live. People that have never watched my show, I've never seen or heard from them, didn't say anything about SXT. Were like, "Have you heard of SXT?" So the narrative's starting to build. Like that's a good indicator for me. Like I'm buying it and I'm holding it, and I can't wait. And I'm trading it too, but that's because I'm just growing the bag. You know, I'm selling the top and putting it back in the bottom. Mother of
Amen.
Dragon says I've noticed more people starting to talk about it now. Yeah, I'm wondering if I'm part of the reason why, because I've just been like totally like screaming to high heaven SXT. Maybe it's me, but I'm seeing it in spaces that I'm not normally in. I'm seeing it on J Dan's live. You know J Dan, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I go in there and people that I've never seen, heard, or talked to, they're talking about it. So that's a good indicator for me.
I think that's very good. I mean, at the end of the day, you're talking about a project that you actually believe has value and whatnot. So even if it is partially caused by you, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I did go into Jada's stream yesterday and I actually saw two comments about SXT. So
Yeah, that's confirmation for me, man. And
hmm
dude, J Dan's live is massive. So one or two people talking about it in there is it's going to spread like wildfire.
I agree.
Let's see. I'm kind of off my game today.
You're good, brother.
Yeah, dude. Dude, yesterday Starlink went out. Did you hear about that?
I saw
So
that. Yeah.
so we have Starlink here. We had no internet all day, and I wasn't prepared for anything, and so like we just kind of had like some people come in and chit chat and do like a little debate on XRP. Um, we went through that pretty fast. um, tell me something. Riff with me, buddy. Help me out here.
No, so, I mean, I was gonna ask you then. You mentioned Chainlink before. What do you think of Chainlink? Because Chainlink is my biggest non-Bitcoin or ETH bag.
Dude, Chainlink is, I think, everything. I think it is the line that connects the dots, baby. And now there are other things that do what Chainlink does, right? But it's the only one that's based out of the US, right? So I'm pretty bullish on it. I know y'all watch Calvin Hill. Calvin Hill's super bullish on it. I take what he says with a grain of salt, to be
I
honest with
don't I
you.
don't I don't like Calvin at all.
No, I don't either, man. We actually got into it in his live, and I got blocked for a while, and then I was able to get back in contact with him, and we hashed it out. But I went into his live and I said, "You use your followers as exit liquidity. Shame on you."
Kind of
We,
does. But
yeah, dude, we were gonna plan a live where we were all gonna just leave this live and jump into his and start trolling him. We never did it, but
nah, listen, though, for me, it's been a really tough like journey in this space as a content creator. I'm very blessed that I'm very very close to a lot of really really big previous cycle influencers. So like Blockchain Boy, Crypto Network, and them, and they're good friends of mine, and they've kind of advised me, throughout my starting phase as a content creator. And dude, the one thing I noticed, even though I was warned about it, is dude, the amount of narcissists, paid shillers, people that just use their community for their own benefit, to me is absolutely insane. I understand that people have a hustle. I understand that you can't turn your $1,000 into $100 million empire just off of investing. And I understand that, people want to sell stuff, they want to sell courses, they want to sell books, they want to do, I can understand that, but there's a difference between that and just fully, lying to your community and grifting your community and everything. I think that's kind of crazy to me, bro.
What is it? Is it Psycho Crypto or Crypto Psycho? You ever seen that guy? Dude,
Yeah, I've seen him. I've
he
gotten into him.
yeah, I've got into it with him too, and I guess Cosmic Crypto as well. But dude, that guy, he's probably one of the worst as far as XRP goes. He's one of
You
the
know what the
worst.
thing is? I think that I always say this. There's two types of XRP influencers. There's the ones that are truly friggin' paid shillers, and part of the whole MLM scheme. And then there is the ones that the message, it resonates with them, so they repeat the message and they, expand it to the rest of the crowd. So of course, because it's to my understanding that Crypto Cycle doesn't really understand too much. At least, when I first joined his Discord and got into it with him, he was like, "Oh, I don't understand the internet." And I was like, okay, well, it's 2025, first of all, but
Yeah.
so, when you don't really understand financial markets, when you don't have experience in financial markets, and you hear this message that you're going to get incredibly wealthy off of doing absolutely nothing and off of, no truly tangible skill set or anything like that, and you're just, gonna sit there and watch as, magic happens and your wallet doesn't just grow to millions, not tens of millions, but hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, then of course it's gonna resonate with people like that, and they're gonna amplify that message and whatnot. And I think that's extremely, extremely dangerous because they don't have bad intentions, but unfortunately that's even worse because they don't know better. So they're gonna defend and die on that hill. The people who have bad intentions, eventually their true intentions come out, right? And you can bash them on debates consistently, consistently, consistently until the reality, their true colors come out. But for the people who don't know better, dude, like they defend their points until they're done, bro.
Yeah, I think it's tribalistic, but I think people are too married to their coins, man. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and I notice a lot of the influencers here. They're like, I never sell. I never sell any of my coins. I'm just buying, 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 and I'm like, you're trying to buy a lottery ticket when you're doing that. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you, Raymond. Thank you for all the gifts, by the way. Don't forget to gift Callie and Revolution as well. They're both
No
up
need to
here.
give me. There's no need to give me.
But you know, oh shit, what was I saying? What was I talking about?
We were talking about tribalistic people get married to their coins.
Oh yeah. And people, they're buying a lottery ticket is what they're doing. You know what I mean? And I keep trying to say this lately has been what I'm saying. Um, you don't need a lottery ticket. What you need is a good strategy and control of your emotions, and you're going to be a profitable trader. And you don't have to just throw it. You can literally put all the coins in a hat, right? Shake it up and pick one and pull it out, and it's going to be a winner if you're trading it. You know, if you can get yourself a good strategy, get yourself a mentor, get someone that can help you and hold your hand through this, you're going to do well. And like that's what I offer. So I offer one-on-one coaching for deluxe subscribers, and then I teach a TA class on Discord, right? And everyone that takes advantage of those services, it pays for itself. I tell people, invest in yourself before you invest in this market. You know, hone your skills, learn how to paper trade, and then get into it. Don't just FOMO into a project and hope for the best, because we're in crypto because of the volatility, right? That's what we're looking for. I can make what I make in a year in a matter of days, weeks, or months in crypto than what I would do in the stock market. That's why we're here. We're here for the volatility, right? It's a dream, a trader's dream come true, and it's not going to last forever. And people think that people are getting rich off of crypto by just buying something and holding it. Some of them are. They got lucky. They bought Bitcoin early, you know. They bought XRP early. I'm one of them, you know. I never traded uh, up until like, you know, this last cycle, but I traded in the stock market mostly. And I never would trade in crypto because of the fees. And then when I realized, I was like, fuck the fees, man. Like there's something here, you know? What am I
There's
doing?
money to be made. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's so much money to be made. You don't need a lottery ticket if you're doing it right. Yeah, and dude, even you, like you're doing the leverage trading. I'm never doing that again. Okay. I got I got burned pretty hard the last couple days trying to mess around a little bit, seeing what I could do. I will never do that again. No way, Jose. Because I'm used to like
I mean,
if I mess up, I just wait a little longer and then it pays off. But with the leverage trading, bro, that liquidation, bro, it's over. It's over.
it's so easy to lose. People underestimate it, and people win for a week, for a month, even for a year, even 5 years, and they still underestimate how easy it is to go on a losing streak and lose it all in a second. Like it's really easy.
Yeah, my advice, not financial advice, do your own research, but my advice to you is come up with a strategy and trade crypto. And you're going to be guaranteed money. You won't have to worry about um, if you bought the right project. Any project you like is going to make you money. They're all nice and volatile, and it's going to happen quicker. But also practice with fake money. All right, there's plenty of platforms. TradingView has fake paper trading, right? Trade with fake money, come up with a strategy, and then hone your skills. Invest into yourself before you invest into the market, especially crypto.
Yeah, so the one thing I would add to that is, bro, if you know how to code your strategy out on PineScript on TradingView, and you literally take the whole paper trading period, and instead of taking a whole year to learn, you identify if your strategy is good or not in 10 seconds. All
Ex-
you have to do is code the damn strategy.
Explain that.
So, um, it basically like TradingView has a back tester for you, right? And it's got the bar replay, so you can do it manually, or it's got this thing called the strategy tester, right? And the strategy tester, you can basically, you can code either strategies or indicators on TradingView, right? And
Right.
it
I've
literally
done that
just
with like Bollinger Bands, right? Okay.
exactly. So you can, instead of making an indicator, you make it into a strategy, and like the format is very similar. You just there's the initial thing where you name it an indicator, you turn it into a strategy, and yeah, you put that into your Pine editor, you run it. Of course, you have to provide it a entry condition, a risk protocol, a take profit condition, and all the indicators that you want to use with it. And then from there, you use the strategy tester. And I'm not sure, I think this might be a TradingView premium feature, but I mean, let's be honest, like you gotta invest. If you want to make money in crypto, like somewhere at some point, you're gonna have to, invest some money. And TradingView premium isn't that expensive, right? So you go to the strategy tester, and it takes a time period, okay, based on the maximum amount of candles that you can have in TradingView Premium, depending on the plan you have. It's like either 10,000 candles or whatnot. And then from there, it does a full back test. And since it's coded, there's no hindsight bias, there's no overfitting, there's none of that, right? Because the buy and the entry and exit conditions are the same always, right? So it does it for you. It identifies every single point at which it considers you should have entered, and at which it considers that you should have exited and whatnot based on the conditions that you provided for it. And then from there you get results. So I can show you one that I have. I created a Virtual's protocol.
Yeah.
So I created a trading bot with that. Um, And I mean, I'm not going to show the strategy itself, but I'll show how it works. Can I flip my camera real quick?
Let's see, how do I put you on main screen? Hold on.
So you go to the strategy tester, and as you can see, it takes all the trades for you in the past. All the trades for you. So these are all trades that it's taking, right? And then it gives you a full breakdown. So your total P&L, your max drawdown, number of trades taken, win-loss, profit factor. Of course, the profit factor is based on your P&L and your win-loss, and you have an expected value. What else? Your gross profit, total amount of commissions, and it does a full trade breakdown. You can look at every single trade that it takes. So it's taken 837, and you can look at every single trade it takes. So this is from May 19th to July 26th. It provided me a 290% return with a max drawdown of 15%.
Nice.
And that's literally it, man. So like PineScript is super intuitive, man. It's a very simple language. It's much easier than Python even. A lot of people prefer using Python, but like for this purpose, it genuinely serves a purpose, bro. And then from there, you can actually, whether try to create a bot out of it, or you can just use the strategy manually. And of course, there's going to be a decay to that profit that you're making, through the botted out strategy, because the bot runs 24/7 and whatnot, right? You're not going to be 24/7 in front of the screen. You're going to miss trades. You're going to take a trade late and whatnot, right? But that's where I think that coding really plays a huge advantage.
Absolutely. I've done it, not like coding, but I've done tested a few strategies and played with that a little bit, but never actually really got down with it like that. That's pretty incredible, actually. You ought to teach a class on how to set that up, man, because I would take it.
I mean, I've thought about it. I just don't know how many people would actually be interested in that, but I've thought about it.
I would. I'd probably just put a little bit of money into something like that, and then see what it does. And if it's working, I'll throw more at it.
Yeah. So yeah, the complicated part for me. So we had a forward testing period. So and I say we because after what's it called? After finding out that the strategy was profitable, I reached out to one of my friends who's a developer, and I asked for help. Right. So we had a forward testing period of a month, and during that month, it actually net me a 30x. So of course, huge alpha decay, and it's normal that there's such a level of alpha decay. Your strategy isn't going to be 30xing every single month for its entire existence, because that is just highly improbable and impossible, as a matter of fact. But yeah, we had that forward testing period, and then we went on to try and deploy it on an exchange, right? The problem is, in the European Union, we don't like 99% of our exchanges just like suffer with USDT trading pairs because USDT isn't MiCA compliant, right? And then the ones that do work, they have horrendous APIs. So it's been impossible for us to actually deploy this, for a fully automated bot that runs on the exchange. And that's been such a problem for me. But in the meantime, I've used it as like an indicator. It just tells me when to buy, when to exit, and of course the profitability is nowhere close to the 300% that it shows here. Because like I said, I have to sleep and whatnot. Albeit I sleep very little, but you still don't take every single trade, and you don't take it at the perfect microsecond it tells you to. But at least you can get something out of it.
That's actually really interesting. Have you heard of Mason versus the
No.
creator? He's out of
I don't know.
Canada, which I believe is EU. He has a trading bot that I've actually used. It's decently profitable. Not as profitable as I can do manually, but he does offer a trading bot through his platform that he created, that should be compliant where you're at. I would look into him. And dude, I trust that. You know how there's some creators that were like, no, like I won't listen to at all. I
Mhm.
actually know him personally. He's one of those millions of followers kind of creators. I anything he says, he's on point. Like, and he'll tell you, he'll be like, "Hey, I'm promoting this coin because I'm paid to." Do your own research. But
Mhm.
there's a lot of projects that he's turned me on to over the last few years, especially like AI agents. And every single one of them has just done phenomenal. I trust him. I trust
I
him with
mean,
my
I,
money.
I respect the transparency from that. Like, I can't lie. Like, not many creators say, "Hey, I'm paid to shield this" and stuff like that. But if he's got one that works, might want to ask him like how he pulled that off.
Well, I'm not sure if he coded it himself or he had someone do it for him or whatever, but I know it works. I wouldn't
Mhm.
say it's as profitable as what yours is doing, but it sounds like his is fully automated,
Mhm.
right? But it does something. I can make more trading myself because I just I'm more of a swing trader, right? I'm sometimes I'm scalping, but most of the time I'm swing trading, and I think that that's a better option because you're not so married to the screen.
Mhm.
And I used to do more high frequency trading, but since I've been doing this show, I'm pretty much swing trading now because I don't have the time to stare at the chart all day long. I got the show and the business. I got all these people working for me, and I'm now I have affiliates that I'm working for, and so it's like I don't have the time anymore. Honestly, I think
And
I think the swing trading is better for the average person. You know,
I mean, for sure. No, for sure. Like that. That's what I see a lot of people do. They swing trade their spots. So that's the way I started with trading was actually instead of like swing trading my spot bags, I was swing trading on low leverage. So I know I would take a 3-4x, and that was extremely. Of course, I caught that at a decent point in the bear market where, it was the start of the 2022 bear market, and I was catching some, like how in the bear market there's always random projects that just pump, and
yep,
then they
those are the ones I
like,
buy.
yeah, exactly. So I would catch those on 3-4x's, and of course it's relatively low risk, right? Instead of losing your position at 100% loss, you're losing it at 33% loss. So for me it was kind of worth it, and that's how I started out, and then I went on to more high frequency, high leverage, and whatnot. So
Bro says I lost 10K on Dej. Do you know any memes that I can jump on now?
holy shit, he must have top blasted the shit out of that.
bro, bro, I don't do the meme coins. Like I try to stay out of the trenches. I've spent my time in there. Last cycle, I did a lot of meme coins, and I did well, but also at the same time, I didn't quite understand the cycles like I do now. I didn't know as much because I'd always just been like a long term holder in crypto, and I would more or less accumulate. It would run up, and then I never took profits. I never did anything with it, and I was like, what am I doing here? And like, so I completely changed my strategy, and then this time I'm like, okay, I'm retired now. I'm not not gonna fall for that shit again. Like I'm taking profits, and I'm done working, right? But dude, I've been in crypto since 2016, basically buying up the bottoms on a lot of these narratives coins, like these ISO coins. Before ISO was a thing, I was buying them because I believed in the projects. So I guess I kind of got lucky. Not all of them are ISO compliant, but I did well. And when it ran up in January, I was like, I'm good. I'm gonna dump this bag. And then like the tariff narrative came, and I was like, I'm done. I pretty much dumped when Trump got inaugurated, and I exited like right before the tariffs hit in January, and I've pretty much been out since until now.
I mean, that's the smart play, bro. You know, people are gonna hate on it, and people are gonna say that, oh, hodling. Well, no, I don't understand where that you know mindset has come from. Of course, it's been influencers that have pushed the hodl narrative, right, so that they can dump their bags on you. But I think you did the right thing, bro.
Absolutely.
I trench a lot actually. I trench a lot just for the fun of it, just because there's not always something worth leverage trading. There's not always a crypto worth researching. So when I have nothing much to do, I just trench, and I love it honestly.
Where do you do the trenches? Pump fun?
So I mean, I do trench on Pump Fun quite a bit, but I use like bots. I use what's it called, Photon and whatnot.
What meme coin should we be buying right now?
I'm not gonna lie, I haven't done it much recently, but wait, there's a few that are interesting, I guess. I think there's one that's called um artificial. What's it called? One sec.
You know what I'm holding? I'm holding fart coin.
Artificial gooning intelligence. That's one that I'm looking at.
Artificial gooning?
Intelligence, yes. I found that name hilarious. I can't lie.
Dude, I'm all as far as meme coins go, like so I used to be a Shiba army guy, last cycle. Um I'm all about fart coin, bro. Put me in the fart
of
army.
course,
Dude,
the
that
big fart,
thing,
bro.
let me tell you something about fart coin. I will always hold fart coin just so that I can say I'm holding a fart. you know, I think you've heard me say this before, but dude, I will always hold at least one for that reason. And that sentiment, that understanding that fart jokes have been around forever, for millions of years. They're not going anywhere. And as new people come into crypto, that joke is going to stay alive, right? They're going to say, oh, look at, they got a fart coin. I'm totally buying this. And be like, dude, I just sent you a fart, bro. Like, that narrative's not going anywhere. 100 years from now, that coin is still going to have that narrative behind it. That's why I'm like, all right, this is worth holding. Obviously, it could dump at any time, but dude, that one's just been like ticking up, bro.
Yep. No, absolutely. I mean,
It's a
I'm not gonna
collector's
lie.
item. It's a collector's item.
No, literally, the thing is, I feel like Farcoin is just so also like it's cabal driven like crazy. Like it's multiple cabals that are driving Farcoin. So I don't know. I you know it's gonna be one of those that are not just for the culture, right? And I think that's kind of what I like about Farcoin. Um, I don't know. The way that token moves is truly artificial, dude. Truly artificial.
What makes you say
So,
that?
well, because we know, first of all, we know that it's cabal driven, but second of all, you look at that chart and it's almost too good to be true sometimes. You know, like the Farcoin chart is genuinely your like textbook what a crypto chart should look like. That's the thing. Especially for a meme coin, right? So
Pull it up.
it has that, its initial pumps, takes really hard retracements, and then just creates uptrends, and whatnot. And I don't know, dude. It feels truly just artificial sometimes. Like, to me, Fartcoin literally looks like what a meme coin chart, like a textbook meme coin chart.
Right? Hey,
So
Fartcoin is a cup and handle right now on the 1 hour, and on the 1 day, I'd say it's a solid buy. It could obviously come down a little bit more. Um, I think this one's going to pump up to a new high, $1.75. Yeah, Fartcoin's a buy right now, ladies and gentlemen. Fartcoin is a buy right now. Sell at $1.75 though. Dude, look at it, man. And like you said, it's textbook, bro. That is textbook.
NFA indeed.
Yeah. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I'm buying more of this. I'm gonna wait for it to come down here to $1.32, and I'm gonna put a buy order in. I'm gonna buy some more. $1.33. That's your price point, baby. Not financial advice. I never do meme coins, bro. Never, never, ever. But this is the one meme coin that I'll be like, I believe in it. I believe in it.
I mean, dude, it's a mix of culture and, like I said, it's Kabbalah driven. So
Yeah. Solid buy. $1.35 to $1.33, solid buy right now. I kind of want to pause the live and just put it in order real quick. That's where I'm at with it. I used to do the live on my phone, and I would do where I would say, hold on, I got to pause the music or change the music. And I would go in and I'd make a trade on Coinbase or whatever I was using at the time. God, oh, for the love of God, people, don't use Coinbase. For the love of God. I'm so glad that I'm completely emptied out of my Coinbase account. And I'm just like so done with it. My wallets are empty. Dude.
Did they restrict any of your cash outs at any point, like they do with everyone?
Dude, they restrict my cash outs. They cancel your limit orders and buy orders and sells. They sign you out when you're trying to do something and the market's moving. Anytime you're in a project and it runs and you're ready to take some profits on it, it freezes or it signs you out. And you're just completely locked out of it. Do I think that it's going anywhere? No. Coinbase is like the on-ramp and the off-ramp. I actually own Coin, right? But do I use the exchange? Hell no. Like, I would say if you're new to crypto, it's a great place to start, right? To get comfortable and kind of learn something that's easy to figure out. But don't stay there. Even Jesse's our fact checker. That's Revolution right above your head, right there. Mm-hmm. And she started on Coinbase and she's out. She's like, I'm done with this. This is crazy. I think she had like 30 limit orders that were canceled for no reason.
I would lose it. I can't lie. I've only used Coinbase ever to like send it to other exchanges, and that already caused a big problem because at one point it was the only one that I could like straight up deposit from my bank account and whatnot. So
yeah, and that's why I own Coin, the Coinbase crypto, mm-hmm. because it is the on ramp and the off ramp. It's linked directly to people's bank accounts. People are using it like banking. They get like their Coinbase card and they can use it. So I think it's awesome. It just needs work. It needs work, and I think it will grow and evolve and become better. But sometimes I wonder if it's on purpose, man. Right? Do you think that it's just being overused because it's like the biggest exchange out there, or do you think it's manipulation?
Both. We know exchanges are notorious criminals. I mean, we see it even on Binance, bro. The scam wicks that Binance has shown at some points are absolutely insane, and the fact that Coinbase, have so much restriction over people's deposits, to me, like, it really begs the question. First of all, what level of solvency do they have? Because what if they're what's it called, restricting your withdrawals because of potential like lacks of liquidity, like too many people are withdrawing at the same time, therefore they can't process your I don't know, $50,000 withdrawal. It's happened, bro.
That's what I'm worried about.
The equivalent to like a bank run, just at a much smaller scale, of course. So it really does beg that question.
That's exactly what I'm worried about, and that's why I never will recommend anyone an exchange. They'll always say, what exchange should I use? I say, I don't recommend any of them. Not a single one. but you have
I
to
get
use them,
that.
right? I don't think
Yeah.
Coinbase is going anywhere. They almost went bankrupt a couple times, but now with them being linked up with Circle and Circle's IPO, they're not going anywhere.
Mm.
But you're right, dude. I never even thought of it that way. It's like a bank run. And
It
think
could
about
be.
it. All the coins on their exchange, they own it, right? And you okay, so you're educated in finance, right? You know more than I do here. Um, do they earn interest or anything off of that?
I mean, honestly, my guess is that they do something similar but less risky to what FTX did. They probably invest all that, bro.
Yeah,
Um, that's my guess. They probably stake what they can stake. You know, they find their ways to make money out of it that isn't just fees. Break even point was some absurd fees. It was something like 0.8% per buy and sell, some shit like that, right? And they ended up making it 1%, so super super duper expensive. But when you have the volume of something like Coinbase, like bro, there's
yeah. Coinbase has
a lot of
not only
economies of
the
scale.
biggest volume, they have the highest fees, right? So they got to be making
Yeah, I don't know
a
what the
ton.
fees for Coinbase are actually.
Well, I know they fluctuate. It depends on, you know, how busy it is.
Mm-hmm. I see. I mean, so that's the thing, dude. With that amount of volume, but I still think, I mean, they're greedy, bro. Literally, they're just like banks. So I wouldn't be surprised if you know, um, all the ETH that they have in treasury is staked or something like that. I don't know, something like that.
Interesting. Well, brother, um, thanks for coming on. We're gonna get through the news and everything.
Mhm.
We actually had you over an extra 20 minutes. So
Oh,
I appreciate
no
having
worries.
you on, and thank you for coming. And if you don't follow Callie, make sure you follow him. Great creator, good music on his live. Great music,
Thank you,
and
thank you.
I
Great
always have
chat,
fun
brother.
over
Thank
there,
you.
man. I like to come in
Thank
and
you.
troll you a little bit.
Hey, bro, I love it when you're in my stream. I hope you know that, dude. So you're always welcome. You already know that, man. And thank you so much for having me up, man. Thank you so so much. Seriously,
Absolutely, man. I appreciate you.
appreciate you, bro. Have a great afternoon, bro. See you, man.
All right, take care. All right, ladies and gentlemen, some tunage. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Can you speak on SPET? Not really. Is it a meme coin? Can we see a quick peek of Jesse? Jesse, your fans want to see your face. Jesse, why don't you come up and talk to your fans? They want to hear from you. I don't know if she's mic'd right now. Wait till Sunday. You guys gotta wait till
Yeah, we
Sunday.
have our show, The Queen of Chains, on Sunday. And to be honest, I'm eating pretzel pizza because that's super important. And I have cheese everywhere. So, no.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you, Jesse, for being on the show. Was that a burp?
Nope.
Jesse just burped. All right, let's see here. Let's get into the news, guys. Let's get into the news. I'll tell you what, I feel off my game today because yesterday the music is fire today. I know, right? How'd you like that opener? That opener song is dope. I was digging it. We'll play that to end the live for sure. I have to say, I'm a little off my game. Keep the music, just lower it. All right. Let me see here. Let me see here. How's that? Is the music too low now? How's that? Raise it a little bit more. How about that? All right, cool. TikTok Studio finally gave me a better audio control. Do like Jdan? All right, we could work on it. I think I want to go back to this song. This song is so so XRP Doge, Solana lead crypto sell-off, but altcoin season still in play if this happens. So Bitcoin dominance lost a key level, and confirmation could indicate or ignite a broader altcoin season, a Coinbase analyst noted. You know what I noticed is Google search alt season, or is it alt season, is like up right now. And that's not necessarily an indicator of alt season, but it's an indicator of volatility. And we love volatility, baby. So if everything just pumped right now, it could indicate that it's going to pull back and then pump again. So alt season could be in full effect. What to know? Excessive leverage on altcoins primed the market for shakeout. Coinbase David Doge said in a report, Bitcoin dominance broke below the key 200-day moving average, and staying below the level could ignite a sustained period of altcoin outperformance. An even bigger cup and handle forming. Oh yeah, SXT is about to pump, baby. Yeah, SXT got a double bottom. It needs to break above 10 cents. So if this breaks above 10 cents, it should send it back to like 12, 15, 13 cents. And I would say a lot of orders already got filled here, so it'll probably reach a new high. Also, keep in mind this trend right here. This is an ascending, broadening wedge, which can be bearish. It looks like it's got another move up, though. But if it follows the bottom line here and hugs this down here, it could potentially go run up along here and slowly move up to 10 cents and then collapse. Oh. I have a feeling we got in so early it would be profits from here on out. I think you're right. We're in so early. It's I mean, it could potentially drop back down to 6 cents, 5 cents, but that's just another buy opportunity. We're so early. XPM. Mother Dragons, I told you, you need to be trading. Mother Dragons, you got to get in the TA class. I will put a spot for you in the TA class if you want to join it. You should invest into yourself before you invest into the market. Does this look like the right one? XPM? Mother Dragons, you got to get in the TA class. I'm telling you, it's what you need. And you don't have to day trade. You can swing trade where you're doing a trade like once a week, maybe once a month. Swing trade. So this is that same thing with XRP. It looks like it could be a head and shoulders. It also looks like possibly like a double bottom thing. This is a cup and handle, which I'm seeing a lot of those, but it's a bearish cup and handle, so it's falling into the cup. So it's less likely to pump, but it could very well if this is like a double bottom. But I think this is the double bottom, which pretty much played out. I'm not really seeing, haven't seen me live in a while. Make sure you follow and set notifications, brother. And remember, TA is for subs only. We're doing TA for subs only now. This looks like a cup and handle thing here too. This looks like SXT, baby. This should move with SXT. I think it sends. I think everything's about to send again, to be honest with you. One last time before the end of the month, unless things don't. We've got 5 days. 5 days for things to send. Otherwise, expect a drop. Expect it all downhill from here. I'm not too bullish. I got the white light on. I really should have the red light on, but I'm just not quite sure. Usually we get that pump right before the end of the month, and then everything falls. I think we're going to get a sell-off, though. We are 5 days away from a sell-off. So we need a pump like tomorrow. You know? We need a pump to.
Problem is,
What's that?
is if I notice this in the trends because I have two different browser histories, one that's pro, one that's anti, and as long as people keep believing it's altcoin season, it's gonna extend farther. But as soon as people are like, "Oh, it's done, it's over," people are gonna back off their trades and sell shit. So sorry, just saying.
I agree with that. Altcoin season will happen because people decide it. That is a good point. I mean, I'm holding because I think we might be going into alt season. I'm not the only one. Let's do XLM. Mar Lopez says public sentiment plays a huge part with market makers. Absolutely. I think we're going down. XLM looks all right, though. I think everything gets one more little pump and then either tariff deals are signed and it just keeps sending shit, or no deals and we dump. XLM looks good. The charts say yes. We got a double bottom here. That should send it back up to like 45, 40, probably like 46. 45.5 to 46. 45 to 46 is where it should retrace back up to. Look at this, was a nice bull flag and it didn't happen. Like, what happened, right? What a fake out. So remember, TA is for subscribers only, guys. Make sure you subscribe. Click the subscription button, become a subscriber. And with a deluxe subscription, you get one-on-one coaching with me. I think everything's about to get one last little pump, and then we'll see what happens with tariffs. That's what I think. XTZ. And remember, following is not the same as subscribing. Yeah, weekend pump. That's what I'm thinking. One last pump before a big ass dump. Especially XRP. XRP is going to get an end of the month dump. Ooh, this looks promising. XTZ looks promising. This is a descending channel. That should send the price back up to $1.09 to $1.13. Let me go on a lower time frame. Maybe it's gonna fill something better than that. Look, it's also a double bottom here. $1.02 seems to be a strong resistance point. like $1.19, $2 seems to be a strong resistance point. But in the 1 day, it seems to look more bullish than that. I think it wants to go to $1.14 to $1.15. Seems about right. Yes, it's going to 11D. This one right here, man. $1.3385. That's the one I want to buy. I need more farts in my wallet. Textbook. Just like Callie said, textbook. I think there's narrative behind it. When I see a meme coin, this is what I want to see. Like, it's not going to run forever. All right, let's get back to the news. All right. Let's take a listen to
Senator
this.
Loomis says U.S. is waking up on crypto after historic legislative week. After years of lagging behind global competitors, the U.S. may finally be catching up on crypto policy, according to Senator Cynthia Loomis. In the latest episode of Decentralize with Cointelegraph, the Wyoming senator said recent developments mark a turning point. Milestones and progress. There were at least two significant milestones, Loomis said, referring to last week's so-called Crypto Week in Congress. The first being the Genius Act legislation that authorizes payment stablecoins that went to President Trump's office and was officially signed into law, along with the Clarity Act now goes to the Senate for our consideration. Loomis, who co-authored a Senate market structure draft, praised the progress. We've been crafting and getting feedback for 4 years now, she said. Even though it's now coming to the forefront, this has been something that's been in the development stage. Notably, she highlighted the growing bipartisan support. We had to do some extra listening, changing, amending, but we got a good solid vote. And we're working very hard to keep this a bipartisan product. The
For the
senator
first
also
time in
discussed what
months,
makes the Senate bill
I
distinct.
actually got
We've
up and
emphasized
walked
something
away from
called
the live.
ancillary assets, which is a helpful way to determine what is a security or a commodity, she explained. Related, U.S. crypto legislation drives $4 billion surge in stablecoin supply. Crypto and beyond. Beyond crypto, Loomis also addressed her new AI-focused legislation, the RISE Act. AI falls under the jurisdiction of the Commerce Committee, she said. So there's sort of a symbiotic relationship between the digital asset world and the AI world. The bill focuses on liability protections and professional responsibilities. If part of that information is AI generated and false, the professional has a duty to vet it, she said. We want to make sure it also provides some modeling information. Asked what message she had for crypto builders who may have given up on the US, Loomis said, "Don't lose faith. We're waking up." President Trump has expressed his desire to make the United States the digital asset capital of the world. Help is on the way. Legislation is on the way. Rules of the road are on the way. Listen to the full episode of Bite-Sized Insight for the
Everything's on the way. Have no worries. The markets will only go up, right? I'm not buying it. Who knows what Trump is doing? I know, right? It's either a Trump dump or a Trump pump. Why does it rhyme with both words? It can go either way with this guy. I'm not convinced that tariffs are going to cause much of a problem. I think it'll have a bit of a dip, but not like we've seen in the past. You'll see it pull back some, and that'll be your buy opportunity. Trump is holding all the cards. I agree. I think you're looking at your last buy opportunity come either right now or end of the month. it's, and I'm not saying your last buy, but like to buy the bottom, you know what I mean? Yeah, either right now is a buy, or the beginning of the month, the first like day or two, first 3 days, that would be it. Should I buy Trump coin? Um, I would say, if you're asking me that question, I would say become a deluxe subscriber, and you can get one-on-one coaching with me, and I will help you. I think I'm going to offer another tier of one-on-one coaching. It's going to be a higher tier coaching where you can schedule time with me on Discord for a voice interaction. So we can actually have a more in-depth look into what your situation is, or your portfolio, things like that. I'm not quite sure how it's going to work. What I'll probably do is I'll do it Sunday, like an hour before I do, or maybe like an hour after the TA class. Probably after. And it'll allow people who are that tier of subscription where you can voice call me and we can talk about things that way. Because I noticed, like with the texting stuff, because I have a lot of people, some people just don't have time to text during the week, and they need like a weekend day to have time with me. So I want to try to facilitate where everyone can get something out of it. And some people, just with the texting, it takes them too long, or they get frustrated with it. So I'm thinking like a one-on-one coaching time where with this next level, you can schedule time where we can actually sit down and talk. So I'm probably going to bring that soon, but don't not subscribe now, because I'm not even 100% sure I'm going to offer that yet. We shall see, or what it's even going to cost. But right now, for $10 a month, you can become a deluxe subscriber, and you can message me any day of the week. And even on the weekends, I'll still answer your questions. I just ask for a donation. And so you can give me a donation right away. You can do it after you make your trade. If I help you on the weekend and you don't donate, you know, I'm just not going to help you the next time you want help. That's all, on the weekend anyway. But I try to help. And I understand that some people, they're like, oh, I can't quite give a donation right now because I need to make money on this trade. Okay, no worries. You can give it when you're able to. They'll control everything you own. Oh, that's so true, bro. Yep. So true. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. Nature Miracle launches a 20 million XRP treasury. Check this one out.
Nature's Miracle has unveiled a $20 million corporate treasury initiative focused on XRP, marking a significant move into crypto by a publicly traded vertical farming technology firm. Vertical farming firm adopts XRP as core treasury asset. Nature's Miracle Holding Incorporated, NMHI, a vertical farming technology firm, has announced plans to establish a corporate treasury program dedicated to XRP, with up to $20 million earmarked for acquisition and staking. The program will initially be funded through equity financing, with Nature's Miracle intending to allocate a portion of the financing proceeds toward XRP purchases. We see the huge potential of XRP as it improves the speed and reduces the cost of cross-border payments. We believe that the adoption of an XRP treasury program will benefit our shareholders and the company, said James Lee, CEO of Nature's Miracle. This move positions Nature's Miracle as one of the first publicly traded companies to adopt XRP as a core component of its treasury strategy. Beyond holding XRP as a long-term strategic reserve, the company plans to deploy staking mechanisms to earn yield and actively engage within the Ripple ecosystem.
That was the fastest slice of pizza I've ever eaten in my life. That was so fast. I was hungry. Mar Lopez, thank the IT guy. He brought it. Yeah, baby. Thank you, IT guy, for bringing pizza. I will reimburse you. Because I'm like that. Thank you, IT guy, for the pizza. I will send you... yeah, Elon brought us pizza today. I'll send you some cash. Thank you, Elon. Mar Lopez, thank you for subscribing. Much appreciated. Become a subscriber, guys. We're 65% of the way through our goal. Be a subscriber. Get one-on-one coaching with me. Elon left y'all with the internet. I know, right? Dude, our internet was down yesterday. That's, by the way, yesterday's live went down the way it did because literally the internet came back on right before the live started, and I couldn't use the computer. I couldn't do anything online. I couldn't set up anything.
Breaking news, Starlink down worldwide. Starlink just suffered a massive global outage, leaving tens of thousands of users offline, many in critical areas that rely on satellite internet for communication, security, and even survival. Reports started
This was
just
us.
after 3 p.m. Eastern today. First from the U.S., then across Europe, Asia, and Australia. Even Ukrainian forces who use Starlink on the front lines reported a total blackout. Down Detector shows up to 36,000 reports and climbing. This isn't just a blip. This is one of the largest disruptions ever recorded from Starlink. Starlink confirms the outage on X, saying we are experiencing a network-wide issue and are actively working on a solution. No cause has yet been confirmed. Could it be a massive software error, a cyber attack, or a ground misconfiguration? All options are on the table. Right now, many rural and off-grid users have no internet access at all and no timeline for recovery. We'll keep watching this closely, follow for updates, and if you rely on Starlink, make sure you've got a backup plan, because this could happen again. Breaking news.
Yeah. That really threw a wrench in our gears yesterday. That's why yesterday's live was the way it was. I had nothing prepared for the live. I had no articles. There were a couple that I pulled up real fast, and I hadn't even gone through them or anything. So that's why yesterday's live went the way it did. So if you didn't enjoy it as much, I do apologize. We were kind of riffing. And even today with Callie's live, I was a little ill prepared because I was trying to play catch up going through the news today. So I thought we were going to have more to talk about but it actually went really well. It went really well, and I do appreciate Callie coming on and everything. Great live. And if you don't follow Crypto Callie, make sure you do. Great creator. I always have fun trolling him a little bit in his live. He goes live at the right times where that's when I'm on TikTok and I'm going around. So I like to have a little fun with him. He's a great guy, though. The problem was some back deal that can only provide worldwide satellite internet. Now we know he can take it whenever. Chat, what do you think happened with Starlink? Do you think it was a cyber attack? Do you think it was a software glitch? Do you think it was a software update? Do you think it was maliciously shut down? Do you think it was China? Was it China?
Can I give my opinion on
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I don't think it was a hack. I don't think it was any of that. In the first 5 months that he was at the White House, more countries than ever in the shortest amount of time signed up for Starlink, and it was not just issued to Ukraine; it was issued all over the world. Do I think any of all of this was intentional? Yes, because China has discovered a new, faster way satellite that can provide internet worldwide. And I think his point was, I can take it, I gave it to you, and I can take it away. And that is, to me, absolutely terrifying.
That's a little opinionated, but I get it. That's a possibility for sure. But we don't really know. Marco says it was probably Israel. I think it was China, in my opinion. We don't know what happened, okay? And are they going to tell us? Probably not going to tell us the truth. They'll come out with some kind of official narrative. He took the day off. Chat, what do you guys think happened with Starlink? Some people are saying it's the first I've heard about it. Yeah, a lot of, see, we use Starlink. We have 2 Starlink systems, and I was like, oh yeah, we'll have a backup just in case like one goes down. That didn't help us at all, having 2. Didn't help us at all. You think it was malicious, huh? I think it was China. To be honest with you, obviously that's opinionated, but China was literally saying that they were calling Starlink a national security issue for them right when it happened. He did it on purpose to cover up something. Curry says Starship aliens. I'm going to go with the aliens. It was Starship aliens from the planet Xenu come back to reincarnate the body of L. Ron Hubbard. That's what it is. It was the Scientology. Now we're really going to get shut down. Scientology did it. It was the reincarnated alien body of L. Ron Hubbard, in my opinion. The Church of Beep Boop? Yeah. The Church of Beep Boop. What was that from? Was that South Park or was that Family Guy? I think that was Family Guy.
It was Family Guy because
Yeah.
they're not allowed to say the other word, so it was just the Church of Beep Boop.
The Church of Beep Boop came down from whatever planet it is with Lord Xenu. Do you know anything about Scientology? It was Brad Garlinghouse.
It's weird.
You know, I know a thing or two about Scientology. L. Ron Hubbard is the founder of Scientology, and he was a science fiction writer, and he wrote a science fiction book, and people turned it into a religion. That's what's crazy to me. Didn't Elon give Starlink access to Gaza Strip, so maybe Israel people trying to stop it? Ooh. Jesse, can we get a fact check on that? Did Elon give Starlink access to the Gaza Strip for the Palestinians? Oh, look it. My limit order is about to fill on Fartcoin at about 133, 132.5. And it could go even as low as 130.
So that is true. He did give them a Starlink to Gaza and the United Arab, all of them. Oh wow, yeah, he's been providing them Starlink for a while, and I guess Israel disapproved. He still gave it to them anyways for humanitarian aid, and would require security clearance. But then Israeli said they shouldn't have it. That might be something they took away, and that doesn't show me that part because Israel lies, so I don't have that information.
Interesting. Interesting indeed. Maybe it was Israel. And even if it was, would they tell us? Hell no. But I don't see why it would have to go down worldwide. But Elon himself said that everything is hackable. Everything. He said it himself. You guys want me to call Elon and ask him? Jesse, get Elon on the horn and ask him what he thinks. Let's bring him on the show. Can you get Elon?
I'm on my phone. I can't call him on my phone.
Let me see. Let me see.
I can ask him though.
Yeah, ask him. See if you can get him to come on. Chat wants to ask him his opinion, what he thinks about Starlink going down, and he's the IT guy, you know. I'm curious as to what he has to say. I'm sure it's going to be some awesome conspiracy. I hope it is. I hope he thinks aliens. I want to lean towards aliens, okay? I think it was Scientologists cutting out the reception so that the aliens could enter into our atmosphere undetected. That's what I'm going with. That seems to be the most likely scenario, right? That seems most likely to me. Let's be probable here. That's the most probable explanation. We'll message the 20 Elons following me. Sure, one of them will come on your show. Elon's going to come on the show. Give him a minute. Let's get him on the show and we'll ask him. Let me get Jesse to get him on here, and we're going to ask Elon what he thinks. I'm sure he won't tell us. I think it's going to be aliens. I hope he has the craziest pipe dream idea, because that's fun. But yeah, Scientologists, aliens, lizard people, that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Okay, our IT guy is freaking smart. So his take on it is that it's a subpar product, and they didn't have enough satellites with all the satellites they've been selling. I mean, all the Starlinks they've been selling to keep up with the not that many satellites in the sky, and it was their error. And that more than likely, it's just the product isn't as good as they say it is, and therefore it caused a collapse they weren't expecting. So they probably slowly integrated everybody back into the system, and they're going to have to launch more satellites for it to not happen again, which makes sense.
I was hoping aliens. Dang it. I hate it, but he's usually right.
He's usually right about this, and as fun as aliens and the Church of Beep Boop might be, that is the logical answer. They bit off more than they can chew. It's a subpar, internet, and it just was too much at one time.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's subpar, but it's definitely in beta. I would say it's in beta. It's not. So basically, the Coinbase effect happened to Starlink. Overloaded. You got froze out of your bags, baby. Simon says, I knew Elon would confess. I'm still going with aliens. All right. Aliens overloaded the satellites. If you saw Independence Day, remember they put the code, the time clock counting down through our satellites. The aliens overloaded our satellites with their signal, and the countdown has begun for the invasion. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. Oh, look at that. Fart coin hit right on that 133 line and bounced right back up. Oh, like freaking beautifully. Yeah, fart coin's about to send. Fart coin's about to send. I'm going to put it in order. Hold on, chat. I need this. I need
Can
more.
I not get paid by the fart coin, because that's just unsettling. I don't want to tell my family, oh, I got paid by a fart. Like, that's really weird.
I'm about the fart life. I'm putting a massive bag into fart coin right now. I have to regain my losses. It's done. It's done. Half my SXT bag is in fart coin now. Now it's going to drop. Now it's just going to drop like crazy because I bought it. That's been my luck the last 2 days of trading has just been horrible. Mother Dragon says, how dare you? Mother Dragons, thank you for the liquidity for my fart coin. Time to get out of SXT. No, I wouldn't say that. I'm still holding. This is going to be short term. I'm just going to let this bag pump. And then I'm going to get myself out quickly. But this one should pump over the next couple days. Let's see. How long did it take? 1, 2, 3, 4 days. We have 5 days till the 1st. That's perfect with our timeline. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 or 3 days. This one should pump. And hopefully I can regain all my losses from farts. Then I can pay the staff with my farts. That's the goal here. That is the goal, is to pay the staff with farts. All right? If you're not paying your people with farts, you're doing it wrong. All right, I got myself a nice limit order in. Or not a limit order. I just bought it market. I did a trade. I traded some of my SXT for some fart coin. You will never see me buy a meme coin unless it's this one and it looks like this. Okay? And now it's coming back down. See, every time I buy something, it comes down. This has been my luck this week. All week, it's been like that. If I'm buying, it's coming down. Is it about to rip? It looks like it. Obviously, maybe not just yet, but it seems like a solid buy to me. This one should rip. I'm going to put my sell order at, let's see here. Let's measure this.
Mother of Dragons, he don't listen, so it's like talking to the wall.
I'm going to say 177. 177, that's where I'm going to sell at, baby. 175 to 177. And that should wick to 177. And I should be able to catch the wick on that one. I should put it at 175, but I'm trying to make money here. I got mouths to feed here. Scared money don't make money. Facts. Yep. Honestly, fart coin just looks textbook to me. Looks textbook. And obviously, it could fall down here again to like 127 to 125. But it would rip from there if it's not going to rip from where it's at already. But I'm seeing a nice heavy wick right here. Seeing another nice wick right here. That even if it comes down more, eventually this bad boy's going to rip. It's going to rip. Heck, whiff. You got it, buddy. But if we do that, we need music. Dog whiff hat? Is that the one? Who let the dogs out? Is this it right here? Yeah, whiff USD. Well, we got a descending channel. That should pump it up on the day. That
It's
should
really
take it.
cool because there's a limited supply of WIF tokens at 998 million with no plans of burning or staking mechanisms. So it's an interesting meme coin.
No burning, though. That's a bummer. All I ever wanted was a black grand national. Fuck being rational. I love Kendrick. They're not like us. Those in the Epstein files are not like us, baby. Let me see here. This looks like a cup and handle to me, baby. This could be forming a handle here. Looks like it got this cup and handle, but it didn't play out. Now it's got maybe making this cup and handle, or it's a double top. If whiff, whiff might be a double top, man. Which means it's coming down to all-time lows. All-time lows. Careful on this one, baby. This one, hopefully you got in down here somewhere and you're in profits. This one looks like a double top. This one looks like it's toasty to the mosty. But it's a meme coin and it's unchartable. Yeah, whiff is old. It's a dog coin. Dog coins are done, dude. A cute coin, people might buy it. I think dog coins are done. I really do. What are your thoughts on Pump Fun? I mean, it's cool. If you're into the trenches, it's cool. F coin? You mean fart coin? I'm all about fart coin right now. Everybody buy some fart coin. I need the price to go up. Don't listen to me, okay? Don't listen to me. I just threw half of my biggest bag at fart coin right now. Can you take a look at Banana 31 and give me your take? So I'm only offering TA for subscribers now. Doge is Doge is a dog coin. Hell, I'll tell you what. If you guys don't want to subscribe, you can send galaxies. Okay, and I'll TA what you want. Unless you're a subscriber, you get it for free. But the way to do it, become a subscriber. Okay, I offer on-demand TA all week long for any project. You can message me and say, hey, can you give me TA on this coin? And boom, it's done. I'm telling you, deluxe subscription worth every penny. It pays for itself.
Can you stop selling your SXT, please? That would be great. Thank you.
Is it going down? SXT is probably going down because I just sold a massive bag. Let's go look and see how bad it's tanking right now just because of me selling it. I bet you it's starting to... everyone's panic selling right now because the GOAT just sold SXT.
I'm trying Mother of Dragons. He does
SXT looks like a solid buy. Yeah, SXT is doing great actually. It's got a doji here, but look at this massive hammer candle. But Fartcoin's going to move more. I'm going to buy more SXT, okay? Just relax. It's just that's where my biggest bag was. I didn't want to have to like send money from the bank into the exchange to buy Fartcoin. That the bank be like, "What's the money for?" Just going to buy a bag of farts. You're They're going to be like, "You're going to buy that many farts? That's a lot of farts." Imagine having to explain to the IRS why you spent $100,000 on a bag of farts. They're like, why did you spend $100,000 on a bag of farts? And why did a bag of farts cost $100,000? SXT is the vibe for sure. SXT is phenomenal. All right. SXT is going to do massive things. I'm probably going to get burned on Fartcoin. I've never done well with meme coins. I've done well, but didn't take profits when I was supposed to. This one is a long-term hold or a short-term hold, a swing trade. This is whatever you want it to be. Carbon tax. Yeah. Too many farts depleting the ozone layer. We all have to buy Fartcoin to save the ozone. Start storing your farts up in a bag. Let's see here. Do we have more TA? Guys, become a subscriber. Become a subscriber. Get TA on demand. Okay, message me directly. Yes, SXT, baby. SXT. Now I got to look at Fartcoin again because I'll tell you what. I've been having bad luck the last couple days.
Somebody's asking for Tao, T-A-O.
I got you on Tal. Yeah. Fartcoin solid. Fartcoin solid. I'm leaving SXT and Fartcoin open.
Oh my goodness. And then after that, Solana. So Tao and Solana.
Ooh. Tau is a hard TA. I think Tau could go up. Let me look at the one. That's a difficult one. I don't know. I can't TA this one. I am unsure. I haven't been stumped in a while. I think this could be like a double bottom thing here. This is a tough one. Why are you giving me hard ones? Make me look bad. I don't know. I'll tell you, it looks like a broadening wedge, kind of to me, which seems bearish. It should bring it back down, fill this fair value gap. 355. Good credit. Token is the ticker. So it's not TAO. Am I on the wrong thing? Oh, two different coins. All right, I'll do token when I get to it, like, because I got to go in order here. Solana. Solana. Oh yeah, that's the same thing. That double bottom thing. Here's the thing, Solana. This is scary. Is that a head and shoulders? Sending Solana down to 33 cents? 50 cents to 33 cents for Solana if this is a head and shoulders. Looks like, though, that's a scary thing to see on the chart, especially for Solana. I don't think it plays out, though, to be honest with you. I really don't, because it's Solana. Yeah, Solana moves crazy, right? It's got like that double bottom look, but this is like an ascending channel. I think what happens is Solana does this. And then that would be a head and shoulders. Solana, and that puts us into November, October, November. Okay. So yeah, Solana's going to come down, and it looks like mid-August, September be a buy. And it could be a little bit tighter than this. It'd probably be more like this. More like that. And that would be middle of August. Week into August, something like that would be a buy. And then October, November would be the top. And then it's a head and shoulders and it's over by February. That lines up. That's scary. I sure hope alt season breaks this kind of stuff and it goes up and it sees a new all-time high. The charts say Batman. This is the Batman symbol right here. That doesn't mean this is going to happen because this is Solana and we can go into alt season, which would just break everything, right? Solana might be telling a lot. I know that's scary to me. You know, I need to talk to Cosmic Crypto. Let me see if I can get him on here. I got a question for him.
Okay, well, your next ones are token and then CVX.
Go see if Cosmic Crypto. Let me see if he's in my history. Nope, He's not on. I need Cosmic Crypto so bad right now. I have a question for him. Because he keeps saying something and it could mean two different things. And I think he knows that. I think, because you know how Cosmic is, right? The way he. And I think what he's saying is cryptic in a way where I'm just like, are you trying to say something without saying it? Because that's the vibe I'm getting. The whole chart is an inverted Head and Shoulders. I don't see an inverted. I see a regular Head and Shoulders. I don't see an inverted. All right. Let's see. We did Solana. Who was next?
Token and then CVX.
Got you. How you guys like the jams? Got a little Bitcoin. How you guys like this song? Am I on the right coin? This can't be it. This cannot be the chart. Chat. This cannot be the chart for token. Tell me this isn't it. This can't be it, right? Is it token or token fi? Token. Like toking or token? There we go. This one right here, right? That's the double bottom, baby. That is the double. Look, it got a double bottom here, played out beautifully in the micro. Now it's got a macro double bottom. And it's got a descending channel right here, which is kind of a bull flag, right? This one should pump. 4 cents minimum. It could do 3.5. Okay. It could do 3.5, but I'm gonna lean towards 4 cents, baby, on this one. Yeah, this one's about to take off. If you're looking for one to get into for alt season, by the way, is token, is it a meme coin or a altcoin? Or Jesse, does this have utility? Where can you buy it? I think it's on Kraken. This one's on Kraken.
Okay, it's a utility token. A crypto token that gives users. Okay, so it has to do with the blockchains. It's not very clear, but it's like built on top of existing blockchains, mostly on Ethereum.
Ooh, that's good.
Currency payments, utility governance, and to up their security.
Security. I'm buying this. I'm going to sell all my fart coin and buy this bad boy.
Okay, next one is CVX.
CVX?
Yes.
Thank you for keeping me on point, Jesse.
I know, it's actually easier this way if I can actually talk to you because I'm always like super delayed on the mic.
Right, I like this new setup. Doing it this way is much better. And you can work remotely. Neo, thank you for the money gun. Appreciate it. Let's see, what's our live goal? There's our live goal. We need a galaxy. I got you on new coins, Oz. Yeah, dude. What was that one we just looked at? Token? Oh, TikTok seller with a hat mustache. Thank you. Token, baby. Jesse, write that one down. I want to buy that one. I want to buy that one. That might be the next coin that I start shilling right now. That one looks good.
Stop shilling coins. Thank you.
But we're going into alt season. People need to know what to buy.
Integrity is more important.
What we need to
than
do
money.
is we need to find out market cap on it and coin supply. Yeah, we need to make a shopping list, Jesse. Add token to the shopping list. And we're going to do some research on these, and we'll put the information on the Discord. So CVX, CoinVex Finance. SXT is moving. Of course it is, because I sold it. That's the luck I've been having lately. Every time I trade out of SXT, it pumps. And that's because it dips, because I sold, and then people's limit orders fill. I'll take 2 whole chickens of tokens. CVX is double bottom right here. Got its pump. Make sure you're taking profits. It's in the profit zone right now. It could potentially go to 6 cents, but it's at like 5.556. You better take some profits on this one. CVX. Take some profits, baby. It doesn't mean that it's not going to go. Let me look in the 1 hour and see if it's about to send. Yeah, it's about to send. 6 cents. 6 cents on this one is the next spot to 6.5. Let me see here. Let me zoom out again. Yeah, 6 cents, baby. Maybe 6.10. $6 on this bad boy. I would take some profits now, though, for sure. Because technically this is played out. It's above played out. Space and time is a long hold. Yes, but it's also a trade. It's both. You want to grow that back.
Literally, you just took out of it to buy fart coins, so I don't really think you have a say right now.
I'm going to put it
And
back.
The next one is gonna be.
Oh, look.
The next one is Pudgy Penguin.
CVX is dropping now. You better take profits on this one right now. You better take profits on this one. That doesn't mean that it won't send more, but it's right there, okay? It's right there. I'm going to buy more SXT. Relax. Relax. I'm going to buy more. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grow a fat bag off a fart coin and put it back into SXT. But I'm going to keep one fart coin just so that I can say I'm holding a fart. We need to keep this set up. What's set up? With the music? Yeah, I'm gonna let fart coin pump, take that money and throw it back into SXT when it dumps. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna grow my SXT bag with meme coins right now. I gotta play catch up. I did some leverage trading over the last couple days trying to create funds to pay the staff here, and I got burned hard. So I'm liquidated right now. I'm not in a good place financially. We got hit hard. I can't be perfect all the time. I'm going to make mistakes. I got too bullish. That's why I got to talk to Cosmic Crypto. I got to ask him the question. Because he. Oh, baby. If it can break up here to 5 cents, it's solid. Otherwise, it double tops at 4 or 6, and then it's a head and shoulders, and it's Dunskies. I don't think it's Dunskies yet, though. Everyone's talking about pudgy penguins. Yeah, this one's moving now. Take profits at 5 cents. Take profits at 4.045. CTF is a sleeper coin. Look at its market cap. Jesse, can you look at the market cap of CTF? Man, I really have to get contacts. I really do. I cannot wear these glasses and headphones at the same time. I need to get like Morpheus glasses. Remember Morpheus's glasses? How they just like clipped on the nose? That's what I need.
Okay, market capitalization between 36 million and 38 million USD, depending on the data source. There's over 120 million CTF tokens in circulation. Price is 30 cents. Let me see. It's a symbol known as Crypto Task Force, which is related and trades at a vastly different scale. Can't really find too much about it, but except that it sells at 30 cents.
What's its market cap again?
For USD, 36 to 38 million.
38 million? Oh, that's low.
Yeah.
Nice. XRP is pumping. Looks like everything's about to pump.
Okay, do ADA.
I like this song. Cardano. Cardano looks like it's about to pump. Everything looks like it's about to pump right now. Turn the music off. Is it too loud now? First of all, you're not even a subscriber. So I would turn the music off. I would consider it if you were a subscriber, but all the subscribers want the music. So, what are the best cryptos to invest in right now? Alts, altcoins. I usually play music that is not copyrighted. I own the rights to it. But I'm digging the music. I'm more entertained. All right, what was the next coin?
Did you do 88?
Yeah, so okay, so we got the double bottom here. It's not quite played out yet. It needs to go to $1. Okay? This thing for this double bottom, I'd even call it maybe a triple bottom. It should hit at least $1. 99.5 for sure. Like it needs to. And it could go way higher. It could go to $1.15.
Jasmy is next. Jasmy.
Jasmy. Jasmy's a meme coin or a utility coin? Oh yeah. Jasmy's prime to pump. Descending channel. Prime double bottom. Jasmy to 0 to 8 to 3 cents. I'm thinking 3 cents, but 0.28 to 3 cents. That's where you're gonna take your profits. It's a box. Remember, it's a box. Somewhere in there, it's gonna land. Usually, you would take 0 to 8 would be. It'll probably wick into 3 cents or above it, but 0 to 8 is where you're gonna want to take your profits or exit, depending on how you feel.
I don't see any else from the subscribers. If I missed anybody that's a deluxe subscriber, please post back in the chat.
Jasmine will hit $1 easy. $1? Is that even its all-time high? Does Jasmine have utility? Bro, Jasmine is not going to $1. Jasmine will be lucky to see all-time highs again. If Jasmine's going to $1, I'm throwing everything at this right now. There's no way. The all-time high for Jasmine is 35 cents. Dude, there's no way this thing's going to do all-time highs again. That narrative, that 2022 narrative, maybe, dude. No way it's doing $1. Am I looking at the wrong chart? Or are you using... This is US dollars. Maybe you're looking in yen.
The same chart I pulled up. It looks exactly the same.
Maybe 5 in... What do they use in... What is it? Thailand? Baht? $5 baht.
Okay, next one is Casper.
Casper.
token. Did you miss it?
I did token. I did it.
I know, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Simon. Your next one is Casper. Simon, don't play with me.
Casper. Casper Labs or just Casper? All right, that's throwing me off. That's got to go. Casper.
CSPR.
Yes, Casper should go back to 2.5 cents. Casper should go back to 2.5 cents. I feel so white, but I love this music. I wish I knew how to dance. I can dance, just not anymore. It doesn't look right. I'm not young enough to be dancing anymore. Like, put me in a suit in a ballroom dance, I will fit the part. Anything else? Nope. Have you guys ever been to one of those silent dance parties where everybody's wearing a headphones? It's a lot of fun. I went on a cruise with my wife and danced with headphones on and took the headphones off, and all you hear is squeaking and giggling and laughing. It's actually kind of fun. Casper TA is, this thing's going to 2.5 cents. Bro, what haven't you done? Dude, big baller. If you only knew. One of these days, we're going to have to sit down and I'm going to have to tell you everything I've seen and done and been through, bro. I couldn't even tell you all in one sitting. I have done some pretty spectacular and pretty horrific things in my life. If you guys are looking for TA or information fact checking, you guys got to be a subscriber. Okay? It's for subscribers now. I'm sorry, but you got to subscribe. And with that subscription comes on-demand TA. Okay? You can message me and ask me for TA on any project, anytime. We will do it on the Beer Gator fishing boat. Dude, I'm so down for the Beer Gator party barge. That's coming. We need to plan that too. I just need to know what the budget is and what we can do. And dude, I'm telling you, I'm down for party barge. I'm down for Raiders games, down for whatever. Go promote the hell out of this thing and sell Beer Gators. And if you want a Beer Gator, I will be adding, as soon as we get this contract signed, I will be adding a Beer Gator early sign up to secure your Beer Gator. Be one of the first people to own it. And that'll be on Discord. There'll be a special spot where you can put your name and say, I want a Beer Gator. And that'll be on Discord, and you can get, and it'll be based off of who gets in there first and pays. And you'll get your Beer Gator first. It's not even released yet. It's coming soon. And I just had a phone meeting with the owner of Beer Gator today. And we're going to be having partnerships with breweries where you're going to be able to go to certain breweries and get it filled. It's going to be amazing. The problem with BeerGator is the name and TikTok. We're going to have to expand YouTube and Twitch. Today's live is exclusively on TikTok, but that's because we're probably going to be moving to... Can you make kombucha with BeerGator? You can put any liquid in it. Any kind of liquid in it. When's your next TikTok deadline? As of right now, there is no deadline. But I have a feeling we're going to be doing a Twitch exclusive soon where the whole show's going to be on Twitch or on YouTube for a while. So that's why we're exclusively on TikTok right now, to get in our hours for my agent. Yes, you can put milk in the BeerGator. Yes. Yes, you can. You could put goat milk in the BeerGator.
Don't be weird.
Any liquid will go in this BeerGator. Any liquid. Anything for a party. You could put Gatorade in it and use it at kids' soccer games. It could be the Gator. Gatorade Gator. You can put any liquid in it. It's beautiful.
Which exchange is that on, Neo?
WGC.
Base. Okay.
I'm not seeing it here. Let me see. I'm not finding it here. Wild goat coin? That's better. Wild goat coin. Why don't I own this?
Thanks a lot, Neo.
I'm not finding it here. I see goat coin. I see goat. Wild. Wilder. Let me try this. Is it going to let me do it on Coinbase? I can't really read it on here. WLD. WLD is I'm seeing that one. It says World Coin. We all need some goat coin. I know, right? maybe my phone listening to me. I see WLD. I can't find wild goat coin, dude. My apologies.
I mean, it exists, but I can't find a chart for it either.
I can't find a chart. I can't find it on an exchange. All right. Early, is that a coin or is that? It kind of looks like a cup and handle right there. And it pumped. It's come back down. I think this one, along with everything else, is about to pump. Next spot of resistance is $1.40 to $1.45. Doesn't mean that it won't go to a new all-time high.
WLD is a world coin.
$1.85 on this one to $1.90. Maybe even $1.95. And even $2. Those are all those are your profit taking zones along the way up. $1.40, $1.45, $1.50, $1.55, $1.65, $1.75, $1.85, 90, 95, $2. Oh, it's early to get in on GoatCoin? So it hasn't released yet. So that means there's no chart. Because I seen this something about an airdrop for the GoatCoin. I don't like to get things early, okay? I want to get them after they found a floor. I don't want to get stuck holding a bag. You know what I mean? All right, do we have another? Guess we can get back to the news. Cryptocurrency still has limited Main Street appeal. 14% of U.S. adults report owning Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies. Most others have no interest in buying and view crypto as highly risky. Men aged 18 to 49 are mostly receptive, with 25% owning it. Cryptocurrency ownership is most common among men under 50. So there's really not a strong sentiment behind crypto right now. There's a lot of people that are out of it right now, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It means we are early. We are so early. We are so early. The retail money hasn't really hit yet. I think that's why people are long-term holding. They're waiting for adoption so that it becomes mainstream. No, we don't do Drake. No diddlers. U.S. crypto legislation drives blockchain hiring surge. 1.5 million applications at Coinbase. 22% U.S. attendance at Decentraland's event. The U.S. blockchain innovation and hiring surge due to favorable legislation and rising crypto interest Genius and Clarity Act streamline regulation, driving 1.5 million Coinbase applications and Decentraland's 22% U.S. event attendance. Roles expand beyond technical fields. JP Morgan, IBM to include community management and AI integrated workflows. Dude, this is a heavy indication of mainstream crypto. I'm not calling it adoption yet. Yes, crypto will be adopted. I just don't think it's happening right now. It's not happening this cycle. I just don't see it, okay? Let's be real. The top of the cycle is the new paradigm, the new introduction to society, okay? We're just not there yet. Maybe next cycle. Trump said he's considering rebate checks for Americans based off tariff revenue. Let's check this out. Tariff revenue checks for Americans. Does this cause people not to sell out of the market? Because last time people got checks, what did they do with it? They pumped it into the markets, right? So if he's about to release checks, maybe that's so that it offsets those tariff drops. I'm telling you, they're totally insider trading.
Listen to how he says it and what he says. It's not definitive.
Economic policy. For more on the Trump administration's economic policy, we go now to Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Welcome back to Face the Nation, Mr. Secretary.
Great to be here.
Well, you heard in our polling some of the perceptions of the economy. 61% of Americans believe the administration is putting too much focus on tariffs. 70% say the administration is not doing enough to lower prices, and 60% oppose new tariffs on imported goods. This is a centerpiece to your policy plan. How do you reverse public opposition?
Oh, they're going to love the deals that President Trump and I are doing. I mean, they're just going to love them. You know, the president figured out the right answer and sent letters to these countries, said this is going to fix the trade deficit. This will go a long way to fixing the trade deficit. And that's gotten these countries to the table. And they're going to open their markets or they're going to pay the tariff. And if they open their markets, the opportunity for Americans to export, to grow their business, farmers, ranchers, fishermen, this is going to be, the next 2 weeks are going to be weeks for the record books. President Trump is going to deliver for the American people.
Next 2 weeks for the record books, because you have that August 1st deadline. But President Trump sent letters to most of the major trading partners announcing higher tariff rates effective August 1st. That could hit countries accounting for 3/4 of U.S. imports. Let's talk about Canada, one of the big ones. Their prime minister said this past week there's not a lot of evidence they can get a trade deal with the U.S. that avoids tariffs. Is your message to Canada, Mr. Secretary, that no matter what they offer at the negotiating table, free trade's gone, there will be a tariff in place?
No, see, that's silly. We have a plan called USMCA, U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement. Virtually 75% of all goods coming from Mexico and Canada already come in tariff-free. The president said, look, unless you stop this fentanyl and close the border, we're just going to keep tariffs on the other 25%. And that's what he has on. So don't be confused about it. The president understands that we need to open the markets. Canada is not open to us. They need to open their market. Unless they're willing to open their market, they're going to pay a tariff. That's a simple message the president has. It's fair trade. It's reciprocal trade. Why should we have our country be wide open while theirs is closed? This is an 80-year wrong that President Trump is trying to fix, and our businesses are going to really, really enjoy it. I think the president's going to open between $300 and $400 billion of opportunity for Americans. That's 1.5%, up to 1.5% GDP growth, because the president's going to open all these markets up.
Yeah.
You saw it with Vietnam. You saw it with Indonesia. You're going to watch
I'm not buying it.
these other countries decide if they want to do business with America. Let's just open our market up to America. That's opportunity that President Trump is bringing.
Well, we saw framework announcements with those countries you just mentioned, but back on what the Canadian Prime Minister, the man you're negotiating with, said, he's assuming there's going to be a tariff here. There's already this baseline 10% tariff
I'll do
that
fart
we are
coin
seeing
again.
from the administration. Is that set in stone, or is it going to go to like 15 or 20%?
Well, I think what you've got is you should assume that the small countries, you know, the Latin American countries, the Caribbean countries, many countries in Africa, they will have a baseline tariff of 10%. And then the bigger economies will either open themselves up or they'll pay a fair tariff to America for not opening themselves up and treating America unfairly. So what the president's view is, and what she's instructed me to do, is say, look, if you're willing to open yourself up and really open your economy to American business, to ranchers, fishermen, farmers, and businesses, then of course we'll make a better deal with you. But if you're going to keep your tariffs and your tariff barriers holding us down, then of course it seems fair that you should pay a tariff to do business with the greatest customer on earth, the American consumer.
Okay, so just quickly, are you going to renegotiate that free trade deal, the USMCA?
Oh, I think the president is absolutely going to renegotiate USMCA, but that's a year from today.
Exactly.
So today, of course, 75% comes in free, but of course, should you expect us to renegotiate it? It makes perfect sense for the president to renegotiate it. He wants to protect American jobs. He doesn't want cars built in Canada or Mexico when they can be built in Michigan and Ohio.
This is what I've been saying.
For American workers, the president's
Tariffs are
got
not
the
going
American
anywhere.
workers back. That's why they elected him. That's why the stock market's at all-time highs. They understand, the president actually understands business and is doing it the right way.
Well, okay, let me ask you about Europe.
Moon cheese,
Boeing
baby.
airplanes, Kentucky bourbon. These are some of the things that the Europeans are looking to target if we get into a trade war as retaliation by them.
They're not going to do it.
You just now the Europeans.
They're absolutely going to do it.
Kind of downbeat. You disagree? You think we are going to get a deal with the European Union?
You know, I was on the phone with the European trade negotiators this morning, about a half hour ago. So there's plenty of room. Look, the president and the European Union, these are the two biggest trading partners in the world talking to each other. We'll get a deal done. I am confident we'll get a deal done. Okay? And it will be great for America because the president has the back of America. So I think all these key countries will figure out it is better to open their markets to the United States of America than to pay a significant tariff. And Donald Trump has made that point clear. No one has protected America the way Donald Trump has protected America. It is so fun to work.
Let's play this video a week from now.
I have him behind me saying the right things for America.
Let me bookmark
and
it.
I get to do those negotiations with all these countries. And you are going to see the best set of trade deals you've ever seen for America and for the American people.
Is that August 1st deadline with the EU a hard deadline? Are you going to get a deal since you were just on the phone?
No, that's a hard deadline. So on August 1st, the new tariff rates will come in. But nothing stops countries from talking to us after August 1st, but they're going to start paying the tariffs on August 1st. Now, remember, the world is paying 10% right now, and China's paying 30%. So that's right now, and that's why we're running at about plus $30 billion a month for the American people.
Name something in your house that's Canadian. Maple syrup.
To make America stronger. We are finally protecting America.
Your car.
You'll have that income if you keep them in place, but if you're negotiating them away, then they won't be there. So that is contradictory to me. But
nothing's getting no.
So
nothing's
you're not
getting
negotiating the tariffs.
Yep, Ford, Lincoln Mercury,
10% is
Jeep.
definitely going to stay. Many countries will pay higher, like Vietnam and Indonesia, right? They're 19 and 20%. Most countries will pay higher. The small countries are likely to be 10%, but the bigger countries are likely to pay higher That's just the way it's going to be because we can't have these $1 trillion trade deficit. It's just wrong for America, and Donald Trump is going to fix it.
And American corporations are just going to swallow that and not pass that price increase on to consumers? What's your projection?
What's so interesting is that you're worried about the importers. How about the people who build and employ Americans
No, I'm asking about people who go to the store to buy.
Cars here, people who manufacture here, they don't pay a tariff. They don't.
Dude, this journalist is grilling him.
All the time, build in America, you don't pay a tariff.
She's grilling him.
Are more important than the people who employ Americans.
Neo, thank you.
A wrong way of thinking about it. Americans deserve to be employed here and have the best jobs in the world, and that's what Donald Trump is trying to deliver.
I was asking you about consumer prices, what people will pay when they go to the store. But in
ooh, dang, shots fired.
Shockingly low.
Okay, the consumer price
shots fired.
Doesn't currently reflect that though. That the trend is towards higher.
Well, it just went up. What did it go up?
Oh my God!
0.1%. Look, the dollar has declined
on the core.
More than 10%, right? So the dollar declining sort of softens tariffs completely. These are small numbers.
Chat.
You're going to see inflation is not going to change. Remember, inflation is an expectation of rates continuing to grow. Tariffs are just going to reset the price level for
she's not buying the moon cheese
from certain countries, but everybody who's building in America. And remember, Donald Trump announced over $11 trillion of building in America. All that building in America, the construction jobs here, but then when those products come on the shelves, they come on much cheaper. Energy is cheaper.
Lies.
I think you're going to see inflation stay right where it is.
Lies.
Jerome Powell, who's held these rates up way too high. Way too
Thank
high.
you.
You're going to see him cut rates. The Fed's going to cut rates.
Thank you, TikTok seller.
It's going to be cheaper, and America's going to be so much better off under Donald Trump.
There are reports that the Treasury Secretary has talked
this
the
is peak.
out of his threat to fire the Fed chair, since the Fed's already expected on a consensus basis to be lowering rates. Are you telling us tonight or today that he's not under threat, that he will keep his job?
The president is an amazingly transparent person. When he thinks something, he says it. So he says, look, this guy's doing the worst job. We have interest rates the same as Gabon. You know, Europe, all of Europe, the 27 countries of Europe are in the 2s and we're in the 4s. That means your mortgage, everybody's watching, their mortgage is 2 points higher than it should be. So the Fed should be cutting rates, and Donald Trump's going to try to figure out how to get there. Whether he decides to let Jerome Powell stay in the job or not, I'll leave that to Donald Trump. I think the guy's doing the worst job. He's costing us, you and me and the American people, more than $500 billion. I think he's costing us $700 billion a year by keeping rates too high. It's just wrong. I don't know why he's torturing America this way. Our rates should be lower.
He doesn't unilaterally set those rates, but we have to leave it there. We are out of time. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us.
That was amazing.
As a neurologist, my patients are often concerned.
No, it's not live right now. That was incredible. That was journalism, okay? That is what journalism is supposed to look like. And remember when we did the Dead Daddy White Rock thing? That's how journalism's supposed to be done, guys. You're not just supposed to glaze the person that you're interviewing. That's what all these freaking softball interviews have been with journalism. And that was ABC. That was like bought and paid for media, right? That was beautiful. That's what I want to see. That is real journalism right there. Hats off to ABC and that journalist. Yeah, she grilled him and slammed him and made him answer questions that are uncomfortable. And obviously he fed her a bunch of moon cheese, but we're so done with the bullshit, right? I don't believe anything he said. I don't. I really don't. I agree with her. 100%. These days, when you get a journalist like that, that is rare. That is so rare. She had him farting. I know, right? Let's look at Fartcoin real quick.
You know what's wild to me is that he just bold-faced lied. You can tell a con artist when you see one. That's just how that works. You can feel it, the vibe and everything. But the constant, what I have a problem, tariffs have never worked in the history of ever. But my thing is that, oh, it's not going to affect the consumer. Who is paying for the tariffs? Because it's not the government. We are paying for the tariffs. And even all the automobile makers that we do have here, like, we don't know what we're going to do. Our costs are going to go up $1.2 billion. Like, we have no idea how to finagle this. But the only people that are going to suffer is us. People who have to actually buy things, go to the grocery store, get gas. All of that is going to go up a significant amount. And this whole rhetoric of, oh, it's going to help. No, it's not. We're already in inflation. We're already going up in prices. You know, I can't get my eggs, my big stack of eggs, for less than $30 that I used to pay $20 for. So it's not a, what did he say, like a 1/10 raise in prices. That's not true at all.
It's double. It's double the price.
It is.
And it'll go higher.
And it's infuriating because nobody's making a deal because we're being bullies about it, and there's no deal coming. Nobody's talking about that. The EU said, nah, we're putting reciprocal tariffs. Canada is like, nah, we're putting reciprocal. Even China was like, bet, go for it, bet. And there is no deals. Like,
China said that they want to make a deal. They said they don't want to fight
on
with
their terms.
Oh, definitely.
On their terms. And there won't be this big, beautiful deal because China's like, bet, I don't care. Do it, but you're going to do what I want to do. I don't know. I can't believe people believe this is helpful. It's just going to get so much worse. And then they cut all that money from schools and hospitals. Like, how is life supposed to be cheaper for us? People won't be able to afford insurance or groceries. Like, what's happening?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I don't see how.
I saw that TikTok seller. You can Venmo the government now to pay off the government debt.
Wait, that's not a joke?
Article. It's totally real. And I was showing the IT guy today, and I was like, you know what? If they can Venmo me my electricity bill, that would be a lot more better than me Venmoing the U.S. government in debt they got themselves
Chat,
into.
can you Venmo me the electricity bill here? I think the bill for the studio this month was almost $900. $900 for electricity here in the studio. Pretty magnificent. And that's not even including the internet. We have 2 Starlinks. So that's another 200. Just in electrical overhead, it's over $1,000 a month. We still haven't been able to get solar panels because California is on back order for like months. They said it could take like more than 6 months, more like years before they're even going to come out here and put up solar panels. It's going to be at least a year. And conveniently, when they raise the price of electricity, it's just ridiculous. We cannot get them to come out here to do the solar panels.
It's not even that, because I've tried to, and they're like, oh, the price, we're preparing for the price of everything to go up, so your price is going to go up for what you were buying by $5,000, but I still have to wait. Like, I'm sorry, what?
Right, they're holding off on installs because they know that the price of things are going to go up, so they're holding on to their supply, and it also, because of tariffs, they're like having trouble getting the goods, so they're waiting to jack the prices up before they'll install anything. It's pretty crazy. I have money and I can't get solar out here. That's where we're at with the solar. So we're stuck paying the electric bill. I cannot wait till we can get solar out here. It can't come fast enough. And I'm trying to work with Tesla. I'm like, hey, Tesla, we want to put a charging station here, right? We've already got a fueling station. I'm like, let's add a charging station. And I want to do like a business or something out here where we're got like a truck stop or something. And I can't get Tesla to do a contract. I can't get any solar deals out here. Nothing. Even if I buy a Tesla and have them put in the charging panel, they still won't bring out solar panels. The TikTok shop wind generator, that doesn't generate enough to do anything. We have serious power demands out here. You know, a charging company in Chicago, we'll have to talk. I want to turn this place into a charging station. Because I believe that the planes are going to be electric in the future, and they're going to need a place to charge. Yeah, give me their phone number. I'll give them a call. See if we can work something out. The problem is, right now, they want too much money down for what I want to do. I want to get in contact with somebody that sees I have the land, sees the vision that I have, and doesn't make me go so out of pocket just to make something happen where they're going to make all the freaking money, you know? They're going to make all the money and I'm the one that's got to fork out. It just doesn't seem right to me. It's more on principle. I don't see why I should have to fork out on something for them to make all the money with the business. It just doesn't seem right.
It's not even that, and you don't even, especially out here in California, you don't even get that kickback of the extra electricity. They're just like, thank you, and they give you a very small percentage of whatever you're putting in that's extra. It's just a messed up system.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that the solar technology that they're putting out now is going to be subpar to what's going to be coming out over the next few years. And you're going to end up shilling out all this money for this equipment, and then it's going to be subpar, and it's not going to be, and you're going to have to buy all new equipment anyway. That's kind of where I'm at with it. I'm stuck in limbo as far as the electrical out here. Our hands are tied. There's nothing we can do about it. All right, Trump teases more tariff letters ahead of August 1st deadline. It's going to make us watch a stupid ad. I try to watch these ads before, and then they still, like, they...
Moment for President Trump's economy as his boldest tariff policies to date are truly about to kick in. 1 week from Friday, President Trump's next round of tariffs on trading partners around the world are set to take effect, some
1 week.
as high as 50%. After months of delays and extensions, President Trump's tidal wave of universal tariffs, higher than anything we've seen so far, will hit imports August 1st. The president brushing off economists' forecasts that taxing products coming into the U.S. will add to inflation, with prices expected to really start rising in the fall.
We have no inflation. We wiped out inflation.
So far, tariffs impact
We have no inflation.
with moderate price increases on goods that usually come from abroad, like furniture and certain food products. Key trading partners, Canada, Mexico, South Korea, and the European Union are heading into August 1st without a negotiated
Guys,
deal.
we have no inflation.
One letter from President Trump
We've
tells
wiped
them
it
their
out.
products will be tariffed between 25 and 35% respectively.
Once those letters go out, we have a deal.
Whether the president actually
Once those letters go out,
taxes is questioned by many on
the markets are screwed.
phrase taco. Trump always chickens out. Friday morning, the president seeming to hedge on strong-arming the EU.
I would say that we have a 50-50 chance, maybe less than that.
Minutes later, he said this.
I think EU has got a pretty good chance of making a
If not, the EU
Nope.
is ready to hit back with counter tariffs of their own.
That's what's
Wall
coming.
Street has more than recovered from the initial blow of Trump's April tariff rollout. It seems the one trade relationship still making investors nervous is America's biggest, with China. The U.S. and China have a temporary trade agreement expiring August 12th. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent seeking to extend it during their talks in Sweden next week.
Hopefully, we can see the Chinese pull back on some of this glut of manufacturing that they're doing and concentrate on building a consumer economy.
Should you sell your bags?
Up to 200% tariffs on pharmaceuticals.
I don't know.
Domestic drug
Moon
production
cheese is
and
a stinky, stinky thing right now.
countries that buy Russian oil, specifically India and China. In Washington, I'm Atra Alnashar.
Moon cheese is so stinky right now. The moon cheese stinks. It reeks to high heaven. It reeks all the way to the moon, baby. So I'm conflicted. I think it erases all the gains we've had. You know, like with XRP, for instance, I think it brings it back down to, 250 at least. But it still goes up from there. I'm not saying sell your bag, but I'm saying make sure you've taken profits. I think we get one more last little push the end of this month. Yep, bag of farts. 126, not till the end of the cycle. Not till the end of the cycle. And possibly lower after the cycle. And let me tell you, that 126 should have hit. But as I see now, these markets are being heavily manipulated. They're not allowing it to fall to where it should go. It should have done that, right? But they're not allowing it with fake news and with nonsense. So they're totally manipulating the market. That 126 price point should have already filled. But they won't let it do it because they can't. Donald Trump cannot have that on his record. He cares too much about everything that looks bad on him, right? He cares too much about what people think. Look at that face. Look at it. Okay? Look at that nose. Look at his ear. His ear looks fine. That's a good plastic surgeon. That is a good plastic surgeon right there. The best money can buy. Yeah. We should have hit 126. That should have happened. Okay? Nate says Trump's a champion. Dude, Trump, I mean, think about it. He's kind of right. Yeah, I'll look at HBAR in a second here. Let me get through this segment of news, and then we'll go back into TA. Shot with a Nerf gun. I know that was real. Okay, that was real.
I don't think it was meant to kill anybody. I think it was for show. Of course, that's my opinion.
I'm not sure.
Because he never brought it up again. For the most petty person on the planet, he just never addressed it ever. Don't you think that's weird?
That is concerning. That is a red flag. But I'm telling you, there are people saying it was a BB gun. It was a real gun. Okay, somebody really got shot, and I don't know. That's a deep.
One will ever know.
That's a deep rabbit hole, for sure. And they were supposed to do a probe, like and to look into the assassinations and all of that. None of that ever came about. Now everyone cares about Epstein stuff. I feel like that would be the perfect way to distract people, is do the probe into the assassinations. And I think that's why they released the MLK files. But all we got from that was this.
Oh, I've been waiting for this. Oh boy, I've been waiting for this. What's up, Mitch? Ooh, I've been waiting for this.
That's all we got.
That's all we got.
That's all we got. Oh, man. Okay. So Trump says U.S. may not reach a trade deal with China. Or, excuse me, Canada. Sorry. Trump may not reach a trade deal with Canada. U.S. President Donald Trump has said he does not expect to reach a trade deal with Canada after he gave the country a deadline of August 1st to carve out an agreement. We haven't really had a lot of luck with Canada, Trump told reporters ahead of his trip to Scotland on Friday. I think Canada could be one of where there's just a tariff, not really a negotiation. Boom.
Man, he's really making those deals.
And I think that's the point. I think that's the point, is to have a heavy tariff on Canada and bring all that car manufacturing back to the U.S. That's the main thing, okay? Cars, steel, aluminum, metal, okay? They want to stop trade with Canada altogether, okay? And not just stop it, just tariff it. And that's what it will be. And it will be, we're no longer friends. Why can't we be friends?
He was told in May that he was all over the Epstein files. You can look that up yourself. The president already knew.
Nate says, I thought on these so-called August 1st speculation saying people are going to get a lot of money. The Treasury is going to get a lot of money because the tariffs are going to be massive. So, yeah, the deficit,
Getting hurt.
yeah, the people are going to pay for it. Your car prices are going to skyrocket. If you don't have a car now, you better get one, okay? And if you buy used cars, you better get a used car now because those are going to go up as well. As for me, I have a plethora of cars, okay? And I can fix them myself. I don't need anything except for the parts, but the parts are looking to go up as well. But it's still going to be significantly cheaper. I would much rather have an older car anyway. Anything made before 2006 is going to be like way more quality. And anything before 1995 is going to be even higher quality. They just don't build the cars like they used to, okay? Why do you think they did cash for clunkers? Okay? They squished all the good cars. They squished them all so that people would be stuck in an endless loop of buying new cars. Buy a Toyota, then cheaper parts than most. Yes, Nate, I actually have a 95 Toyota Tercel that I'm restoring right now. We just put a new gas tank in it, new fuel system. I'm actually, after the live ends, I'm going out to go work on it. I cannot wait to have that car ready. It is awesome. They just don't make them like they used to. And the thing gets like freaking 30, 40 miles to the gallon. And it's like the hood on it is like, it needs to be painted, okay? But the rest of the car really just needs a wax. And the inside of the car is like mint condition. It's super nice. I'm going to start driving it. That's the new era of classic cars. I've always been like pre-75, you know, because of I want pre-smog cars because I live in California. But this car, man, it's the new classic car. 95. How old is that, Jesse? 1995. How many years old is it?
30 years old.
30 years. When I was a kid, 30-year-old cars were considered classics. Now I'm an old man, okay, and this 30-year-old Toyota Tercel is probably going to outlive every car that I own. And
my Mercedes is 2000 and it's 25 years old, easy to fix. There's
they don't make them like that. Good gas mileage, like
That Mercedes
breaks
is
on it.
nice. That Mercedes is nice. I don't know where you found that thing, but that's a classic car too. And it is sweet. It is mint. Let me tell you, I have newer cars than that Mercedes, and it has more bells and whistles on it than some of the newer cars that are out today. Simont says the Series 300 is the best Mercedes you can buy. Yeah, she's got the 300 like sport coupe 2-door. Like that thing is so badass. And it's like, what is it, a 6 or an 8 cylinder, Jesse?
6.
It's a 6, but it gets mileage like it's a 4-banger.
Yep. I get about 36 miles to the gallon, and that's even just driving the city.
But you have to put premium in it, right?
Yeah, but it's not, it's, what is it, like a 10 cents different in gas? It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. That is a nice car. I'm actually really surprised how new that car looks for how old it is. Like when I look at it, I would think that maybe it's 5 to 8 years old. And it's how old? 25 years old? That's crazy.
I had a newer Kia, and that thing was maybe no more than like 6 years old, and it was a piece. Everything went wrong with it. Recall after recall. The freaking engine blew. Like, it was just a pain, and I was like, I will never buy a newer car again.
Planned obsolescence. They just don't make them like they used to. That's why I'm like, you know what? All I want is this Toyota Tercel. And I like the Tercel better because you don't see them. I like rare cars, right? I want cars that no one else has. You can find a Toyota Corolla or a Camry. You can find those, the 91s and stuff. When was the last time you found a Toyota Tercel? Or have you even heard of it? Like, I'd never even heard of it before. And I was alive when it came out brand new. And you have a Toyota Supra. Now that's a nice car. That's a nice car. I used to have cars like that. I wish I'd have kept more of those cars because I didn't realize how valuable they were going to become. Because the new era of car culture is not V8s. Everybody is into 4 cylinders with like a spoon engine in it or something. All right, let's see here. China suspends tariff exemption for U.S. AG exports. An economist said that China's suspension of U.S. tariff exemptions could impact the future of AG exports. Some of those exemptions go all the way back to the first trade war and the phase on one trade agreement that we had in place. He says China was exempting those tariffs that were on the books. Now, if a producer or buyer in China is looking to buying a shipment of soybeans, they have to start planning on there being tariffs. That's crazy. So even with a trade deal, we're about to see a spike in goods from China.
David Widmar, managing partner and economist at Ag Economic Insights.
David, the trade landscape around the world is ever changing, and there was a recent announcement that China has suspended tariff exemptions for U.S. ag products. Talk a little bit about this and what this means for U.S. ag exports.
Yeah, it adds more uncertainty. It's more, that fog. You talk about the fog of war. This is more of that fog of the trade war. We're not crossed the point of no return, or we haven't quite yet crossed into a full blown trade war, but we're definitely creeping closer to that. August is going to be a really important month for as we think about that. So I guess a little bit of background to this is helpful. It's kind of a they've uh, they're not allowing the exemptions anymore. So on the books there are tariffs on U.S. ag goods imported into the country of China. There had been an exemption. Some of those exemptions go all the way back to the first trade war and that phase one trade agreement that we had in place. And so China basically was exempting those tariffs that were on the books. And so they have sunset those um, exemptions. And so it's going to take some time to work its way through the system, but we are getting closer. So if a producer or a buyer of soybeans in China is looking at buying a shipment of beans and bring it to China, they have to start planning on there being tariffs being charged for those beans being imported.
Now, I do want to talk a little bit about the background of the relationship between China and the US and how important China is to ag exports and to farmers. And although we do have a lot of these new trade agreements being negotiated in principle right now, China continues to be a very important partner for the US. Talk a little bit about the role that they play in trade.
Well, China has been a huge backbone of our growth in ag exports over the last 2 decades. China has a couple big things going for it. It has a large population, uh, was the world's largest population, has slipped a little bit, but also had growing incomes. And it's that growing income that had really been a big part of that U.S. export story. They were buying a lot of soybeans. Half of all their purchases have been soybeans. And then another growing segment of that's important to a lot of listeners is also beef. A lot of beef imports have been growing over time. And so those are the two categories that I think is going to hit uh, U.S. producers, farmers, and ranchers here over the next few months. If we don't see progress towards those exemptions going back in place, and ideally removing those tariffs altogether, but we're going to start to see those tariffs being charged, and those buyers are going to be less likely to buy U.S. ag goods and services, namely soybeans and beef, as I mentioned.
Now, how is the market reacting to some of these new trade developments? I know it's an ever changing landscape, and a lot of things can change very quickly.
Yeah, there's not a deficit of information. It's kind of hard to process all the layers of breaking news that come into this. But when we step back and let's think about this over the next, 6 to 12 months. The market right now is really thinking about how big are corn and soybean yields in the U.S. We've got a lot of weather work through. We don't have a lot of weather data, out there. We don't have yield estimates out there quite yet, but we're going to figure out the size of this crop. And the next question is, how much are we going to be reliant on exports? Luckily for corn, where we planted a lot of acres, um, the corn export story has been relatively stronger over the last, say, year or so. Corn also isn't as susceptible to the China risk of these tariffs. Now, when we look at
That's
soybeans,
because
of course,
corn
it's
is
going to take us a little bit
subsidized.
longer in the fall to get a good size of how big that soybean crop is. And then the attention is going to focus on those exports. If we have big crops, and there's certainly been some indications of favorable crop conditions, maybe trending that direction towards big yields in the U.S., we're going to rely on exports to really get those ending stocks down and to keep those prices from falling a lot. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of pressure that the markets are thinking about. Big yields could push prices lower. Tariff uncertainties and tariffs being in place would push markets lower. So we want to try to make sure we can avoid that doomsday scenario, I guess, or that maybe not doomsday scenario, that scenario where we have big crops and no export markets to send that to. That would be a really difficult spot for the U.S. producer and the commodity market prices.
With this uncertainty, what do farmers need most to provide them some certainty with trade, especially in the current marketplace where commodity prices are down and farmers are continuing to struggle?
Yeah, so there's factors that are part of producers inside of the domain of things that producers can control. So when they think about 2026, they need to start thinking about how can I lower my cost of production. We planted this crop in a lot of cases with a budget that wasn't very optimistic. We had some government payments that helped offset that, but we don't have a government payment system in place at this point for the next 6 to 12 months. And so we got to start thinking about what costs do we need to trim. I think producers also need to be very focused on their cash flow, know where their cash flow situation is going to be in 3, 6, 12 months. That's going to help them know when they need to market some grain. It helps them understand how they're going to go about financing their operation heading into 2026. And then, of course, the next piece here is to keep an eye on these markets. I think, in an ideal world, we get through some of this weather uncertainty. That'll happen in the next 6, 8, 12 weeks. We also need to get through some of this market uncertainty, in the best case situation, there'd be a trade deal with China that lasts a long time. And if we can't get that, then maybe we could get another 6, 12-month negotiation period, so that way we can avoid that situation where there are tariffs being charged and the Chinese buyers are looking elsewhere around the world instead of to the U.S. for their ag goods. I think the last piece here that producers should be thinking about and should be keeping an eye on is just, keep an eye on the long run. Keep an eye on what are your goals, what are your strategies, what are the things you're working for, and make sure that you keep that in mind. It could be a little frustrating and stressful if you're watching the markets from day to day and watching all this uncertainty, but it's always helpful to step back and say, hey, what am I doing in this operation? What do I want to do for the rest of my career and for the next generations? And that can be helpful to help you navigate some of those uncertainties and those periods of great question.
Just to kind of hit home on the importance that ag exports play to the United States, the USDA recently released some statistics saying that agricultural exports contributed $362.4 billion to the U.S. economy in 2023. Just talk again about the importance of ag exports and I guess just about these numbers in general and how we can continue to grow ag exports.
Well, the first thing that we think about is for just crops. We have soybeans and corn, they hang out at 80 to 95 million acre plantings each. Well, we have about 25 million acres of trade that is specifically earmarked to China. And so that's a really important, really big.
There's a poll at the top of your screen.
Going just to China. So
Click there and vote.
Here is, okay, if we're not trading with China, what's the long run strategy?
Click on the poll and vote.
It's usually lower commodity prices that sort that problem
It's
out.
free.
That's not a story that the American farmer wants to hear. I think the other piece that we looked at is more broadly, or around a third of U.S. ag production, again, this is of crops, is tied to trade. And so we have an ag sector in our economy that is very trade dependent. And we all know about the inelasticities of commodity prices. If we are less competitive or we have a smaller stake in that, it's going to come through in the form of lower prices. Domestic usage is always a bright spot and it's always an opportunity, but unfortunately that takes a lot of time to get those economic signals and those plants planned and built and up and running. So this is ultimately a lot of short run risk that in the long run we can work through. It's just how we're going to get from the short run, or what is the short run going to be, what are we going to do, and what are we going to do to move through the short run to a long run.
Yeah. It'll take time for them to plant crops, build facilities, factories. So we're going to see shortages and price hikes before we see things come down. I think in the long run, 5-10 years down the road from now, it'll be good, but it's going to hurt first. Can't vote, you're a mod. Well, there's a poll up there. I don't know. It should be like right around here somewhere. Maybe like right here. Should be a poll. Chat, click on it. It's only got 40 seconds left. Vote and tell me what you think. And if you can't find it, just put your answer in the chat. The question is will the tariffs dump the markets? Yes, no, or moon cheese? All right. Yes, no, or moon cheese. I want to know what you guys are thinking. Seamont says no. I'm thinking moon cheese, baby. Everyone thinks no, so that makes me feel like yes. This is why I'm anybody else. What is your take? Do you think obviously it's not going to dump the market, but do you think it's going to play no role at all? Do you think it's going to affect it a little bit and then just keep going from there? Cuz I think it'll get a bit of a pullback, but like things like Fartcoin, it'll just continue on its trajectory like it has. SXT will get a nice pullback and have an entry zone for it. XRP, I think, is going to suffer the most. In my opinion, I think XRP is going to suffer from tariffs the most because not only is it going to get the tariff sell-off, it's going to get the end of the month sell-off. The Ripple dump, right? The Ripple dump. I think XRP suffers the most. Yeah, it'll be your last chance. Have you been watching Morningstar Inc., Oz? I don't even know what that is. What's Morningstar Inc.? I don't have Jessie anymore. Jessie had to go to do her live. So she's on a different show right now. She's with the Queens of Crypto. She has now been dubbed a Queen of Crypto. Thanks to the GOAT. The GOAT has made her a queen in the crypto space. You told me a few weeks ago. Honestly, dude, I haven't had the time. I haven't looked into it. I'll have to look into it. Let me make a note here, okay? Let me write it down here somewhere. I'm old school. Got to have pen and paper. All right. What was it called? It was called Morningstar Inc. Is it a project? Is that what it is? Or is it like a show? How soon on XRP trying to ride to 350 to sell for profits? I think it gets one last little pump. I think 350 is definitely a doable goal. You've got 5 days. You got 5 days to make a deal. I would say even less. You have like 3 or 4 days. And I think we get that pump in the next 3 or 4 days because of moon cheese. And then, yeah, I'm going to do TA. We got some time. I'll run over. All right. I will go late. And hopefully you guys will gift me for staying late. You don't have to if you're a subscriber. But we've made about $12, $13 this live, $12.82 we've made. I'm hoping to get profitable at some point, you know? And if you don't want to give, oh, thank you for the monkey. If you don't want to give gifts, you can send donations right now. Donations is where it's at. I'm giving 50% of those to the Operation Underground Railroad to help child essaying and trafficking. Got to go into work. All right, let me pull it up real quick. I got you, brother. I got you. Don't go anywhere. H-bar. H-bar. This is what I see concerning here. Same thing with XRP. It looks like it could be a head and shoulders. That would send it down to 18 cents. Somewhere around there. 18 cents. So And it could only drop to like 20 cents. Okay? Like 21 cents. But the low would be 18 cents. I think it drops to like 21. Okay? But before it does that, I'm thinking it gets a little push, which may break the pattern. Okay? And if it does, it would break up, and let's say it hits like just above 30 cents, like 32 cents. And then it would be this ascending, broadening wedge thing right here, which would send it up and then would come crashing back down to the same price point. Buy fart coin to break resistance. I could buy some more. I could throw another 100K at it. It's going to go, though. It's a nice doji. Okay? It's going to go. All right? I'm not worried about this one. This one, it's fart coin. For the love of God, it's fart coin. It's going to do well. I've actually been waiting for this pullback because I wanted to buy more in July. And I didn't buy because I was like, oh, maybe the tariff thing will screw it all up. And it just kept going. So I've been waiting for it to pull back here where it did perfectly. So I've actually been timing this thing for a little while now. You guys know this is like the only meme coin that I'm super bullish on. This thing is what I want to see when it comes to a meme coin. And I'm going to keep swing trading it like it is. So, but I wanted to throw a lot more into it. SXT is about to get a nice move, I think. I think it'll take a few days. I think what'll happen is it'll try, and it could head and shoulders and come back down. And it would probably come down to 7 cents, maybe 7.5. That's where I'm thinking. Maybe it comes all the way down to 5 cents. If it does, I hope so, because my fart coin will pump hard. I'll take that out of it and trade it and put it right back into SXT. That's what I'm hoping for. That's why I moved out of SXT, because this one's going to take a little more time for it to move. And maybe it just shoots up, maybe it goes up here to 15 cents for the next push, maybe like 13.5 and then 15. Thoughts on Tell? My thoughts are, Nate, that you got to be a subscriber. I am no longer doing free TA because it's become a bit overwhelming, and we need more subscribers. Cardano, I'll do Cardano again. Have a good night, Simon. Cardano and Algo. Cardano is going to do well in alt season. I'll tell you that right now. This one's going to do really well. So, yeah, this one's due for a pump. 99 cents to $1 from here. This one should go 99 cents to $1. But technically, this double bottom kind of played out. It seems a bit weak. Like it should go to 99 cents to $1. And that would be a good fulfillment. But technically, it has this right here, though. This right here should send it back up in the short term to 89 cents. At least. If it's not going to drop out. This is in the day. Yeah, it could very well, because of tariffs, come up like this and double top and come back down. And that would send it down to 62.81 to 61.27. That's about where it would fall to. It could very well only fall to 65 cents. And I would probably lean more towards that 64, 65 cents. That's more likely to happen. But it could very well fall to those lower lows if it does that. But it should, you know, the charts say that it wants to go to $1, but we don't know because the whole tariff thing, right? We just don't know. I hope that the tariff thing dumps Bitcoin and alts run. I hope that that's the catalyst that ignites alt season. That's what I'm leaning towards, and that's what I'm seeing with everyone saying that tariffs aren't going to matter this time. No one cares. I think you're right, because people want alt season, and they're like, yeah, Bitcoin's going to dump and it's going to ignite alt season, or it's going to create a buying opportunity for alt season. Either way, this could be the catalyst that ignites it all. Algorand. I'll tell you what, I can't own enough of this stuff. Same thing on this one. It got its double bottom. It's technically played out its double bottom. But this one should get a pump at least up to 31 cents. Okay? It has this trend. There's your trend right there. So let's say we don't go into alt season, it's going to follow this. So it could come down a little more, it could come up and then down a little bit, but then it would come up and touch at like 25, 26 cents over here around September, and then come down. And that's if the cycle's over. But I just don't think it is. I'm not buying this. I just don't think that's what's going to happen. I really don't. I think what's going to happen is this thing's going to break up to 75 to 78 cents, maybe 80 cents. Seems more likely. Magical disappeared. Are those projects for me to look up? I'm assuming that they're like meme coins or something. Me Cheeky, I do apologize. I saw you earlier, and we were in the middle of the news. I do apologize. Me Cheeky is one of the funniest guys ever. He subscribes just to send me funny jokes. I'm so sorry, buddy. Hey, I need a joke. But it's got to be TikTok friendly. I know you got one, bro. My guys' jokes are not TikTok friendly. I'll tell you that right now. Hilarious, though. Some of them are bad. Some of them are really bad. How do you sub? What you're going to do is there's down on the bottom here, there's a button. Let's see here. Where is it at here? Where's the sub button at? That's a good question. Okay, so down in the bottom left, there's a thing that says Service Plus, okay? It's like a yellow box with like an arrow going up. What the heck? Visibility restricted. Somebody flagged me. No, we didn't do Twitch today. No Twitch. TikTok exclusively today. What's going on? I don't know. I lost everything. We just got hit with a shadow banana. Are you guys there? You guys can't see me? I got hit with a banana. Hold on. I'm trying to get the appeal. Appeal not approved. We got hit with a banana. How's everybody doing today? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I'm Ozthecryptogoat. What's up, Gibby? Thank you for the heart me. Revolution, thank you for the heart me and the 6 popular votes. How's everybody doing today? Hopefully you're printing money like we are over here. Yeehaw! We are riding the bull. Sell at $13. SRJ, what I would recommend is become a deluxe subscriber, and I offer one-on-one coaching so that way we can find out what is best for your situation. Everyone's situation is a little bit different, but I think we're pumping, baby. I think we're gonna pump. This is gonna be another good week in crypto. Can XRP go to $13? I mean, theoretically it can, but what I would recommend is be a deluxe subscriber. I'll let you know when to sell. You can message me directly for on-demand technical analysis, and that way we can find out what's best for you. $3 is the norm now. For now, yeah. We're going to go much higher. We're going to go much, much higher. Mother Dragons, thank you for the heart me and the popular vote. Send a hat and mustache. If you're making money, send a hat and mustache. Revolution, thank you for the hat and mustache. Hat and mustache, baby. Hat and mustache is the gift of the day today. What do you guys think? How does it look, huh? You guys like it? Mother Dragons, thank you for the hat and mustache. Rocking the hat and mustache today. I'm feeling good, man. I like this look. Like I'm out here on the farm. Like this is one of my looks. Like I have the golfer look and then I have the country boy look, right? But this is normal for me right here. Like I like this look. Howdy, Mother of Dragons. And if you're having viewership issues, come on over to Twitch or YouTube. We are live on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. Got the twisty mustache. We're ready to hit the trail. Saddle up, baby. Saddle up. It's about to get real. Alt season is here. It is alt season, baby. And I am so excited. I hope tariffs don't screw it all up, because we've been waiting for alt season for months now. Months. Don't rain on our parade, Donald Trump. I'll tell you what, viewership is going to be really low today, so I need you guys to be liking, share, hashtag FYP in the chat. Everybody, every creator is going live today because everything's about to pump and they want to tell their fan base, hey, we're going to pump. So we're going to be in competition today. Some of the great creators of the TikTok space all of them are live right now. Every single one of them. Conveniently. But we go live every time at this time. And which is fine. But if viewership drops too low, then we are going to move to YouTube and Twitch. I want the orange guy to make those dang deals, or it's going to make the market crazy. I know. I have a feeling a deal is coming, at least with China. I think we'll see a deal with China. We'll see. I feel like we need some cowboy music. Put on some cowboy music, right? Save a horse, ride a cowboy. Save a horse, ride a crypto bro. Save a horse, ride a crypto bro. Pineapples in the chat if you want to ride this crypto bro. I'm gonna take my bag to the crypto exchange. I'm gonna sell till there ain't no more. Hit some Spark today. Can you check out the chart? Yeah, dude, I'll check out Spark in just a minute. Let's get up to like 15K likes, and then I'll do some TA. We'll do the news and everything. Double tap that screen. Share the show. Share the show out with all your friends. Hashtag FYP in the chat. Hashtag cowboy. The Pink Pony Club. Everybody's got bears and bulls and wolves in their live. Add a goat. Add a goat to your TikTok name. Join the Goat Club. If you're with the goats, Jesse's got a goat in her name now. Join the Goat Clan. Be one of the goats in crypto. All right. Let everybody know that you're riding with the goats. I'm going to have this song stuck in my head for a week. Heck yeah. That's the point. I accidentally vacuumed up an XRP coin. How do I get it out of the vacuum bag? You don't, man. It's stuck in that Zalman wallet forever. If XRP goes to 10K, you paid $10,000 for your Zalman wallet. That's why everybody's pushing those Zalman wallets. They're trying to burn up all that XRP. If you get 100,000 people to open a Zalman wallet, that's 100,000 XRP gone. Gone for good. We're going to get banned on YouTube.
What's the password?
I don't really care. Today's a little bit special.
You late.
The green light's on, baby. The green light is on. You gonna put my algo bags? Oh, dude, algo is about to take off. I hope you bought algo when I told you to. You would have bought the very bottom. Hi, Eve. Glad to see you. Yeah, they're not like us. Eve, thank you for the 5 popular votes, the what's up, and the 5 goats. Appreciate you. Hat and mustache is the gift to send today. Send in the hat and mustache. That is the gift of the day, the hat and mustache. Of course you did. Thanks, Oz. No problem. I be calling the bottoms, right? To the cent, baby. MVP, thank you for the hat and mustache. Oni by Genuine. Oh my lord. Mother of Dragons, shame on you, but yes. I think that's appropriate. There's going to be some crypto making music today. Everybody share the live. Everybody hashtag FYP in the chat. Let's get the live pumping. There's a lot of people going live right now in the crypto space, so it's probably going to be a slow day. That's why I'm like, you know what? We're going to do the music and whatever. We're going to have fun today. Thank you for the FYPs. Don't forget hashtag must watch, hashtag live. What's on the chart? We got XRP here. Also, the number 4 capital U, hashtag number 4 capital U. That's a good one. Let's get those views up. And we need hat and mustaches today. I got the hat and the mustache on. Hashtag XRP10K. Oh man. Them's fighting words, TikTok seller. Them's fighting words. Y'all got some jokes. Y'all are funny. Y'all. I put the hat on it and all that comes out is y'all. Listen here, y'all. Should I talk in a southern drawl? Talk like this and we selling our bags and shit. Everybody put a W in the chat if you're selling your bag right now. All right. And put a rocket in the chat if you're riding this thing because it's alt season, baby. I'll tell you what, for me, rockets, baby. Rockets. Tyson with the rocket. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Revolution with the firecracker or something. What is that? I guess that's kind of a rocket. There you go. Rockets, baby. Alt season is in full effect, baby. I'm feeling it. I think this is alt season. Some are saying probably not. Nah, I think it is. There's no Bitcoin reserve yet. Without a Bitcoin reserve, Bitcoin will still collapse. You know what I mean? Without a Bitcoin reserve, didn't Trump buy BTC? Yeah, but he might trade it. Who knows what he's going to do with it? And do we know that he really did buy Bitcoin? I did see that though. And Trump may just not know how crypto works. Remember that. He might just not know. security. Right now, the narrative is, you know, ISO coins, right? Utility coins. SXT is going to do phenomenal things, but you're buying it so early on. You're way too early with it, right? Obviously trade it, right? But I'm going to be holding my SXT for a long time. I'll take profits from it here and there. I'll buy dips on it. But that's one of those ones where you're buying the bottom and it's an accumulation phase. That's what I've been telling you guys. This is something that you're just going to accumulate it over time, and eventually one day, maybe when alt season pops off, it's going to do something this season. Apologies for the spam. You're good. Spam the chat, man. I don't care. Let's look at SXT. Subscribers come first. I think SXT is in like a limbo right now. I've been watching it pretty close. I got Cardano for you next. However, it is a bit of like a cup and handle. However, because it's a bearish drop into it, it may or may not, but it's also like an inverted head and shoulders here. So honestly, I think this thing is going to take off. I've been buying the dips on this thing. I've been just accumulating it. I'm not really, I'm trading it, but I'm also accumulating it. I'm trying to grow this bag as massive as I could. Yeah, it could go. And that, I think that it dropping into the cup and handle is kind of null and void because of how new it is. It's just starting to create patterns. So this could be a cup and handle. This thing could take off. I'd like to see it do about 12 cents, 12.5 here pretty soon. You're accumulating too. Yeah, and think about it. If this doesn't take off, which it will this season, it's going to do something this season, right? But if we're accumulating this over the next 5 years, we're going to be filthy rich in 5 years. This thing's going to do dollars, and we have plenty of time to load up on it. Why load up on XRP while it's like way high when you can buy this while it's way down? You know what I mean? That's where I'm at with it. I already made my money off of XRP. That's why everyone's situation is different, right? Everyone's situation is completely different. So you have to find out what works for you. If you're trying to make a quick buck, yeah, there's a quick buck to be made here. You would have won a bot at about 8 cents or lower. What is this? This is SXT, space and time. But this is a long term right here. This is a long term buy and hold. Hey, Jesus, thank you for the heart me and the 10 popular votes. Let's see. Cardano was next. I think this one could take off. Hold on. Let me look at on the lower time frame, because you can trade this thing while it's moving sideways and print money. All right. If you got a couple grand in here, this thing will print you $100 bills. All right. Here's the thing. This kind of looks like a head and shoulders here. All right. This thing needs to start taking off. Otherwise, we're in deep doo-doo, right? But I think the markets are moving, you know, this could very well break the structure. And I would even say that it's a bit out of structure. But look, if this is a big cup and handle, look, we got a cup and handle right here played out. I think we could see the cup and handle happen here. It is already at a super low price and we're moving into alt season. AB, how's it going? Revolution, thank you for the let 'em cook. Good evening. Wolfie? You want Wolfie? All right, let me do Cardano and I'll do Wolfie next unless another subscriber comes in. And remember, guys, subscribe to the channel. And if you're already a subscribed, you can send gift subscriptions to people. I know I haven't been doing the daily price points for the $1.99. I'm working to phase out the $1.99 subscription and just do deluxe subscriptions, so I can message you one-on-one and give you that TA one-on-one, because it seems like making those videos and everything is a lot of work for me, and I'm already got so much on my plate. So I kind of want to do away with that and have it to where you just message me directly, because everyone's situation is different. I don't want you to get the wrong information from those. That's the whole point, is because people were getting those too late, and I tried the email alert system and that wasn't really working like I had hoped. So I'm not charging for that anymore. I'm still doing it, but I can't always be at my computer every time it goes out. So I was like, all right, I can't charge for this anymore. So I'm offering it for free. So if you want the email alert system, it's free from now on. We're trying new things. I'm doing my best to help you guys. I really am. And basically the deluxe subscription is where it's at. Be a deluxe subscriber and get that one-on-one coaching. A nice Head and Shoulders on the monthly forming for SXT. SXT doesn't have a monthly chart yet, does it? Let me look at it. We just did that one. I'll tell you what, if it comes down, I'm just going to buy more. Yeah, that's not a Head and Shoulders on the monthly. I mean, maybe an inverted Head and Shoulders could be. Could be. Not enough data on that one. I'm holding SXT till next cycle. So am I. That's what I've been trying to tell you guys, is we wanted to find something to accumulate, right? SXT is in its accumulation phase. You just keep buying it and buying it and buying it. You can trade it and keep growing the bag, but you have basically a year to 4 years to grow your bag on that one. You're welcome. You can thank me later. This is not something that's going to pay you tomorrow. This is going to pay off just next cycle, you know, or maybe this cycle, alt season or whatever. It's probably going to do a lot this cycle. Okay. But when it goes parabolic is going to be when we have the next cycle. Right now is the utility narrative. Okay. The next cycle will be the security. All right. Everyone's going to be looking for security in crypto. And that's where SXT is going to come in. And you're so early. Look on Coinbase monthly. What for SXT? All right, let's do Cardano. I think Cardano is about to explode, to be honest with you, from what I've seen. Oh, look, it did it. Right? So it was behind and we were like, oh, you know, if you want to catch, look at it starting to go. What a good call on this one, right? I think it's got more. I think it's got more. It's hitting its first bit of resistance, though, at that 89, 90 cent. I think this one goes to like 98 cents to $1, 95 cents to $1. Seems about right. You bought at 83. Well, you're making money, that's for sure. I think I remember you buying the other day. It was just right here. That's actually a you from the TA class. Remember we said we want confirmation for to pass the neckline from the double bottom. So that was actually a good entry for a smart play, right? So kudos to you, buddy. You're definitely learning. I do the aggressive approach, right? I'm more I trust my TA a lot. So like when I see it, I'm like, all right, I do the more aggressive, but sometimes it burns me. It really does. But the way I see it is if I get burned, usually I can hold it a little bit longer and it recovers because we're in a bull cycle, right? If we weren't in a bull cycle, I'd be a little bit more cautious. But yeah, Cardano, I think it's still going, bro. This one's still got more. I think it could do, let's see. If you really think about it, let's zoom out here. Here's the thing. We have a bit of a trend. If it breaks above where it's at right now and gets to like $1, I would say that it's broken this trend, and it could potentially go up to like $1.50. And like, you know, all the liquidity in Bitcoin has to go somewhere, and these are the types of projects that are going to get it. So could this one do much, much higher? Yes. This one could do $2. It could do $2.50. It could even do like all-time highs. Potentially. I'm more on the conservative side because the liquidity is more spread out. But we'll see. Solana, dude, Solana is going to do well. I think Solana is going to do maybe just as well as XRP. I think Solana is going to do phenomenal things. What coin is this? This is Cardano. Cardano. ADA. No problem, man. I think, honestly, these top tier coins, they're going to do a lot. And if you bought in, I would hold, and I would assume that come the first of the month, unless we get a good tariff deal, like a deal with China or a deal with the EU, a deal like that is going to send things parabolic, right? And if they cut interest rates, that'll send things as well. And maybe they cut rates to send things, and then right after, tariffs come into play and it erases all of it, which is highly likely. It really is riding on tariffs on the first of the month. I'm going to be expecting a pullback at the end of the month, and then whatever pullback that is, when it's done pulling back, I'm going to enter right back in, and it's on like Donkey Kong. And you could potentially just hold through it. I don't think the tariffs are really scaring anyone anymore. I don't think anyone cares. Like the stock market, started going down, but crypto took off. Yep, like a slingshot. Exactly, AB. You into meme coins? Fartcoin. Fartcoin looks like it's going to do some good stuff too. I got some Fartcoin. I will always hold Fartcoin just so I can say I'm holding a fart. Okay. Trade at your own risk though. For me, it's funny, right? I want Fartcoin so I can send it to my friends and say, here, I'm going to send you a fart. Or I can say, I'm holding a fart in my wallet. I literally have it just so I can say I'm holding a fart. Like that's really the only reason. Fart jokes have been around for thousands of years. I'll tell you, of all the meme coins, that one is going nowhere. That one will have a narrative. Even when new normies come in to crypto, they're going to be, oh yeah, fart coin. Look at that. That's funny. And they'll buy it. It'll just keep on having its run. Yes, it's an amazing reason to hold it. Not just because of what it is and the joke behind it, but it'll continually have that joke. New people will keep getting into crypto and seeing that, oh my God, I'm totally buying this. Like, that's why I bought it. Like, I don't even care about making money off of it. I just want to own it. So I can say, yeah, kids, I paid for your college tuition with farts. Imagine explaining that to the IRS. And how did you acquire this $6 million? Oh, I sold some farts. Hat and mustaches, guys. And don't forget to put a goat in your TikTok name. If you're following the goat and you're part of the goat squad, all right? Everybody's got their bear in their name. They've got the wolves in their name. We're doing the goats. Put a goat in your name. Let people know that you watch this show. Let them know you're about it. TikTok seller, I'm talking to you. I know you're going to do it. If you're in the TA class, you better have a goat in your name. That's going to become mandatory. If you want to be in the class, you want to be a subscriber, you got to have a goat in your name. Can you talk about SXT and what it's doing? We just did SXT, but I'll tell you this. It's on the edge of up or down. It's an indecision, but I think we're moving into alt season, so I think it's going to go up. Revolution, thank you for the hat and mustache. Hat and mustaches, people. What's up, Run Up? How you doing? Hats and mustaches, baby. That is the gift of the day today. Gift of the day. I need an exit for Zbeck going up or down. I'll have to get back to you on that one because a lot of people. Holy crap! TikTok seller with 1, 2, 3, 4 hat and mustaches and a heart me, a rose. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. 50% of the hat and mustache goal has been sent. And I expect all of you diehard fans to add a goat to your TikTok name. If you see Jessie, Revolution starts now. She's got a goat in her name. I added a goat to my name. Let's let the community know that we're a tight squad here too, right? Let's get some goats in our names. I think it's funny. It's more of a joke on our end. Some people, they're using it as affiliation for like the wolf pack or whatever. For me, I think it's fun, right? It's fun. Let me see here. Let's look at Sui. Sui. Oh, no. Bro. Sui kind of looks like a cup and handle. You know, I've seen a lot of cup and handles. And it's also a double bottom here. All right. This is a double bottom. Sui looks good. I think Sui's about to take off. I think it's headed up. Obviously, in the short term, it's this ascending channel, which is bearish, and it's going to come down, probably head and shoulders. But I think in the long term, baller with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's either 5 or 6 hat and mustaches. Thank you, Richard. Thank you for, or Richard's brother. Thank you for the rose. My brother owns the world's largest space diamond. You should own some HEX. Interesting. All right. If you say so. Are we going to see our market dump soon? Yeah, I mean, yes and no. Okay. I think end of the month, bit of a sell-off, but I think we're in alt season, baby. I think we're going to see a bit of a pullback, but alt season. That's what I see. Obviously, there's going to be ups and downs, but I think long term, we're going to be continuing moving up until about November, December. Obviously, with some pullbacks in between there. But Sui, I think in the long run, it's going up, but it's probably going to come down to, if you're looking for an entry on Sui, 311. 311.07. That's going to be your entry point there. And maybe a little higher. Maybe it hits around like 316.5. But in the shorter time frame here, you know, this could come up here, double top, consolidate a little bit more, and then that's head and shoulders. But then it'll probably move up from there. I think everything is pretty much going up, though, in the long term. I have the green light on. That's just where it's at. In my opinion, obviously, tariffs can throw a wrench in everything. And I think if you missed some of this pump, right, that's going to be your time to get in. All right. If you didn't get in yet and you're a little bit behind, now may not be the best time to buy. Obviously, could pump from there, but I think we need to see what happens on the first. We need to see what happens with Jerome Powell and then go from there. All right. Was there another project? You know, let's read the news. Let's read some news here. Which cryptocurrency is more likely to be a millionaire maker, XRP or Chainlink? All right, what do you guys think? X's for XRP, C's for Chainlink. Which do you think is going to be the better choice? Joe, thank you for the heart me. Francesca, thank you for the heart me. Josh, TikTok seller with X's. Francesca with XRP. Asset farmer with X. I think XRP there's a bit of a consensus here. I don't know. I think Chainlink. But you know me and how I feel about XRP. But that's more long term. This cycle, XRP. Okay, definitely. Duh. Right? XRP is going to do phenomenal things. Look at the narrative and the moon cheese behind it, okay? And maybe I'm wrong about everything about it. We don't know. It's very speculative. More information could come out and that changes my mind on it. So, but in the meantime, I think XRP is going to be a top performer. I've said that like all along. I just said like, is it really going to 10K? No. All right. If XRP gets adopted, we're going to 1K. I mean, XRP is not getting adopted. I just don't see it happening, man. That's moon cheese. But the narrative's great, which means it's going to pump. Everyone, you know what, Josh? Come up on Discord. I want to talk to you about it. Josh, let's talk. Because I know what you're talking about, and I have some thoughts on what you're saying. I'm gonna pull up Discord right now. I'll be looking for you on there. What price do I see this cycle? $8, $7. I mean, it could potentially do like $15. I think 25's pushing it. Like, you know, $10 is probably going to be the top. It's just a strong psychological zone, you know? Keep that in mind. Holy shit, Batman, I'm buying a new Suburban. No Lambo? Let's see here. Josh, come on, buddy. There you are. What's up, Josh? Can you hear me? Can't hear you. Let's see what's going on here. Can you hear me, Josh?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Ah, perfect. All right, what's going on, buddy? Tell me your moon cheese, man.
pump, bro.
I want to believe.
You know, I find it, with what I've seen come out and the things that Trump is saying, I feel more and more confident every day that it's actually going to get adopted.
I know, but this year, this cycle,
I mean, the way I see it is I don't think we have, there's this whole topic around, is it going to be 2030, and I just don't think that we're in the cycle phases anymore. I think we might see like even maybe sidelining, but I doubt we like dump until then. Because I mean, think about it. Even if we get adoption in 2030, are people really going to give up their early entry positions until then? I mean, it's not even that far out.
dude, I'm selling my bags when this shit tops out. So are a lot of people.
See, I don't think it's gonna top out. I mean, maybe for like a period until it gets adopted. I mean all the pumping right now is obviously like that's all FOMO, that's all hype. That I'll say.
Oh, there you are. I'll put you on screen.
But like I'll agree, obviously, like right now, um everything that I'm seeing right now is obviously all hype, right? Like there's very little utility actually being used currently. So
You know what's funny is I saw um an article. And I wish I had it right now. And it actually made me think of you. And don't take this offensively, okay? Okay, but
Right.
basically the article was, oh, Swift transactions are down and XRP's price is skyrocketing. Is there a correlation to this? And I'm like, no. Because they're like, oh, well, ISO is in place. Now all of a sudden XRP is pumping and Swift's transactions are down. And I'm like, no.
The only yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, Swift is not using XRP right now. I can guarantee you that right now.
I think the difference is too, I think it's going to be less of Swift using XRP. I think if it gets adopted, it would just be the current administration kind of changing the way the system works. Right? Like, I think if we get adoption, I don't really think it's going to be like Swift's like, well, let's get rid of our system and use XRP. Like, it's like XRP only works the way that it interacts with other blockchains. Like, you can't just move that onto Swift. So, I mean,
Exactly.
I know they can connect to it. Like, if other countries were like, I want to have CBDCs, I don't want to go decentralized. There's a way they're talking about of connecting it potentially, but I mean, I've seen the speeches that Trump has given, and I'm very optimistic. And again, like, even Jake Claver has put updates on just the price potential with ETF inflows, um, the FOMO. Everybody's talking about it. I think the people who are actually open about it are are all saying that the current price increases are just FOMO.
Let me
It
tell
is
you
what
something.
it is, but
ETFs. Let's talk about that. All right, for a second.
Right.
ETFs do cause price movement in the upward direction when they first come out. I mean, look at what happened with Bitcoin, right? And I do think that that's what's going to happen. It's going to push things up, but in the long term goal or in the long term scheme of things, what actually happens is it reduces volatility over time.
Yeah.
So careful what you wish for, right? Hey, by the way, is Francesca, are you still in the chat? Francesca, are you still here? Chime in if you are. I totally forgot about something I was going to do. But go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
I was gonna say, and that was my other point is, I think what I think is gonna happen is regardless of if adoption happens around this cycle or around 2028, 2029, 2030, I think that there isn't gonna be another cycle like that goes down. And this is what I'm saying is like if we get all these ETFs and they were just talking about potentially letting retirement accounts buy it's going to create a lot of stability in the market. And the reason why I'm not going to sell at $10 is because I don't think there's going to be another opportunity to buy at 50 cents afterwards.
Well,
right?
if that's the case, that means no alt season.
I mean, whatever way. I mean, I'm willing to wait years for this if I have to, but I think I just don't really want to sell my XRP until adoption happens because I'm young. I don't really need the money. I can sell other coins that I'm holding, but XRP is just that one coin where it's like, even the people who don't like it, they'll admit like, there could be something to this and they could end up using it and it could end up exploding.
I'm
And so
one of
for
them.
that reason,
I'm
it's
one of them.
just like, if it doesn't go back down to 50 cent, why would I sell? Right. And like, I've heard people say, oh, we might drop to $2, but it's like, at the end of the day, we might not even drop to $2, right? Like if we go to $8 or 15, there's no way we're dropping back down to 2, especially the people who buy at the top. They're not going to sell their positions. They're going to keep holding it, and it's going to cause the price to not dip as much. So for me, it's like, if I have to wait another 3 years, I just won't sell. And that's just where my head is at.
Oh my gosh. Big Baller in the chat says, guys, I saw 3 old ladies today stuffing hundreds in a Bitcoin machine that charges 16%.
Yeah.
Crazy. That is crazy. The FOMO is real. And what's so sad is I think that narrative is what's going to like push Bitcoin a little bit, but eventually it's going to crash. All those little old ladies are going to lose everything, in my opinion. But if what you're saying is true, then that means Bitcoin never crashes and everything steadily ticks upwards, pretty much.
Right. Yeah. And I think that might end up what's happening. I mean, I've seen so many influencers say we're on the last leg up, and it's like, how do we know that, right? If these influencers and they have a bias too, because the reason why I think they want everybody to sell is so they get their alt season, and then they want to get done with alt season so they can have another bear cycle, so they can use all that money they just made to accumulate even more. So that way, when we quote get adoption in 2030. They can make even more money. And I think there's a reason they're pushing that narrative, because there's a lot of people who really want the market to come back down.
Absolutely.
Because they want to be able to buy more, and it's a huge narrative that's being pushed. And in my head, it's like, well, what if the government just decides, you know what? We're not going to do that anymore. All these companies are going to load up on Bitcoin, and we're just going to send the darn coin to $1 million per coin and just, have everything steadily, go, and then adoption just starts now and ends by 2030. Like, who's to say that it starts in 2028 and ends 2030, right? Like, nobody really knows. Like, we don't know if this is going to be a quick adoption. It could be a slow adoption.
Oh, it'll be slow.
Different coins could be adopted at different times. So it's like, if there's constantly rumors about there's a new adoption for ADA, Algo's doing something, and they spread that out over the next 3 years, it's going to cause FOMO, and people are going to keep buying. And that's why I've decided, I'm not going to sell my assets, because I'm at this point now where, if I'm right and they decide to take a whole 180 and we don't get a bear market, then I won't get another opportunity to buy. But again, that's just my opinion. But
well, if what you're saying is true, right? Of course you'll get another opportunity to buy. It'll be like the stock market. You just keep putting into it, and over time, 40 years from now, you retire, So, I mean, that's not necessarily you won't be able to get into it. Big Baller says don't sleep on Ondo. I agree. Ondo, Algo are going to be phenomenal buys. But as you can see on the screen here, it says Rich Dad Poor Dad author warns Bitcoin bubble could burst soon. All right, now remind you, this guy a few months ago was telling people to buy Bitcoin, right?
That's crazy.
And before that, he was like, don't buy it. It's probably a scam and whatever, right? Take what this guy says with a grain of salt, but what he's saying in this one, I agree. Bitcoin is a bubble. It has to pop at some point. It has to pull back. Nothing can just move upward forever, right? It has to get a pullback. It has to fill those fair value gaps, right? Otherwise, it's unhealthy. And that upward movement that it's been getting is technically unhealthy for it. It needs a pullback. Everything gets a pullback eventually, right? So with everything, all the alts moving now, okay, and Bitcoin kind of being stagnant just under 120K and not really doing much, while our alts are doing, 10 to 25%, and Bitcoin's doing 1 to 5%. That is a heavy indication of alt season. And even if alt season's not supposed to happen, it will happen because they'll create it, right? We've literally already started creating it because, like you said, people want it. They need it. It has to happen because people are more into alts right now than Bitcoin. Most of that Bitcoin money that's flowing in there is the Bitcoin maxis that have always been into Bitcoin and the noobs. Right? Most of us that are like into crypto, we're into alts.
Yeah.
So
what I find funny, and this is just going to be my argument. I made a post on X and I said people who don't buy XRP will be broke forever, and it was a little bit of sarcasm, but so many Bitcoin maxis overreacted to it, and I didn't even talk negative about Bitcoin in my tweet. Never once did I say, Bitcoin is bad, don't buy Bitcoin. All I literally said was, talking about XRP. And it was really interesting because almost all of them told me Ripple's dumping on you. And I was like, well, hold up. If that's true, then why do I see people who have held Bitcoin for 14 years dumping hundreds of $billions on Bitcoin? Like the actual money that's being dumped on Bitcoin right now outweighs whatever Ripple has sold by multiple X's right now. So the double standard, in my opinion, is crazy.
Well, I mean, Ripple needs to. They got a fine to pay.
Yeah.
They got to keep the lights on. Here's an article for you. XRP news today. Ripple moves 738 million in XRP amid 20% surge. Ripple transferred 738 million in XRP between anonymous wallets linked to a new sub-wallet via on-chain data. XRP surged 20% to 365, driven by the XRP ETF launch and the Genius Act stablecoin framework. Internal transfers typically avoid market impact, but highlight Ripple's strategic asset management and long-term confidence. So they're moving their coins. They're not selling right now. And why would they? They know it's going to go up. Everyone knows I know it's going to go up. So the question is once it hits up there at those crazy numbers, they've got billions in XRP sitting in wallets ready to be dumped at any given moment. So that's concerning to me.
I think maybe part of the other reason is because they hold so much. And I don't know if this is true, but I saw a post on Twitter, and I'm pretty sure this was community made, but they were talking about something in the Genius bill that has something to do with, I don't know, coins or projects can't hold more than a certain amount to not be considered. I wonder if it was the security. I don't know what they were talking about. So I truly wonder if they're going to keep all the supply that they hold. Maybe they donate some to the U.S. escrow. I mean, that's been rumors, but
Why would they do that though? Yeah, that
I think they would though, because they've been talking. They were at the White House multiple times. I've seen Trump over the last weeks talk about so many things.
But why? What would Ripple gain from doing that? Give me one good adoption.
Yep.
No, adoption will come because of utility and it being
right. But the administration has the power to push it. I mean, they have somewhat of a say. So
I don't think so. I don't think Ripple has anything to gain by doing that. And remember, Ripple's a company. They need to make money. They need to be profitable. This is capitalism, right?
Right.
Who's just going to give away their supply? I'll tell you what, buddy, give me half of your bags right now, and I promise I will let you be on the show again. You already, you already know I'm going to let you back on the show again, right?
Yeah.
Why would you give me half your bags? That's the logic right there.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Yeah. I mean, I guess it'll be interesting to see, because if they start selling, then I guess that there's our top signal right there. But you know, maybe they know how high it could go. I mean, I've seen David Schwartz. I've been stalking his replies. He's been having some very interesting conversations with people about some very deep things on XRP.
Of course, but why wouldn't they rug it? You know, why wouldn't they? They've been taking all this supply, putting it into wallets, right? They know the price is going to go up, so why would they sell now? You know, back when it was like 220 to 250. Yeah. Why would they sell then if they knew we were going to go into alt season and knew it's going up to $8-10? Why would they sell then?
Right.
So they're just hoarding it, and they're going to rug it, man. And it wouldn't be the first time a company's rugged, bro. It would not be the first time.
I mean, you know, even Ethereum CEO is definitely going to be dumping ETH at the top of this cycle. That's for sure.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean that Ripple won't be used in the future. Doesn't mean XRP won't be adopted with Ripple for transactions. They can still rug like that. It's their money, their wallets. They can do that. And think about this. If they want to go public, they have to keep the price from going too high. If it goes too crazy, then they're not going to be able to go public, right? And in order to go public, that is the reason why possibly that they turn over their supply to the U.S. for the reserve, right? Because going that would be like a no. They own the whole supply. Now they want to go public. So that is a possibility. But I just don't see it. I think they're going to be more profitable dumping these bags on people than they will going public. And then they lose control of their company.
I mean, you know, the way I see things is, personally, I don't really care if they dump. It doesn't really affect me, because I'll just buy every single dip it throws at me.
Ooh, that's dangerous. That's dangerous rhetoric, bro. Careful.
You know,
starting to sound like a green trader, man.
I'm in that spot, man. I think if somebody had to ask me, I could only buy one cryptocurrency coin for the rest of my life, it would have to be XRP.
But
you know,
why not? You know, when it hits $10, take your profits out, at least your initials, and play with the house's money. And then that way, if it does go down, you just take that money, you throw it right back in down at the bottom.
I mean, maybe like 35%.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's all I'm saying, bro, is like, just be smart about it, you know? Like, don't just keep throwing money at something and holding it to the bottom. I've done that before, man. And trust me, it makes you broke. It does the opposite of what you think.
I mean, you know, for me, it's like, even if I have to wait 5 more years for adoption, it's not that long for me. I'm a lot younger than most people, so...
Right. And even for me, like, I could wait 25 years and I'll still be around for that. My kids will enjoy it. And I get it. You're young, you know. My main thing is like, crypto, you become rich off of it by trading it because of its volatility.
Yeah.
Obviously, if it's going to lose its volatility, just keep buying it and holding it over long term, but we're not there yet. Maybe in a few more years, that's what we'll see, and we'll lose that volatility. And then, I'll just keep throwing it. I won't have to watch the markets no more. That'd be great for me. I'd be totally happy with that. But I think in the meantime, while it's still volatile, use it to make some money. Make yourself rich now instead of 20 years down the line. Just being real, you know, just being a realist. And I I hope that you're right. I hope it's just a steady uptick for the rest of our lives, kind of thing. That would be great, man. But realistically, trade it, bro. Trade it for now. Because I'll tell you what, right now, when things go up, there's a million other people like me that bought it great prices. We're going to keep dumping on people. It's going to keep the prices from going crazy. And people like me that think that way, they've got even bigger bags than I do, man. So it's just be realistic, man. Make it real. Make it real, dude. Because I'll tell you what, right now, there's money that I had that I made off of XRP from before. And if I'd have left it in right now, I would have made more money off of it, right? Yeah. But I took that money while I was alive and I bought property with it. I bought my Corvette with it. Now my Corvette's worth more than, what I took out in XRP altogether and would have made now. So it appreciated more. And it wasn't a lot of money, but I did something with the money. You know what I'm saying? Is like, enjoy it, live life. It's just numbers on a sheet of paper if you don't actually do something with it. And diversification, like as far as get outside of crypto, make a lot of money and put it elsewhere. There's so many things to invest in. Go buy yourself a nice gold chain, bro. All right. Go swag out, get yourself some nice Nikes, take the lady out to dinner and wife her up, bro. Like, do something with your life. Don't just stare at a screen all day. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'll definitely be trading the stock market when I sell, where I'm going to take some ADA profits, probably around $8 to $10, and then load up an account and start trading.
$8 to $10 on ADA? Yep. That's where you're at, bro?
Yeah.
Damn. Hey, chat, hear me out. My boy said $8 to $10 on ADA.
It's definitely realistic. Like, come on.
Holy crap. This cycle.
Yeah.
Holy crap. That's a lot. Hold on.
I mean, all-time high is at like 320, so it's not that far away.
Yeah, but
But that's based if we get an ETF. I should clarify that.
Okay. Even still with an ETF, let me pull up the chart here. Let's take a. I'm not clowning on you, bro. You know I love you, bro. Let's be a little realistic here, though.
I mean, I've looked at the charts. I'm just, looking at what they're doing, and I think things are going to turn around. But
okay, now you look at my chart.
Yeah.
See that trend line? If it breaks above this, then the next spot is like $1.50, $1.80, and it could continue from there. But I mean, dude, we're talking about we have what till November. Let's say we have till November. So we only have from here to here to move up here to $10, bro. That seems a little unrealistic to me. Look at that's where $10 is. That's where $10 is, man.
Yeah.
I don't want to burst your bubble or nothing, but like you literally have the distance from here to here, this blue line right here to there, to get all the way up here. I just think that's really unrealistic. I think it could see an all-time high. I see $4. Yeah, why not? If everything lines up and it's perfect and moon cheese is in full effect and everything and crazy money, but the charts don't say anywhere near $10 to me. I would. I mean, what's your time frame on that?
I mean, obviously, like I don't think that the cycle is going to end at November, so I think we'll keep going. So that's kind of my reason for it. But
so what's your time frame then? So like, when would it reach that $10?
Maybe I would have to say maybe like 5 to 6 months.
So you thinking like February.
Possibly. I mean, it depends. I'm the reason why I said it is because I think we're gonna see more like multiple ETFs for ADA. I think they're gonna send Bitcoin higher, and I think ADA is gonna connect with it and make Bitcoin transactions faster because all the Bitcoin maxis wanted to be used for transactions. And then, you know, Trump was talking about letting retirement accounts buy, which is I think estimated to be around $9 trillion that would be around flowing in. And I mean, the market cap for ADA at $8 to $10 isn't that ridiculous. I mean, people are saying XRP is going to 15, and I mean, think about it. 4 months ago, everybody was saying it was going to go back down to 50 cent. You know, so
I think 15 is a little bit of a reach for XRP, but let's say it did. XRP would hit that number because of the narrative behind it. You don't see a million memes about Cardano every day. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying you're wrong, all right? Josh.
I mean, even the staked, like a lot of Cardano is staked too. So if that number continues to grow, you know, there's going to be less circulating supply. So there's going to be that too.
But that's like a 4 or 5 year projection. I think, dude, I think by 2030, $8 to $10 Cardano obviously is definitely doable. But in the next 6 months, man, I just don't see it.
I mean, that's the thing. It just depends if adoption is 2030 or now. But you know, that's what I told my friends. It's like I don't really care when it is. Like
Right,
I'll
it'll
wait.
happen.
I'll buy more. Like for me, it's like I'll just sell it at $8 or $10 because I know that's where it's gonna end up at. So it's like,
Right.
until
Okay.
then, I just
see, and I totally understand that, and I agree with you. Down the road, all these things are going to do crazy things that we would have never predicted. This cycle, if it even is a cycle, like you said. However, you have to understand as a creator, because you're a creator now. You're up here. People are looking at your face. Okay.
Yeah.
You have an obligation to the people that are watching you to be very clear about what you're saying and why you're saying it and how it's going to happen. Because I can get up here and say, oh yeah, Solana is going to 11D. And people will listen to it and believe it. But you got to remember there's a lot of people that are taking out loans on their house, not paying their car payment, different things because they think it's going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah.
They think it's going to happen in a month or two from now. And so they're rolling the dice on it. So I just want to tell you, nothing but love here, bro. You know I love you, bro. No homo. But you know, I just be careful. Be careful what you say because your words hold weight.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, on Twitter, I always do like my low end and then high end. So it's like, you know, obviously, like I actually when XRP hit 366, all the people in my group chat, I told them to sell and then buy back lower, and they did it. So, you know, you know how bullish I am on XRP, but I even told them like, look, 366 was the top for that day, and you can buy back lower. So a lot of people did it, and you know, I'm very open about that too. But you know, just looking at the fundamentals, the community of Cardano and what it's building, you know, people are talking about all these other coins. I mean, I was looking at Quant more, and they have half the supply Bitcoin has, and it's like the whole reason people like Bitcoin is because of the low supply, and it's like Quant's sitting over here with, you know, less than half of it. So you know, I think there's just more coins, and I think like the whole topic right now is Bitcoin, but I think like eventually, you know, when utility kicks in, and that's part of my pricing is like utility. Well, what are you supposed to do with Bitcoin? Like realistically, like from a non-biased perspective, besides store of value, which that's arguable. What are you supposed to do with Bitcoin? Right?
Well,
it's like what is it? 2 transactions per person per life or something like that.
We stumbled onto something by accident. So remember SXT, right?
Yeah.
So Jessie is dyslexic and she bought STX.
Mm-hmm.
And we looked into it And STX actually gives Bitcoin utility. Jesse, can you pull up STX and tell us its utility and how it affects Bitcoin? She's like she knows all about it now, because dude, it was a total accident that we found this thing. But with this, now I'm a lot more bullish on Bitcoin. Right now, not so much. Obviously, Bitcoin could do higher numbers, but I'll wait for it to pull back and then I'll pick some up. But I was very much like staunchly against Bitcoin. I used to call Bitcoin a meme coin. I don't see that anymore because of this new coin. Jesse, let me know when you have STX pulled up, the utility for that. But you know, you and I were on the same train. I was there like a week ago. No utility for Bitcoin. All right, here you go, Jesse. You're live.
Okay, so it's a unique one-layer blockchain solution designed to bring smart contracts, decentralized application capabilities to the Bitcoin network, especially making Bitcoin programmable. Connection with Bitcoin, Stacks operates as a separate layer 1 blockchain, but it's deeply integrated with the Bitcoin network, leveraging its security and decentralization. By showing proofs of transfer, the Nakamoto release and an expected upgrade will make Stacks transition as irreversible as Bitcoins by having 100% of Bitcoin hash power determine their finality. I don't know. Stacks will introduce BTC 1.1 Bitcoin-backed assets that will enable trust-minimized movement of BTC in and out of Bitcoin layers, allowing Stacks smart contracts to interact with Bitcoin state and unlock its potential in areas like DeFi and NFTs.
Boom. That sounds pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Big Baller says, I told you about STX when it was 61 cents. You know what, Big Baller? That's my bad. I kept thinking that when people were saying STX, I'm dyslexic too. I was thinking SXT. And Jesse would always be like, do a TA for STX, and I would always pull up SXT. So, like, we kind of missed the train on that one. Revolution says I bought both.
I mean, I would buy both as well. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but that's actually a really good thing for Bitcoin. And so I can't even say Bitcoin's a meme coin anymore.
I mean, what's your thoughts on? Obviously, you know, I'm a little bit biased because I love ADA, but you know, ADA is doing similar things with Bitcoin as well. So, I mean, if you've got the two of them doing stuff, then we could see Bitcoin all time highs.
That's what I'm worried about. I think with Bitcoin having utility and like you said with ADA, there's a potential that Bitcoin just keeps going. 200K is not impossible for Bitcoin, for sure. And that would just completely melt away alt season right now. But I think this could be that lackluster alt season that I was talking about, what we're having right now.
You think people would stop buying altcoins if Bitcoin went to 250?
No. People will never stop buying altcoins. What I think
they would buy more, to be honest.
Yeah. But what I think is what you said is a possibility that we just keep ticking upward and everything keeps moving with Bitcoin. And I'm calling it the unicycle, the simulcycle. And it's not even really a cycle. It's just the new norm. It's the trend. Cycles are over.
I would prefer that, to be honest.
I mean, that would be a good thing. Everything keep moving upward.
I'm like the S&P 500.
Travis Saunders in the chat says retail is still small, and that is so true. There's, but there's not that much more people getting into it. The percentage to the population is still very low right now. I'm hoping that with this legislation coming out and all of that narrative behind it is going to bring new people into crypto. And I think that with that, these people are going to slowly trickle in, and that kind of brings validity to what you've been saying. Everything just keeps ticking upward. Because I don't see everyone, let's say, less than 10% are in crypto right now, right? I don't see 50% of the population FOMOing into crypto tomorrow. You know what I mean? Overnight. It's going to be a slow and steady thing of like, it just keeps going up. It just keeps going up. And people are like, maybe I should be getting into this. You know what I mean? And as time goes by, it's just going to keep doing that. The volatility is going to go away, and which is all still good because we got in so early, right? So it's not necessarily a bad thing, but cycles goes out the window. And for those of us that are using the cycle to trade, could get left in the dust.
But I mean, let's look at broader, the entire stock market is worth over $100 trillion. Crypto's sitting here at 3.7. So it's like, if we get adoption, another $10 trillion, crazy returns. You add 20, 30, and I mean, that's not going to happen overnight, obviously, at all. But it's a possibility, right? If people start diversifying, and they hold stocks and they hold crypto, which is what I think the current administration is trying to do, because I mean, it makes them more wealthy, and they have so many reasons to do it. I think that might actually play out, and in that scenario, I just don't see a 80% correction on Bitcoin. I just don't.
And that is definitely likely what you're saying. The problem is that if that happens, that means no alt season, no crazy parabolic numbers, right? And we won our alt season. You're holding XRP, you're holding alts, so you're not holding Bitcoin. A lot of us are that way.
Some.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean. It's not your big bag. And see, Revolution says, if you ask anyone about crypto, all they know is Bitcoin, especially Gen X. And remember, the new liquidity coming into crypto, what do they buy? Bitcoin. Because they don't know anything. They don't even know that there's anything else to buy. Think of the old ladies putting $100 bills in the ATM machine thing, right? You think they're buying XRP?
No.
Exactly. They're buying Bitcoin. So that's a problem. I think this is our alt season, though. Whatever we're seeing right now is our alt season. And hopefully Bitcoin loses dominance and falls and we take off. Obviously, that sucks for the people holding Bitcoin that think it's doing whatever. But this could be the last alt season. This could be alt season as we know it right now, which means that Cardano is not going to $10. XRP is not going to $25. All these other alts aren't going to do that because they get those crazy numbers from the money coming out of Bitcoin. So it's a double-edged sword. But I hope.
We were talking about the other time where we were like only select altcoins are going to go up. That could play hand in hand here, because if you think about it, if money's coming in from retirement accounts and there's these companies help people invest, the only thing they're going to buy is Bitcoin and or coins there's ETFs for, right? Because that's the only thing that's going to be marketed to them. So it could be that this money starts flowing in and people just buy, XLM, XRP, Bitcoin, ADA, Ethereum, and that could be it. But maybe a few more, right? I mean, obviously there's going to be pumps on all of them because people are going to FOMO, and there's also anticipation, right? A lot of people, I've seen meme coins. I mean, Dogecoin was pumping, it's ripping. The reason why is because there's this whole anticipation that Bitcoin is going to drop and it's going to go up. But, I don't think Bitcoin's in for its last leg up. Even if Bitcoin goes all the way back down to 70K, it's not going to happen from here. There's going to be another leg up. So, there's two things that could happen. We get an alt season, we get a bear market, and I get a great opportunity to buy more before adoption, and then 4 years later, we all get rich. Or it's just going to be a slow, steady incline, and it's honestly kind of nerve-wracking in a way to watch because either of those could happen realistically, and there's not really a way to tell until we get like for sure signs.
I want to be optimistic, man. I really do. And I think, man, I don't know. Like, I think we get alt season because people want it. They need it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look at XRP.
Influencers too, yeah.
Yeah, this kind of looks like a bull flag. It also kind of looks like a double top on XRP, right? Like, it's one of those, like, what's it going to be, right? I think we go up.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I think people know that too.
Yeah. And they're not.
Did you see
See
Sorry, I
what?
didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about it.
Oh, what was his name? The Barstool Sports owner, Dave Portnoy.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen the video about him where the guy told him XRP's not looking too good, and then it ran right up as soon as he sold?
Yeah, I did see that. Millions. That's a bummer.
I feel like more of that could happen. Like, let's just hypothetically say Bitcoin sends to $500,000 just because they decide that's what they do. And, all these influencers, like, they're telling people it's the top of the cycle, sell. And then as soon as they sell, people buy their positions up. That would be something crazy to see.
I mean, that's been happening already,
Yeah.
That's why I said, like, as a creator, we have an obligation to not take advantage of that, not take it. And at least I feel that way. I feel like we have to be above rapport, right? If you want to be a good creator, obviously, I've noticed the people that are just pumping the shit out of everything, no matter what, they're the ones that are pushed, right? Because everybody's talking and chatting, they're being pushed out in there. But for me personally, like, it just seems wrong, to play people like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, and I can be wrong sometimes too. I'm wrong all the time. But if I'm making things up just so that it profits me or does what I want it to do, what goes around comes around, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you saw what happened with Dogecoin. I was warning everybody that was going to be a complete rug, and I mean, it ran to almost 100 million, but 3 weeks before they said an announcement was going to come, and there was never an announcement, and it's like,
which one was that?
I found it crazy. Dogecoin.
I don't even know what that is. Meme coin.
The dev basically, they made the whole idea around Trump and that there was going to be an announcement on July 20th, right? And then they sent a huge amount of the supply to World Liberty Financial's wallet and then tricked a bunch of people to buy it. And they sent it up to 80 million market cap. And then they basically rugged it. And then they paid influencers to like tell everybody that, Trump was holding it and he was going to pump it. It was like a whole big thing. And I spent weeks warning everybody. And I mean, my posts were getting shadow banned and so many people lost money on it. I mean, it was actually, I don't even know why World Liberty Financial didn't come out and like say they weren't part of it, because I mean that was a crazy thing to watch.
Damn. What about this new trend, the Dej coin? Everybody thinks it has utility, dude. It's a meme coin, man. Even like my agent, she's like, "Hey, should I buy Dogecoin?" I was like, "No, don't do it."
I think that's the one I was talking about.
Is that what it is? Oh yeah.
Yeah, they rugged that one.
Yeah. Poor people. People thought that it was something, and just another Dogecoin kind of thing, pump and dump.
Yeah.
Another
It's not gonna
White
be
Rock.
another Dogecoin.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't need another Dogecoin.
Yeah. You know, the only thing I'm worried about is when, let's hypothetically say Bitcoin goes to 13 million in a couple years, right? Maybe 5 years down the line. The only thing I've thought about is it going to get there
13
because of
million. 13 million in
that's
5 years.
that's obviously really high. Probably further out. I don't know why I said 5, but that's what people are putting out there, right?
Maybe 1
And
million.
My concern is if we ever hit that high, is it going to be because of actual inflow, or is it just going to be because there's no Bitcoin left and it makes the price go up really high? So it just pumps, like, everybody who's holding their portfolios are up, another 50x, but there's no actual added liquidity. So when that
Right.
happens, as soon as people start to sell, it's just going to drop insanely fast.
Exactly. It
Which
is
is
a
the
bubble.
only issue with Bitcoin. Only issue.
And
it's like,
go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, the price will rise because there's no Bitcoin left, but it won't rise because of added value. So that means liquidity isn't really gonna be bigger. So, when people start to sell, a lot of people are gonna get stuck at the top right there.
Yeah, my question in all of that with the liquidity issue is what happens when we do get this adoption we're talking about, because it's coming. Okay, there will be an adoption. The question is when, right?
Yeah.
So with adoption, will you be able to spend it digitally and not have to transfer it into something and just spend your Bitcoin, and you don't need the liquidity?
That's true.
But what does that do to the US dollar?
I mean, it would cook it at that point.
Yeah, and that's another problem. There's a lot of problems with this whole switch getting flipped thing that I'm really concerned about, because it's like, careful what you wish for, right?
It would definitely cause the dollar to crash, or the dollar crashes before and then they use that as a reason to switch. Either two of those.
Yeah, and that would be like a forceful switch, where it's like we don't have the liquidity anymore, so we're just using digital dollars now, and you're transferring it to a stable coin. I don't know. Chat, someone help me out. How does this work? I don't claim to know everything, right? And a lot of what we're talking about, it's very speculative. So like we're making educated guesses here, right? But what is a switch to digital assets, digital money actually do to the world? Is it actually going to be a positive change? Maybe in the long run, but in the short run, I think a lot of people are gonna get cooked in all of this.
Yeah, especially the ones that aren't holding whatever asset, or these crypto assets. But
Travis says instead of fake dollars printed, it will be fake coins. But that's the thing about Bitcoin, is you can't fake it, right?
Yeah.
But you can fake stable coins. That's the problem with Tether, right? So Tether's been printing fake coins and pumping it into Bitcoin. And because of that, for every $100 in Bitcoin, it's only backed by $1. That's more of that liquidity problem of actually pulling it out and turning it into something real.
I'm going to be honest, I don't really like stable coins that much.
Unfortunately, that's the future, man.
Yeah.
That's the new CBDC.
Hopefully not.
Oh, I firmly believe it is, man. And you know what I think? I think that the stable coin, everyone's going to have their own stable coin. Amazon's going to have one. Walmart's going to have one. They're already building them right now, right? So you're going to be holding USDC or whatever, and you're going to have to transfer it into their stablecoin. And instead of having overdraft fees, the transfer fee is going to be the new overdraft fee, man.
I mean, hey, that's another reason to use XRP.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're still, and you are correct with that because it's cheap and fast. So yeah, they're going to need something like XRPL in order to facilitate that. But at the same time, every time you're trying to make a transaction, unless you're holding Amazon stablecoins, you're going to be paying a transaction fee to make that purchase.
I mean, I don't even think there's anything legally stopping from Amazon making their own stablecoin, then being like, you want to buy something off our website, it has to be done through our coin.
They're making one right now.
They could do that.
Amazon's making one. Walmart's making one. There's a whole list of them that they're all making their stable coins right now.
You know, either that or we get some sort of. The only thing is, how would that even work? Because the liquidity would be so spread out. If every company has their own coin, you know, that doesn't exactly work. I could be wrong, but
that's what I've been trying to say is like, is there really any money in holding coins like XRP anymore because of stable coins?
I mean, I don't think somebody would just hold Amazon coin though. I mean, it doesn't go up. So they have like a higher reason to hold Bitcoin, higher reason to hold XRP, you know.
I feel like the reason would be is APY, right? Depending on what you're holding or staking, you're going to earn APY from it. And that's going to be your yield.
I think though they might face backlash because there's this whole idea around if we go to crypto, people should be able to pay with whatever coin they want to. Like if I want to pay with XRP, I should be able to pay with XRP. If I want to pay with Bitcoin, I should be able to pay with Bitcoin. Because if we start controlling with what cryptocurrencies you can pay with, is that really still decentralized at that point? And that was a whole argument. I don't know if you watched when Brad Garlinghouse was talking to the Senate, but they were arguing about that very topic. They were like, yeah, we like this crypto adoption, but it needs to stay decentralized, and we don't want stable coins with overreach. And I feel like right now there's gonna be a whole battle around that for sure.
Oh, 100%. And we talked about this before, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, we're gonna lose that battle. We're gonna lose it for sure.
Not.
Well, look at.
I can't say that we you know, obviously they're gonna win, but like hopefully they don't.
They're gonna win. I'm a pessimist. You know me. I'm the bear of the market. You know, I'm always like, but I'm a realist at the same time. I'm like, think about it. What do they really want to accomplish with crypto? They want control, right?
Yeah.
And they want to take the power away from you. And they put it out with the guise of putting the power of the money back in the hands of the people. They come out with these pipe dream ideas of that everything is going to be decentralized and all this stuff. But really the end goal, what they want is they want centralization. They want control. They want to monitor what you're spending, how you're spending it, track it so that they can send ads to you that are custom for you. And, you know, even with like the TikTok algorithm, TikTok knows how to make you spend money with their algorithm. TikTok knows when you're going poop, right? Like it knows everything. It knows you're going to go poop before you do.
Yeah. You want to know what's crazy? There's this theory, and a lot of people have been talking about it on Reddit. You think of something, you think of a product in your head or something, and you see an ad on TikTok for it.
Oh,
and
100%.
I was like, no way. And then I don't think I can say this. I work for a startup, okay? I'm not going to say the name. It is in the medical side of things. And they literally are working with the company for that exact reason. Like, I can tell you right now, I can't say the name, but it's a real thing.
I believe it.
And the sensors are already in the phone. Like, if you did your own research, you could probably find it, but there is a company publicly out there right now where basically they can scan your brain and they can see what you're thinking about and they can advertise to you that way. That's definitely not a conspiracy theory.
The facial recognition can sense your moods and emotions and things like that as well. And you know, that's another scary thing is because, like, let's say in the future, and I mean it's happening now, right? So you're scrolling through your phone and the news comes up and it's something that is like happening, and then let's say like, oh, for instance, let's say that our country wants to go to war with another country, right? And some news comes up about that happening and going to war, and the facial recognition recognizes that you oppose that idea, and then it logs it and puts you on a list as undesirable. And then they send the Amazon truck to your house and act like they're delivering a package and load you up in the back of the van, and you just disappear. And it's become normalized that Amazon trucks are driving around, and all these different things are normalized. And then before you know it, 1984. Have you read 1984?
I have not, but I'm deep into these. I don't even want to call them conspiracy theories. If you know, you know. That I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, it's happening, dude. Read 1984, bro.
Oh, yeah.
That book was written in like the 50s about what the future would be like in 1984. Now, he was wrong about the year, but I'll tell you what, right now, we are getting very close to that dystopian future now. And all this stuff we're talking about is all in that book, man. And what's crazy is because, like, I read that book many times, right? And it's actually a love story. A beautiful love story, but at the same time, it's very, very tragic and dystopian. Highly recommend. One of the creators in the crypto space, his name is George Orwell, 1984. That's who wrote the book, George Orwell. Check it out. Yes, the book's name, chat, is 1984 by George Orwell. Great book. But yeah, that's the future, man. They're gonna know what your thoughts are, and just by the cameras on the front of your screen. I'll tell you what, right now, Edward Snowden puts tape over all of his cameras. That should tell you something.
I have tape on my laptop too, and my webcam on my laptop because it faces my bed. I bought one that has a little flap so I can close it. I don't trust it one bit.
Dude, the mic is on everything.
Oh, yeah.
All the time.
Yep.
You literally have a CIA tracking device in your back pocket that you carry around with you. You have a Google in your kitchen that's spying on you. Everyone is being spied on 100% all the time. You can't get away from it. Even when
There's a
you're
Simpsons episode about it too.
Dude, even when you're outside of like cell service in like a dead zone, it's recording it and logging it. And then when you get back into service, it uploads it. It's freaking crazy.
Yeah. If they say you can't even, if you tried to run from the government, you could go off to a random island. They have a satellite that's tracking you. Like it's impossible.
You can't get away from it. We live in a 100% surveillance globe now. It used to be a surveillance state. Now it's the entire globe. You cannot go anywhere.
Yeah. Everything is already centralized in a way, to be honest.
It is. And that's why I say, like, you know, we want decentralization. We want control of our money and everything, but that's not the direction things are moving. It comes with the guise of decentralization, but the fact of the matter is that's the wolf in sheep's clothing. And I hate to be Mr. Pessimist here, but I mean, since the beginning of time, men have been trying to take over the world. What makes you think that they're stopping now?
Yeah. I mean, you know, even if hypothetically Trump signs some sort of law that banned the tracking and everything for a while, which he probably will, all it takes is realistically a new administration to come in and vote to change it, right? So
Exactly. And they'll do it. And as of right now, all we have is an executive order, the no CBDCs bill, which is.
They left a loophole in there though. I've done my homework.
Oh, please tell me. I'm all ears.
They basically, I forgot what it was. Basically, it only bans the Federal Reserve from issuing a central bank digital currency, but the government still can, to put things short.
Or the corporation, the state.
Yeah.
Right?
The only ones who can't do is Federal Reserve, but it's kind of I don't even understand it because Federal Reserve, but we're talking about getting rid of the Federal Reserve now. So if there's only a CBDC ban on the Federal Reserve and then we get rid of it, then there is no more ban. So
exactly. And look at we have the stablecoin bill just got passed, Genius Act, written into law now, right? And then they put forward 2 more bills. One is the No CBDCs Anti-Surveillance Act, and then the other one is the Clarity Act. And I'll tell you what, right now, they'll probably not pass the Anti-Surveillance Act. And people literally think that though all 3 of them are law now, and then it's over, it's done. That's how uninformed people are.
Yeah.
And they don't understand the process, how it works. And what'll happen is the news covered the stablecoin bill thing and everything all together at once, lumped it all in together, and then the Surveillance Act one will just dwindle off and die, and people will just assume that it's there when it's not.
Yeah, unfortunately, I saw Marjorie Taylor Greene warned against this so many times. She was like, we need to put these on one bill. And nobody listened to her. I even saw so many MAGA supporters go after her, and I'm like, they're all wrong. Like, there is literally just says Federal Reserve. I mean, you can even ask Grok. Like,
Grok.
But
ask Grok, chat. Oh, dude,
you know
how
you're cooked if Grok did.
Grok. Oh man, that's funny. I am Grok.
I mean, if Grok tells you there's a loophole, there's definitely a loophole.
Yeah. Dude, I think the future is bright for those of us that are in crypto now. We're going to make some money, but I think in the long run, the future's bleak, man. We're going to lose.
It would take a miracle for us to have it otherwise.
And we talked about this before, remember? Like, less than 1% of the population in crypto, like of the crypto population, are informed. You know, that's why Bitcoin is freaking taken off. So the odds are stacked against us.
I think and that's my main issue, and I think this is why I'm such a XRP hodler, is because of like, those who know, whether adoption comes in 2030, not everybody's going to be in it, and once they pump it, it's going to be too late for most people. So it is what it is. You know, maybe we get lucky and the next 200 years are not centralized and controlled. Maybe we see change, but that's like a 1 to 99% chance ratio right there.
No way. No way. By that time, dude, it'll be like 100% a global government that is totalitarian, fascistic, authoritarianism 100% by then. That's what I see. That's the future. And we've been marching in lockstep for that for years.
Yeah.
Literally, the people that don't want that march in lockstep for that to happen. It's crazy.
They got their brains wired weird.
Dude, look at COVID. Look at what happened during COVID. people were like mad because they had to wear a mask. So when they were out in public and they saw someone not wearing a mask, they would bitch and complain about it and say, he's not wearing a mask. If I have to wear one, he has to wear one. They literally created their own problem that they hated. That's the world we live in.
Yeah, I know we probably can't talk about it because I don't want to, there's definitely an automated system listening to this, but there's a lot of things that, how do I say this without saying it, that they lied about that pandemic.
Oh, yeah.
And they got everybody to fall for it. And that's scary because
I didn't fall for it.
Yeah, I did not, but if people will fall for that, all I'm going to say is they could get everybody to take something that could, I'm not even going to get into that, but people are way too brainwashed.
Dude, they'll go put a brain chip in their brain if they think they can have Nintendo in their mind. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And before you know it, and that'll be the future. Everyone's going to have these brain chips, right? And like, look at TikTok algorithm, right? It feeds you dopamine for scrolling.
Yeah.
And that's why TikTok Shop does so well, because it literally feeds you a dopamine response when you spend money. That's like why people watch on Twitch, and you can send bits on Twitch, right? Which are like just like when you send roses on TikTok, but they don't send them on Twitch because Twitch doesn't give them that dopamine release. But on TikTok, they're constantly sending in those gifts and stuff, and it's literally a penny. It's a fraction of a penny actually, because TikTok takes 60% of that penny, right? And they feel as though they've done something and contributed so much by sending one rose, when really they've sent 40% of a penny. But they continue to do that, and TikTok is like on a widespread. They're making millions, and the creators, it's slave labor, dude. I've been sitting here for 2 hours and I've made $11. You know what I mean? That is slave labor. That's less than $5 an hour. And as time goes by, I'll be here for 4 hours and it'll still be about that same price. So like it's just crazy that dopamine release, right? And that's what I was talking about with the brain chips. The brain chip will do the same thing. You'll be doing slave labor, but your brain will be getting that dopamine release that you won't even care. You'll be happy to do it.
Yeah. It's crazy. And what's even more crazy is the people who think they're against it and you just said this, are advocating for the people who don't care about them.
Yeah.
Like at this point, this isn't even about what political side you're on, because I mean, let's be honest. There is no I don't even know what the word is, but you're not winning on either side. Let's just put it that way.
Let me bring something up in the chat. So Alexa says, I'd rather send it straight to you. And that's why we accept donations directly to the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. Alexa, obviously, you already know what it is. And Twitch, there's a link there that you can click. 50%. Okay, so TikTok takes 60% of what we make. All right. On here when you send gifts. If you send it to me, 50% of everything you send in donations goes to a nonprofit. This month we're giving to the undergroundrailroad.org, which is the Tim Ballard Foundation, which goes to help stopping essaying of children and trafficking. So when you're giving directly to me, we're receiving the same amount of money, but you're giving to not only this channel, but you're giving to something that matters. Like in the last several months, we gave to the Save a Warrior Foundation, which helps veterans who are like, want to unalive themselves and things like that, and don't have homes and things. So when you give those donations directly to the show, you're actually doing so much more. And I notice, like, when people give on TikTok, they send a penny or whatever. When they send those donations, they're actually substantial. We raised $75 2 months in a row for the Save a Warrior Foundation. And I think with crypto taking off the way it is, and the money people are making now, I'm hoping that we can raise over $1,000 to help children being trafficked. And I've been wanting to do this one for months now, and it just 4th of July came up, so I decided, we're going to do the Save a Warrior Foundation again. And like clockwork, like everything happens for a reason, man. But with the Epstein thing coming out, now we're doing the trafficking thing, and it just lined up perfect. You know, God's got a bigger plan than we do, and his timing is perfect. So it really is amazing, all the donations you guys have sent in. So if you do want to give a donation to the show directly, send me a DM, and I will make sure that the money gets sent. And at the end of the month, when we get all the donations together, I post the receipt of the money that was donated, so you know that that money's going to the cause that I say it's going to, and it's going to help this show. It's helping to pay Jesse, it's helping to pay the IT guy, the journalist that we have here, and Josh is just our slave labor. He's just here, he works for free. Anyway, go on. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just, a little promo there.
No, that's good. I don't know, what were you talking about?
Surveillance state.
It's crazy. I mean, even what TikTok's done is, if you think about it, all these different gifts, even the galaxies, they've put like a value to each of the gifts and the animations, but it's all digital. It's like made up. And it's like people are paying for nothing if you really think about it. And like you said, 60% is going to TikTok, which is crazy. Like,
That's, dude,
and
Twitch takes 25%,
Yeah.
Which still seems like it's a lot. Like, I think they should be taking like maybe like 8 or 10%. Like 60% is crazy. That means when you send $10, they get 11, I get 9. Or excuse me, when you send $20, they get 11, I get 9.
Yeah. That, honestly, the only benefit with TikTok is at least they if you make like videos over a minute, you make more than you do on YouTube. Man, YouTube Shorts, because I have accounts that are monetized, they do not pay well. It's like, it's actually crazy, and it's like these media companies are profiting so much, and they're getting all these people to create content, but at the end of the day, it's like they just push what they want to push to the algorithm. And what you were saying too,
likes is the new currency.
Yeah, if you're sad, they're gonna push you videos around that topic. If you're happy, they're gonna push you videos around that. And it's like, it is that deep. It really is that deep. It's like and the thing is, it's like this all ties in with crypto. It's like when we're talking about adoption, all this other stuff is also at the back end of that at the same time. Like, this is all technologies. I mean, you just said Amazon's working on a stable coin. It's like, where one thing goes, everything follows. It's always how it's going to be. It's like, Trump was talking about flying cars. And it's like, a couple years ago, we were watching movies about futuristic cities with insane technology, AI, robots, and flying cars. And now we have robots. Elon Musk is developing those. And probably a year or two from now, we're going to have flying cars. And then before you know it, you have futuristic looking cities, like 15-minute cities, or even just cities like that. Like,
oh yeah, they want you to live in the pod. They want you to live in the pod and eat the bugs. You'll have a brain chip in your brain. You'll think you're sitting on a beach eating steak, and you'll have bug paste pumped directly into your stomach, and you'll be getting a dopamine release that thinks you're biting into a juicy steak. The Matrix, man. That's where we're headed.
Yeah. Kind of like the Wall-E movie, almost. That little spaceship that everybody was in with their seats.
And what's crazy is we see these movies, and we know that it's happening, yet we just march towards it.
Yeah.
And do nothing about it.
They do it on purpose.
Yeah. 100%. And that's deeper down the rabbit hole. I believe that the reason they do that is because in your brain, you feel like, oh, this needs to stop, but you've already fought against it because you released those emotions in the movie, not in real life.
Yeah.
So you're able to be pacified in real life, but in the movie, you're releasing those emotions, that anger, those feelings of revolt. Like, look at Star Wars. You know, we're clearly in the Empire, and everybody, you know, was for the rebellion. Yet, in real life, everyone marches in lockstep for the Empire, and that's because that dopamine release of I did something is released and gives your brain that feeling. So it pacifies you.
100%. Yeah, it's gonna be a crazy next decade. That's for sure.
Oh yeah. And were you here when I talked about the release of suppressed technologies, Bill? Do you know about that one?
Yeah.
2020. All suppressed technology is to be released and implemented into society by 2025. And that's the reset, the switch being flipped, all this new technology coming out. Obviously, it's going to be released and started to be implemented this year. But by 2030, the world will be unrecognizable. It will be that switch that you're talking about is going to happen, you know, like, but how, when, where, why, we don't know, but we do know it's coming. So I do think the narrative of everything going digital and getting taken over, yes, but I think it's more of like a slow roll snowballing effect over time, and not so much as a switch getting flipped where, like, ISO just happened July, right? And everybody's like, oh, what happened to XRP? You know, like,
hey, real XRP maxis never told anybody that was going to do anything. I'm going to just leave it at that.
Right. But I mean, that's why we pumped the way we did. Crypto Week with the bill and the ISO FOMO from the normies is why XRP's up right now. And like those prices you're talking about, $15, $25, that comes from institutional money, not retail FOMO. And that kind of money is probably not going to come in until after this thing crashes. I think end of the month, man, tariffs is going to bring it all back down, and then big boys are going to come move into it.
You know what's crazy though is I put this in the Discord group chat. Trump has a huge event planned for August 1st. So that
For
could
crypto?
be to counter tariffs. I think so, yeah.
Really? Where's that
Either
at?
either that or it would just be some sort of news that would make the markets either stay where they're at or pump.
What's it called? I'm gonna have Jesse look into it, pull it up for us.
I don't know exactly what it was. I just know something around August 1st. That's all I remember seeing.
Jesse, can you look and see if there's? You said it's around crypto.
Could be. They said something about payments, which I mean they can say that however they want. It had something to do with transactions or payments on August 1st.
Jesse, and it's in the Discord, right?
I was talking about it. I didn't put a link to it.
Oh, okay. Jesse, can you look into that and see what you can find? What's coming? Some event August 1st, something with payments or crypto or. I do know the tariffs are coming in on the 1st, right?
Yeah.
That's all I know of. So this is actually news to me. And it's funny how the timeline just seems to line up perfectly, right? Just when something's about to come along that's going to crash everything, they got to throw something out there to keep it going. Dude, it's insider trading at its finest, in case you hadn't noticed. Are you noticing a trend here? Because I am.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? They voted no on the Genius bill the night before just to vote yes on it the next day. That was 100% an insider trading move.
Oh, for
there.
sure. For sure. Not from a real source, only talking about his tariffs. Okay. So it's not, it's just something on X, probably. Rumor.
I know, I wouldn't say it's a rumor because I saw it like officially posted, but I will say I don't know exactly what it's about. I do want to clarify that. All I know is that some sort of an event is going to be on August 1st. I don't know how big it's going to be, but
Dude, if you find it or anything on it, in the Discord, there's like a hashtag news posted in there, and I'll look into it.
All right.
You don't got to do it right now, but anyway, brother, I got to get into the news and the rest of the show, man. I always appreciate having you on. It's been a great chat, and hopefully your bags pump. Same for you guys, chat. Hopefully your bags pump. Crypto Goat sent a heart me. There's so many fake crypto goats now. Oz the crypto goats. There's a whole bunch of different crypto goats out there now. So by the way, if you want to follow me, make sure you follow me during the live because there are a million fake accounts of me now. All right, Josh, thank you very much. I appreciate you.
All right. Have a great rest of your night.
You too, brother. Yeah, send that link to Jesse on Discord. Put it in hashtag news, and I appreciate you.
All right. We'll do.
Well, that was a fun conversation. Thank you for all the gifts. So many to even list, but I'll give shout outs to names. Neo, Seamont, Travis, Big Baller, Crypto Slayer, Crypto Goat. Thank you for all the gifts. Lots and lots of gifts. Appreciate you guys. We've made a whopping $11.84, but I do appreciate it. Somebody send me a dragon crown. Let's see if we can get a dragon crown. I like that. That one's my favorite because I go, and like the fire comes out of your mouth. I don't know. I think it's fun. If you can, if you can't, let me tell you right now, if you can't, I get it because it looks like we're about to pump, baby. XRP is a bull flag. This looks like a bull flag to me. Ah, Big Baller, thank you. Thank you for the dragon crown. Yeah, XRP is about to pump. From what I've worked with XRP market cap, it's going to about 58 to 60 bull market cap over $1. Dude, moon cheese. $58 to $60 billion market cap. What would that put the price at? Don't tell me you're going to say 10K. If that is the case, the secret market cap is 6 trillion, then XRP total is 100-ish. Secret market cap, $6 trillion. Bro. The secret market cap, guys. Are you guys following the secret market cap? Dude, if it's a secret, how do you know? If it's a secret, how do you know? I don't know. It sounds like some moon cheese. Only Stardust. Yeah, Stardust. You've been sniffing the Stardust, bro. My guy. Put the Stardust down, bro. Put it down. Oh, I think what he's saying is the price is going to go to $1. Now, I can believe that. I can believe that the price of XRP goes to $1. I tell you what, I do think they were forming a bull flag on XRP, though. I think your buy point is right about where it's at right now. 354 to 348. That's going to be your buy point. Bro, I realize XRP is a blank, but is a baby cash cow. Enjoy making it. Can I TA Doge? Yeah, I can TA Doge for you, buddy. Just give me a minute here. Let's do the hat and mustache. Hat and mustache is the goal. My buy point was 40 cents. Nice. And if you missed a 40-cent buy point on XRP, I told you all when to buy it at 163. That was the buy point if you missed the first pump, okay? So if you're FOMOing now, you're not listening, you're not paying attention, you're not watching this show, you're not deluxe subscribing and getting that one-on-one coaching from me, okay? But I'll tell you what right now, if you're still FOMOing, you got a chance for at least another pump up to around like, 420. $4 to 420. I think $4 will be a next resistance. It'll go to like 420 to 450. It's coming. All right, let's do Doge real quick. I don't know who's still buying Doge, but Simon seems to do pretty well. Simon does pretty well, so if Simon's buying it, it must be about to do something. Thank you, Eric, Big Baller, and Simon for the hat and mustaches. Doge. Yeah, pretty much buy it now. I think it's going to go. I think XRP is going to go. All right, Doge is still this double bottom here, okay? So it's got this double bottom, right? Which means it should go to like 34, 35 cents to 36.55. That seems about right. It'll hit some resistance at 30 cents, and that could potentially fulfill it at 30 cents, and then it's done. But if we're going into alt season, I think it does like 34 to 36.5. And that's just based off of this. It could obviously potentially do more. Yes, Oz the Crypto Cowboy. Yeehaw! Nate, I'll do ADA. I literally just did ADA, but I'll do it again for you. Cardano. Yeah, Cardano, same thing. It's that double bottom. Okay. It should do like 95 cents to $1 minimum. Could do like $1.03, $1.05. I think that's more a realistic point on this one if we're going into alt season. And that's like it could take us till mid-August to get to that point. I got in at 26 into Joe. Doge, what about Yasmi? There's too many gaps in the green candles. You mean in what? In which one? By the way, if you're not trading gaps, you need to get into my TA class because we're going to start doing gap trading. Gap trading will print you money, baby. Nothing easier to read than a gap. All right, what was the Yasmi? Yasmi, baby. And remember, 50% of all donations sent this month go to the undergroundrailroad.org, the Tim Ballard Foundation, to help stop child SA trafficking. Yasmi? I'm not seeing Yasmi. It's not coming up. There we go. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Okay, Yasmi's same thing, this double bottom. All right. Double bottom here, which means it should go to about like 0.0247, 0.025 to 0.028. That's just based off of this. Obviously, you can go higher, but based off of this pattern, I'll tell you what, like this one looks like a decent buy right now. Nice double bottom. Most people that are like traders would see this double bottom. This would be their entry point right now. Texas 1. You have a long list of cryptocurrencies that you want done, yet you are not a subscriber. So we'll see if I can get to you. Okay, buddy? HBAR's got the same double bottom. Yeah, a lot of them do. A lot of them do. TikTok seller, thank you for the roses. Let's do neon. Is that the right one? Neon. Yeah, it looks like that. Asking for a friend? Which one? XLM asking for a friend. Oh, that's funny. Dude, this one's like bottomed out, bro. How long has this been out? Since May of 2024. Is neon a meme coin? I'll tell you what, if we're going into alt season, this looks like a buy. But I don't know what yeah, it looks rugged to me, which means that it could have difficulty coming up because people start jumping out of it. If this is a meme coin, you might want to steer clear. My buddy who subscribed asked me to ask about algo. I recommend you subscribe yourself. You know, guys, we need more subscribers. Our subscriber has dropped dramatically, and that's because a lot of people haven't been renewing their subscriptions that they were gifted. So subscriptions are like way down. I think we're at like 75, 80 subscribers, down from like 200. And that was a while back. Um, so it, you know, if you're, looking for TA on these things and you're looking for advice in crypto, I offer coaching. Okay. So I offer one-on-one coaching with crypto and for your wallets, for even TA for your stocks and stuff, right? So become a deluxe subscriber, guys, and get that one-on-one TA. I'm not going to be offering the $1.99 subscription anymore, and it's just going to be the deluxe subscription where you get the one-on-one with me. So that way you can just ask me directly what something's going to do with the TA, because I can't go live all the time, and it's just better for me that way. So it's just a lot of work to put out those stupid videos like every single day. And so I'm going to be doing the deluxe subscriptions. Yeah, SXT looks like it might send. I agree. I think everything's about to send, y'all. Yeah, I'll SXT right now. TikTok seller, if this is a meme coin, I would steer clear of it. If it has utility, it might be worth buying, but I would probably steer clear of this thing personally, because if it is a meme coin and it got rugged from all the way up here, no matter how much you buy into it, people are going to try to sell it to get out of it. Yes, the green light is on, baby. The green light is on. It is on like Donkey Kong. Look, I'm gonna have to retire Crypto Hulk. Crypto Hulk is gonna have to get put away. No more Crypto Hulk. We're done with Crypto Hulk. All right, we'll do SXT. Man, I threw out my back like 10 minutes before the live, guys. I literally couldn't breathe. It was so bad. It was so bad. I haven't been this bad in a long time. Oh yeah, SXT looks like it might send, y'all. It also looks like it could be a Head and Shoulders here, okay? If this is a Head and Shoulders, we're cooked. And it's coming down to 0.075 if it's cooked. But that would be a buy, baby. That would be a buy. If you're in the TA class, you would see that's a fair value gap, but it already got filled. So I would say more or less that 0.085 would be it. This is beautiful. This is what you want to see in something that's crashed and moving up. It's filling all those fair value gaps. This is what you want to see. This means it's going to tick upward. It's going to go up, I think. I don't really see it coming down. And if it does, it's probably going to go to 0.085 and then up from there. No big deal. I really don't think the Head and Shoulders is going to play here. I think we're going into alt season. And, this is a cup and handle, right? So we have our cup and handle here. Now, it is a bearish drop into a cup and handle, so it's less likely to play out, only like 30% instead of like 60%. However, it's a new project and it hasn't really formed any patterns yet. So this is its first real pattern. So I would imagine this is going to play out. And if this plays out, you're going to see cup, handle, cup. So it'll go to 1450 probably. 14 to 14.50 is what I'm seeing. We'll take profits at around 11.5. Something like that. I think that this is bullish, man. I think that this one's going to see all-time highs, man. Just be patient on this one. And if it falls down, I'm buying more. All right? That's where I'm at with it. It may not send until the next cycle, okay? Remember when I told you about this one, okay? Remember I told you this one's in its accumulation phase. You're buying up and buying to hold this thing for when it does send. This is like buying ZBEC back in 2024. He said, please. Who said, please? Can you look at Chainlink, please? Because you said, please, yes, but become a subscriber, man. Or at least follow or hit the like button or something. Jeez, guy. Somebody throw me a bone here. Like, for real. Like the live or share it out to somebody or, you know, because was it CK 87 something, dude? Like, share the live, share it out to your friends, send a hat and mustache, you know, show some love and appreciation. Because guys, like, I do this like every day of the week. This is my life now. I could literally just be on vacation all the time. I went on 2 vacations. It was wonderful. And I was like, what the hell am I doing? Why am I sitting in front of a camera in a padded room all the time? I could just be on vacation all the time. Why am I doing this? And it's for you guys. I do it for you. I know you didn't share it because it would tell me you shared it. Now you lying to me. Now I'm not doing it. Eric, thank you for the hat and mustaches. Thank you so much. And by the way, those of you that are supporters of the show, you know who you are. All right. I don't have to tell you. And I appreciate all that you do. All right. A lot of newcomers though, man. We need some love here, man. We need subscribers. We need to grow this show. You know, I just want to grow. I just want to make this show popular. I just want to pay the staff here. You know, it's not really like, I'm not trying to be greedy or anything. I want to see this show do amazing things, you know? Thank you for sharing the live. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you very much. All right, let me look at your project here. What was it called? Was it Chainlink? All right, let's look at Chainlink. Hey, no problem, man. I do this because I love the community. I love my community of people here that work here on the show. We have a whole staff here. Like, I do this because I want to help people. There's not a lot of jobs out where I'm at. So the fact that I'm giving people a job and a source of income, like that's an amazing thing. And I, you know, it makes me happy to see, you know, someone be able to provide for their family. Like, I feel like I'm putting food on their table. Like, okay, Chainlink is this double bottom. It's pretty much played out. It'll probably see 20 cents, which it did. So obviously, if we go into alt season, it could send more. the next upward target would be like 22, 22.2. 22.2 is where it could potentially keep going from there. It could obviously pull back from there, but I think it would see support at about 19. So I think everything is kind of moving upward right now. I'm buying more SXT right now. Dude, I'll tell you what right now, my biggest bag is SXT. And I'm willing to hold it for the next 5 years. And I'm just going to keep adding to it. Yeah, I got some XRP. And, you know, I had dinner with Big Baller the other night, and I was kind of like bummed out because he was like, yeah, man, I'm making all this money off XRP. And I was like, man, I just been kind of buying SXT. And I was like, you know what? It's all right. Because, like, I don't need to be greedy. I'm not going to FOMO into nothing. I'm not going to risk other people's future just because I want to be greedy. And I'm okay with it. Like, I'm all right with it. Oh yeah, SXT is going to go as soon as alt season's official, expect to see SXT. All right? Expect it. It's going to happen. Is it going to do face melting numbers this cycle? Maybe. But next cycle, it's going to be the narrative. I'll tell you that right now. Next cycle, the narrative is not going to be utility. It's going to be security. Next cycle will be security because we'll be looking at adoption. And with adoption, people need security. They need things to be secure. Hey, yeah, no problem. Did you catch that Cardano one TikTok seller? You caught it, huh? Remember what I said? If it's lagging, it's going to catch up while everything else pulls back. So you get a second chance. You know, you don't got to FOMO in on nothing. There is plenty of things that you can do here. And like, that's what comes with the coaching. That's what comes with the TA classes. I'm going to point out those things where you're like, oh, well, XRP took off. Should I FOMO into it? No. Cardano, baby. It hasn't moved yet. You get another chance. That's what's beautiful about crypto. You don't have to be exit liquidity. You just got to know what you're doing, ladies and gentlemen. Thoughts on plug and I don't know, Jesse, can you look into those? Actually, you know what? Jathan, if you're a subscriber, I'd look into those, man. But we have a fact checker here that looks into stuff or whatever, but I'm not going to bug her. Oh, shit. Okay, there we go. I'm not going to bug her for someone that's not a subscriber. I'm going to start changing the rules. No TA for anyone that's not a subscriber. All right? If you're not a subscriber, no TA, period. Rule has been set from here on out. And if you're not a subscriber and you don't want to subscribe, you got to send a Galaxy. That's where we're at right now. All right? I'm tired of doing everything for everybody for free all the time. And the show gets no traction and goes nowhere. And yeah, I'm just tired of paying out of pocket. The cowboy has spoken. Yeah, giddy up. Giddy up. The crypto cowboy. See, Jesus rode in on a donkey. I'm riding in on a goat. Oz the crypto goat Jesus. I'm the crypto Jesus. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding, okay? I'm here. I'm your savior. Your savior. I'm here to save you. I'm just messing with you guys. I'm just messing, like, no, like, blasphemy, nothing. I'm just being silly, all right? And I don't think I'm crypto Jesus. All right, unless anybody's got some TA, I'm going to read the news. Oh, this one's later. Well, we can read the tariff stuff. Not bad to be called the crypto cowboy, Oz. I know, right? I like the crypto cowboy. It's kind of cool, right? Oh man, I threw out my back again. I threw out my back. I threw out my back. Boy down. Cowboy down. Matthew 25:33. Oh. I'm okay. I'm okay.
You though?
Yeah, I just threw out my back.
Don't you lie to me.
I'll be all right. Oh, cowboy down. Call the fire department. Call the paramedics. Send a galaxy.
How this works.
Oh, I gotta stand up for a second. Chat. Oh my God. Ah!
That's what you get for making fun of the lady with the button.
Oh my God. Pimp in distress. Man down. Man down. This is what I get for playing golf. I play one game of golf and I can't live. Can't breathe. Oh my God. I'm okay, Jesse. I'm okay. I'll be fine. Oh, it hurts. Send me a galaxy. I'll feel better.
Take a deep breath.
I'm all right. I'm all right. If chat sends me a galaxy, I'll be fine. Hey, wait, Jesse. Jesse! Dang it. Good help's so hard to find. All right. Back to the news. Akram. If you want TA, you got to be a subscriber. From now on, no free TA unless you're a subscriber. Period. We need subscribers. Oh, and I'm killing my back sitting here all the time. Oh, there it goes. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. Woo. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. All right, I'm back. Woo. All right. I'm back. Almost messed up the stash, huh? Oh, look at that. We lost serious viewership because I said you got to pay to play. Oh, well. We need more subscribers. I don't know what to tell you, you guys. Everybody wants a handout, but you're making money off me, but you can't even subscribe. Like, I don't get it. Don't get it. You can make a pile of money off crypto, but you can't be a subscriber. For shame. Like I'm a monkey that's supposed to dance for you when you say dance. Like I'm getting fed up with it, to be honest with you. I'm really getting fed up with it. Like I'm trying to help people, but nobody's supporting. They literally pop in, they get their TA, and then they're out. They don't even watch the show. Like, so it's a little bit frustrating. All right, U.S. plays hardball on tariff deadline as EU battles for a deal. U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick over the weekend warned that the deadline for baseline tariffs, 30% tariffs, is fixed. All right, fixed. Do I believe that? Nope. What they'll do is it'll come into play and then 3 days later they'll drop it. They'll extend it after a couple days. Oh yeah, the first came and went. On the second or the third, they'll do a pause. Say, oh no. I'm just not buying it anymore. I'm just sick of it. Or it all goes into place and the freaking markets crash. But I'm telling you right now, Trump is doing everything to keep the market from crashing. And the way everything pumped up high will, even if it pulls back, it's not really a crash because it volatilely pumped like crazy. Neo says maybe Jesse pineapples you. Oh, maybe. That would be nice. That'd be a good way to throw your back out. Pineapples in the chat if you think Jesse should ride me like a cowboy or a cowgirl. I'm going to get in so much trouble with my wife. I'm glad she's not watching right now. The markets are random, I thought. No, they're definitely not random. Definitely not random. The bloc, meanwhile, is scrambling to reach an agreement with the U.S. Economics and cross-asset strategy told CNBC that tariff rate 15 to 20% would be a total car crash for European exports. Maybe we get a deal. Maybe we get a deal because of all this. Maybe this is markets aren't going to tank. Markets are going to pump, baby, because we get deals. Finally. How long has it been? They've been saying we've had deals. Like they lied to us and we're like, oh, we have deals. There's literally no deal. You're going to sleep on the couch tonight after what you said. I doubt it. I doubt it. I'm a good lay. Just kidding. I won't sleep on the couch because I pay the bills. All right. Alexa, you're funny. If I sleep on the couch, it's because my wife's sleeping on it with me. Actually, I don't have a couch. I'm poor. I live under the overpass. For the poor. For the poor. Send a galaxy for the poor so I don't have to sleep under the overpass tonight. August will be a pullback month, possibly, unless we get trade deals. Unless we get trade deals. So, yeah. Europe can't survive with these tariffs. Europe has to make a deal. U.S. coffee drinkers and businesses will pay the price for Trump's Brazil tariffs. All right, so remember we got tariffs on Brazil coming on August 1st. Hey, Jesse, can you give me a Coke? You know what I need? I need like what Donald Trump has on his desk where he presses the Coke button and they bring him a Diet Coke.
I don't know. You said good employees are hard to find, so
that's what I was saying. Like, you're a really good employee. I'm glad to have such a good employee that will actually bring me a Coke. Man, I'm in trouble. No pineapples for me with Jesse. So remember, we got these tariffs as well. Brazil. And then as Trump's tariff deadline looms, economists see calm before the storm. That's what I think. I think that's why they pumped everything so hard with the crypto week. It's all probably going to get erased. That's what I think is going to happen. I think we pump till the end of the month. And then come the end of the month, that's what I think. Next month will be red. But for now, we're green. For now, we're green. The calm before the storm is what we're seeing right now. South Africa pushes to increase trade exports to China amid U.S. 30% tariff hike. South Africa vows to expand its trade portfolio to create more balance and tackle a growing trade deficit, which heavily favors China. Alt-season moon cheese is something to consider. That's why I'm thinking. And I think maybe we get like the alt-season moon cheese and we get a deal, like one stupid deal or a pause with one of them, and that creates like every other Like we get one pause with one country and it null and voids like 90 other countries that actually got tariffs. It's crazy to me how people are just so low information. I'm with TikTok seller. I'm leaning more towards the moon cheese side. I think we get some pullback that's like healthy, but nothing crazy, not a crash. And then China pledges to crack down on illicit exports of rare earths, urges U.S. to lift more trade controls. So China's state security agency says it's cracking down on alleged smuggling of rare earth minerals that it says threatens national security just weeks before Beijing and Washington agreed to make it easier for American firms to obtain from China those materials which are crucial for manufacturing computer chip production. In a report published Friday in the state-run newspaper Global Times, the Ministry of the State Security said foreign espionage and intelligence agencies were colluding to steal rare earth related goods by repackaging and relabeling rare metals to hide their Chinese origin. In some cases, the minerals were falsely declared as non-controlled items, mislabeled as such things as solder paste mixed into other materials like ceramic tiles or hidden in plastic mannequins or water bottles, it said. I told you this whole thing is about rare earth minerals. The whole war, everything, it's all technology based. In order for us to have a worldwide digital financial system, robots controlling everything, flying cars, all that takes these rare earth minerals. This is everything right here. This is everything. They're smuggling it in, and China's got the monopoly. That's why we have to take it from Iran. That's why we have to win the war in Ukraine. I'm telling you right now, Russia will not give up on Ukraine because it needs those rare earth minerals, and the U.S. won't give up on Ukraine because it needs those rare earth minerals. Expect 20 years or more for a deal. Either we're at war with Russia, basically through the entire technological race, and the war never ends with Ukraine. And because we keep funding it, we'll get all their rare earth minerals, but the war will never end. That's what I see is going to happen there. That war was going to happen with or without Trump. Everyone said, Trump says, oh, I would have never got into that war. And what a load of malarkey. Putin was never going to let those rare earth minerals go. And the U.S. was never going to allow Russia to have them. Hopefully somebody plays that and gets me. Trump did tell Ukraine to just bomb Moscow. I believe so. Jesse, you're the fact checker. But yeah, Trump is like, and that's another thing. If we or Ukraine bombs Moscow, expect volatility in the markets. You better buy that dip though, baby. That's a dip to buy for sure. You looked it up to make sure. Do you want to read an article on it or anything, or is that it? I'm actually surprised I missed that. You didn't send me that article? It's a video. None of the other journalists sent me that video. I didn't see it. Ukraine is a done deal. Yeah, but we have to win. Russia has to give up in order for, us to keep those rare earth minerals. So we'll be at war with Russia forever. Has Trump just been sitting in the office the last couple days? That's a good question. Haven't seen him saying crazy stuff for a few days. No, I guess he said it to bomb Moscow. Everyone over 60 has to report for military. In what, Ukraine? Oh, he said Redskins? Oh, I know, right? Oh, guys, by the way, I'm not ready to reveal this one yet, but I found a Mandela effect, baby. I found one, and this one, I'm almost like Jesse says I shouldn't say anything about it. Jesse says that I shouldn't say it because we're going to put a target on our heads. We will have a target on our back for this one. And let me tell you right now, people are going to hate me. People will hate me for saying this. I'll tell you that right now. And it's so crazy. I found it by accident. The Ukraine draft is 18 to 25. That's pretty crazy. Revolution, thank you for the hat and mustache. Brooke Odyssey, how are you doing? Glad to see you. Both genders, interesting. Not the right time, not the right place. I'm not going to say it right now. And I'll tell you what, when I'm ready to say it, I'm going to break out the record player for it. We will divulge the records. "13-year-olds are learning medical training for the front line." And that tells you right there that such a young age is they're training them because they know by the time they're 18, they're going to be shipped off to the front lines. All right. This war with Ukraine is not ending anytime soon. 20 to 50 years, baby. 20 to 50 years for the Ukraine war. So if you think inflation is coming down, think again. Think again. That's where a third of our inflation is coming from. The other 2/3 is coming from the banks lending out more money than they have. But a lot of it comes from funding that war, baby. And we're not going to stop. We need those rare earth minerals. Either that or we got to put boots on the ground in Iran. The U.S. will continue to fund. They have everything to gain. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point they put boots on the ground, all right? Or the U.S. does a military escapade like they did in Iran to bomb Moscow. I would not doubt it. Long term, obviously. Not tomorrow, but it's coming. We cannot lose the war in Ukraine because of the rare earth minerals. Otherwise, it's Iran. We've got to invade Iran, boots on the ground. And that's going to be a harder war to win, right? Iran is going to be harder to win than it will be to just keep funding Ukraine. $100 missiles a minute to try to take down one Russian ballistic. Oh my God. That's your tax dollars hard at work, baby. U.S. tax dollars funding the missile machine. I'll tell you what, Lockheed Martin, baby. Lockheed Martin makes those ballistic missiles. If you thought that we're going to have peace on earth, goodwill toward men, you're wrong. You know what's crazy is months ago, I said that the war in Ukraine was going to get worse. And it was right after Trump got elected, and everyone was like, oh, they're going to negotiate a ceasefire next week. It's going to be over. And here we are months later. I'm never wrong, man. Can I just be wrong one time, please? If I could be wrong one time, then the world would be a better place. Oh, I threw my back out again. Oh, oh, man down. Oh, oh, hip in distress. Oh, oh my God. So bad. Can't breathe. Can't breathe. Oh, okay, I'm all right. I'm okay. I already tried to help you. There's no helping me. You're just gonna have to hop on this cowboy and ride it. Pineapples in the chat. Jesse's gonna kill me. That's why she's not coming to help me right now. She's so mad about the pineapples. You're gonna have to ride this pony boy. I'm telling you, it'll help my back. It'll help my back. Just need a good, nice massage. It'll help me out, I promise. Oh man, I'm in trouble. I am in trouble. Neo says it's a trap. What's a trap? The markets? I think it's like a bull trap. What is a trap? Now I'm curious. Scroll up. Jesse to help you. Oh, no, I promise it's not a trap. Jesse, help me. Help me, Jesse. Jesse, help me. I've fallen and I can't get up. Jesse, I need your tender love and touch. Only you can prevent forest fires. You know what? I'm going to actually get hurt and not be able to move, and no one's going to come help me now because I'm a dirty old man. No hablo inglés. Necesito. Yo necesito. Yo necesito. Look at our ghost has a smiley face. Gift to send me. Gift to send me. I need gift to send me. 15 lions. Gift to send me. You gift to send me. All right. Back on the we're having fun today because, like, I took pain medication because I threw out my back. Oh, I'm a little wonky today. Jesse, I need you in here. It's important. It's important. Come here. I need your tender, loving touch. I need you to come and give me a little massage. A massage. I will tip you. I promise no happy ending. Well, unless you're down. Just not on the live. We'll save the happy ending for the end. She's spitting your Coke. I wouldn't doubt it, but honestly, she's hot enough, I'd drink it. She could spit in my mouth. I have to say, she's pretty hot. She's a fine little lady there. She's a cute one for sure. All right, Federal Reserve officials gives green light to July rate cuts. All right. Official, not officials. Okay. There's one guy. Now, mind you, every single time they've voted on rate cuts, it's been unanimous. So now there's one guy that's saying, okay, I've heard teardrops work wonders in a drink. Interesting. Jesse, lend me your tears or lend me your rear. Simon, thank you for the 12 what's ups. Appreciate it. You gift to send me? Gift to send me. Hat and mustaches, baby. You gift to send me. All right, so let's watch this little video.
This is a market that can continue to rally irregardless if the Fed cuts rates.
The problem that we have now is that we have so much debt that with the interest rates that are currently the way they are, our interest is now, we're in the net negative interest rate situation. The Federal Reserve is not remitting positive interest payments to the Treasury right now. Like, that's normal. That's not what's happening right now. We're in a net negative situation. And that will likely continue as we have to refinance this debt. So the issue is, while we all want cheap cost of capital, we can't afford to have the interest be the third or fourth largest expense on the Federal Reserve's balance sheet, or excuse me, the federal government's balance sheet behind Social Security and Medicare and the military. That is not something that we're used to being down 7, 8. It's coming up to 3 or 4. And that's when you start to see countries that are at a 120% debt to GDP that enter something we call a debt spiral, where you have to keep refinancing your debt and the interest keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And eventually it's impossible to continue to refinance. So we're not there, but Americans need to take heed and caution that, for one, it takes time to implement AI. It will take time to monetize. If you remember, I can give you like the .com crash as an example. We had this huge run up and we couldn't even sell a bag of dog food. Pets.com was worth $1 billion. So it wasn't until e-commerce was actually created and then the internet could be
Jesse, can you
monetized
see
that we
what
did
time Powell goes
monetization,
live tomorrow?
And then we leveled out. So you
I
will
think it's
always
Eastern
see
Standard
retrenchment.
Time.
You'll always see hyper exuberance, and then once monetization reality comes into play, you do see some retraction, retrenchment until you can get a stable. Okay, this is the operating level that we're going to be at for a while, and that will continue to grow. But you will see it come back from the highs, and so that's the issue. Is that yes, we're on the fourth industrial revolution. Yes, robotics, quantum computing, AI, blockchain, all of these technologies are going to give us so much growth opportunity, but they should be able to do that organically without us
Buy the rumor, sell the news, baby.
Low interest rate policy and massive quantitative easing.
A weak housing market could deliver rate cuts and rescue the Fed from Trump. Is that a good thing? Do we want that? 8:30 a.m. What time zone? I think that's Eastern Standard Time, if I'm correct. Eastern Time. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jesse. 8:30 a.m. What time zone? Whatever DC is, I think that's Eastern Standard Time. It should say. All right, let's give this a little listen.
A weak housing market could deliver rate cuts and rescue the Fed from Trump. The Federal Reserve is keeping a close eye on President Donald Trump's tariffs and how they will affect inflation. But the housing market may clear the way for lower rates, rescuing central bankers from the White House's relentless pressure for more easing. The housing market has largely been frozen since the Fed launched an aggressive rate hiking campaign in 2022, as mortgage rates jumped along with Treasury yields. Last year saw a few rate cuts, but prospective homebuyers still face high borrowing costs, and the strains are starting to show. Now, there are growing alarms that home prices, sales, and home building are all headed for a slump. Housing accounts for about a third of the goods and services measured in the Consumer Price Index, meaning weakness in shelter costs can slow inflation readings substantially. That could offset the inflationary effects of Trump's expansive tariffs. While they have yet to trigger a big spike in prices, there are signs that import-sensitive categories, such as autos and appliances, are already feeling the impact of higher duties. In a note last week, Comerica Bank chief economist Bill Adams said the cooling housing market is helping bring down core service price inflation, in a trend disconnected from tariffs. Toward the end of the year, the housing market may become a bigger deal for inflation than tariffs, he predicted. Housing weakened in the second
I
quarter,
said
with
that
sluggish
months
construction and
ago.
sales and
If you
falling
had
price
a
indexes. If
investment
house prices and
property
rents
to
continue
sell
to
it,
run cool, they will further slow core inflation.
not financial
Cooler
advice,
inflation
of
is more
course,
likely
but I
than
was
labor market
right.
data to spur Fed rate cuts.
Can
Adams
I
noted
just
that even
stop
if
being
hiring
right?
becomes
The
sluggish,
world would
the
be a better
unemployment rate will
place if I
probably
was
hold steady.
wrong.
That's because Trump's immigration crackdown is squeezing the labor supply, so demand for workers would have to tumble for the jobless rate to jump, he explained. And with Trump's tax cuts going into effect later, businesses are unlikely to slash hiring. A more likely outcome for the economy is that the weakening housing market cools core inflation enough that the Fed feels comfortable incrementally reducing rates late this year, Adams wrote, adding that Comerica expects a quarter-point cut from the Fed at the December meeting. December won't be soon enough for Trump, but others on Wall Street don't see any cuts this year. At the same time, Trump is mindful of the Fed's impact on housing. In a Truth Social post on Friday, he said Fed officials are choking out the housing market with their high rate, making it difficult for people, especially the young, to buy a house. Chairman Jerome Powell and other policymakers have held off on lowering rates, pointing to the potential for tariffs to stoke inflation further later this year. Meanwhile, Trump has been haranguing and insulting Powell for months to cut, even suggesting that he could oust the man he appointed in his first term to lead the Fed. Trump said last week it's highly unlikely that he would fire Powell, but others in the administration are pressuring the Fed in other ways. The White House has used cost overruns on the Fed's headquarters renovation to accuse Powell of mismanagement. And on Monday, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told CNBC that the entire Federal Reserve institution should be examined. The connection between lower rates and housing was not lost on Jim Reed, global head of macro research and thematic strategy at Deutsche Bank. This may explain the persistent pressure from Mr. Trump on the Fed to cut rates. Perhaps he sees this as the most effective way to support the housing market, he wrote in a note on Monday.
Who thinks we see rate cuts? Let me see. If you think we're going to have rate cuts, smiley faces. Crying faces if no rate cuts. Smiley faces for rate cuts. Crying faces for no rate cuts. Let's see. Revolution says no rate cuts. TikTok seller says no rate cuts. What's the consensus here? I want to know what y'all are thinking, because I think no rate cuts, and the fact that they put out the first article that we read that official says that there would be rate cuts, that leads me to think that it's only one person. You would hear a consensus of all of them starting to say one guy coming out is not enough. Them pushing that agenda means it won't happen. I agree. Dude, even if they have dirt on Powell, it ain't gonna do nothing. It's more than just Powell. That whole investigation on Powell and all of that is to create, it's insider trading. It's to create you to think that they're gonna get rid of Jerome Powell. It ain't gonna happen, bro. And dude, we talked about this, big baller, where you were messaging me and you were like, oh, they're gonna get rid of him and all this stuff. He's still there, man. He's still there. It's a private institution. The court has already ruled that they're not going to do anything. What's up, Danny? How you doing, buddy? The crypto cowboy. Send in those hat and mustaches, baby. Hat and mustaches is the gift of the day today. The night we had dinner, I told you to go all in with XRP. Well, we had already gone pretty hard with XRP. And I did buy some more, but I'm not going all in on it. I think we're flagging now, though. I think there's a strong indication it keeps taking off. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate that. Yeah, I got a nice look, right? You guys like the cowboy look? Cowboy looks pretty cool, right? Oh, we're going to save that one for later. Let's see. It's 8 o'clock. That means that we are moving to YouTube. So right now we're going to be live on YouTube exclusively. So not TikTok. And make sure when you go to, yes, on YouTube, not Twitch, not TikTok, but YouTube. So make sure you come over to YouTube and follow me. It's free to follow on YouTube. So you're going to go to youtube.com/Ozthecryptogoat. Yes, it's all Ozthecryptogoat, every platform. So we're going to be doing a YouTube exclusive there. And we need to get more followers there, more likes on the videos. And the reason we're doing YouTube is because I want people to know where to find all these recordings. So we're not going to be on Twitch this time. We're going to be on YouTube. So I'll give you all a few minutes to find it. We're live on YouTube right now. And you're going to have a better viewing experience on YouTube and Twitch. TikTok is very glitchy sometimes. So we're going to have a good time there. We're going to talk about the spicy stuff that we can't talk about here on TikTok. So make sure you come over to YouTube. I got to call the IT guy in here. Jesse, can you send the IT guy in here? It should say that I'm live right now. I want to make sure that it's working. Jesse, if you're there and you're listening, I'm sure you are. Can you send the IT guy in here? Because this is my first time actually doing the YouTube live thing like this. Okay, so we should be live. I need to be able to see the chat though. So I need the IT guy here. And I'll give you all just a minute to get over there. Make sure you like, follow, subscribe. Okay, go to all my YouTube videos. Okay, and just give them all a like and leave a comment, right? Because we want to build that platform as well. Obviously, you don't have to watch there, but giving some engagement is going to help for new people on other platforms to see this and for us to grow. Calling Elon Musk right now. Calling Elon. We're going to give Elon Musk a call. My thoughts on Sui, I think it's going up. It's not showing alive. All right, I'm going to call. I'm trying to get I'm trying to get the IT guy in here. So, Jesse, if you can get the IT guy to come in. Is he even here? I swear if he's not here right now, somebody is getting fired. Actually, I can't fire him because I need him too much. Yeah, he probably fell asleep or he didn't even show up, like he's going to show up late. Oh, he is here. Okay. Can you send him in, please? Wake him from his slumber. If you could so kindly. Oh, no, with no attitude at all. We love the IT guy here so much. He's just totally awesome. We love TikTok Shop, right? We love TikTok Shop. Oh man, I really messed up my back, y'all. While we're waiting for the IT guy, anybody have any TA they need done? Eduardo Reyes, how you doing, man? What is going on, my guy? anybody need TA? Obviously, you need to be a subscriber to get TA. No more free A. I'm gonna call it free A when it was free. What are we doing, bro? We're looking at XRP right now. You know, I kind of want to see this on a lower time frame. Man, that sure looks like a double top in the 4 hour. That's not good. Okay, let me tell you something, okay? XRP needs to pump, like, it's creating higher highs. Okay, XRP needs to come back up here to 365 soon. Does the IT guy do crypto? No, he does not. He's 18 years old. He squanders his money on energy drinks and I don't know, what are video games, I guess. I don't know. But hey, whatever he wants to do. I've been trying to get him into crypto. You don't want nothing to do with it. I get it. You trying to run people away from your show? So it says that YouTube's not going live. Check YouTube. Oh no, can you check it? And then how do I see the chat from YouTube?
You have to open up YouTube. You have to open up.
Okay.
Do it on here instead of here.
So here I am. So view my channel.
Yeah.
Right here.
Go live.
Where? Here.
Could be live.
Trying to sleep it. Which one?
Just like the virtual. Should.
Bear with me for just a moment. So he's not investing the roses. Nope. IT guy, what do you spend your money on?
Only stuff I need to do.
You don't buy crypto?
Nope.
Told you.
We're tired of hearing about crypto. That's why we don't buy it.
I tried. I tried, chat. I tried. And I'll tell you what, it's probably out of spite. If anyone else in the world was telling him to buy crypto, he would probably buy it. But because it's me, ain't happening.
Yeah, I gotta spend on other things.
He's a kid. He needs, well, I mean, he's an adult, but, you know, compared to me, he's a kid. He's got to buy energy drinks and video games.
He literally just bought curtains. What are you talking about?
Curtains, ladies and gentlemen. He needs curtains.
I do. It's hot.
Dang, we got a full studio right now. I got the IT guy on one shoulder and Jesse on the other, like the devil and the angel. Can you guess which one is the angel?
Not me.
Yeah, it's definitely not you.
Me.
Oh, you're the angel. Pineapple's in the chat. I just got the death stare of I will stab you. Big Baller says he needs to invest. He can't own all the energy drinks he wants. I know, that's what, dude, that's what I'm trying to tell him. Dude, you got to tell him, because if I tell him, he's going to do quite the opposite.
I'll combat sleep instead.
Mother Dragon says HR. Mother Dragons says that she's going to volunteer as my HR just so that Jesse has an advocate, because I'm running a slave operation over here.
Perhaps.
I have a bunch of slaves that work in a sweatshop, literally because we had no AC the other day. They were in a sweatshop. I told them that they could go home, and Jesse insisted on staying in the wretched heat.
And who fixed the AC?
Jesse fixed the AC. And Yeah, good job.
Yeah, I know.
You were also hitting on Elon? I mean, Elon's got some money. That's for sure. No. Alexa, you could hit on Elon, though. Hey, Elon, Alexa says, what's up? What's good with it? No response. Josh says, bro could at least double his money on Ada. I know. Instead, he's going to take Alexa out to dinner. I think he's taken. Are you taken?
Yes.
Very much taken.
Oh, IT guy is very much taken. He's off the market, ladies and gentlemen. Pineapples in the chat for the Elon Musk, the IT guy. Pineapples in the chat.
You must want all your content to disappear.
I don't care at this point. Oh, Josh is sending you pineapples, buddy. Josh is about it. Josh, is that an offer? Are we supposed to have face cam right now? No, you're not. You'll get nothing. Neo says at Josh is Ada going to 160. Why do you want Josh's moon cheese analysis and not mine?
Because he's the future and he has a different
Chat's right there.
perspective and he needs
Okay,
to see all
we are on YouTube exclusively.
Okay, it's gonna show up.
All right, everybody, come on over to YouTube. We're going to talk about YouTube things. We're back here. Yes, come on over to YouTube. It's better than pineapples. Come to YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Come one, come all. Ada is goated for real. I do think Ada is going to do awesome, awesome things. Come to YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. I will be ending the live soon. We got one person. So make sure you come over to YouTube. I'll give you guys a few minutes. Get your YouTube set up.
Out of the way. Oh, no, you're good. You're good.
I can't find you on YouTube. And that's why we're doing this, giving you a chance to find me on YouTube. Remember, Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces, exactly the same as Twitch and TikTok. It's pinned at the top there, Ozthecryptogoat. You'll see my little goat logo on my YouTube. Come on over. I'll give you all just a minute.
Main Street.
Oh.
Little time run.
Whoops. No. Nope. We're just going there to build that platform a little bit, give it a little bit of traction so that way people, new viewers can come from new platforms. It's got your old lives. I don't find now live. The live is there. I see TikTok seller in the live. I see Jesse. TikTok seller says, hello, when 10K? 10K never. Yeah, I get long format on TikTok or on Twitch or on YouTube, which is great because we do long lives. Yeah, the Twitch is still going, but that's going to end as well. So it's going to be on YouTube exclusively. So come over to TikTok or on YouTube. But we want to go to YouTube right now. We want to give YouTube some traction, you know? Show a little support. We want to try to gain new viewers cross-platform, so bring everyone over to YouTube right now. And that's where we're going to do the YouTube thing. So, I'm going to end the live and I'll see you guys on YouTube. Do you guys need a few more minutes? Do you need a couple of minutes? I'll give you guys 5 more minutes and then we'll go to YouTube. I only see a couple. We got 4 people. And don't forget, when you come over to YouTube, spam the chat. Spam the chat, guys. We want to grow this platform, right? Obviously, you don't have to watch it here all the time. But the idea is to give some engagement and then their algorithm will push us out to new people. So thank you for your support. Thank you for coming over there and doing all this. Tactic is like, wait, you're leading folks away. Let's go, Oz. It's not that I'm leading them away. We're going to talk about things we can't talk about on TikTok. Okay? And instead of doing it on Twitch, we're going to do it on YouTube because we want to grow that platform as well.
Me.
Oh my God. Dude, he doesn't speak Spanish, Alexa.
No, please, you gifter send me. Gifter tab send me.
You gift to send me. He says,
yes,
please,
yes,
you gift
yes.
to send me.
Yes.
If somebody sends me a lion, will you
Aileen,
go away?
how
you doing? We're getting
Send
a few.
me.
We're getting a few people.
No,
They're
send
starting
me.
to filter over. I'm sure people got to
Please, you
find
send me.
me.
No, you send me.
Please.
No, you send me, please.
Yes, you gift
He
send
won't
me.
leave if you send him a gift. No, that's like when you feed the bears, they don't go away. Don't feed the bears, guys.
I am Pakistani, you gifter send me.
I'm still streaming
send
on
me.
Twitch, but it will be ending once we're officially over onto YouTube.
Dude, he doesn't speak Spanish, Alexa.
No, please, you gifter send me. Gifter tab send me.
You
send
That
gift to
video
send
is
me.
elite.
He says,
Yes,
please,
yes,
you gift
yes.
to send me.
Yeah, you fully doxed yourself.
If
That's
somebody
all right.
sends me a lion, will you go away?
Send me.
No, send me.
Please, you send me.
No, you send me.
Please.
No, you send me, please.
Yes, you gifter
He
send
won't
me.
leave if you
You
send
gift
him
to
a
send
gift.
me.
No, that's like when you feed the bears.
Yeah, you're
they
safe.
Don't go away.
Don't worry,
Don't feed the
Kayleen.
bears, guys.
I am Pakistani, you gifter send me.
Hey, Danny, how's it going?
You send me.
Mother of Dragons, we are moving over to YouTube.
Dude, he doesn't speak Spanish, Alexa.
Just for right now, for the last half of the live, come on over to YouTube. That's Oz the Crypto Goat, all lower cases, no spaces. We got 1 more minute, and then we're going exclusively on YouTube.
If somebody sends me a lion, will you go away?
Send me.
Send me.
No, send me.
No, not on Twitch. We'll be on YouTube.
Please, you send me.
No, you send me.
We'll be on YouTube. We want to grow that platform a little bit as well. Obviously, you don't have to watch on YouTube, okay? But this one time, we're going to do an exclusive on YouTube to gain some traction with YouTube to help that algorithm.
I am Pakistani. You gifter send me. You send me.
But AB, understand that every live is recorded onto YouTube, so this is going to allow you to come to YouTube and follow, so that way you can find the videos when they're recorded when you miss a live. That's the whole purpose.
If somebody sends me a lion,
To help you with resources, right?
Send me.
And so that way you can follow me on there and we can gain some traction.
Please, you send me.
No, you send me.
So everybody, make sure you come over
You send me, please.
to YouTube. That's Ozthecryptogoat on YouTube. Every platform is exactly the same. Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. All right, it is 8:30. We are going to YouTube exclusively. I will see you all there.
Oh my god.
And if you can't get away from TikTok,
No,
I'm sorry.
Please, you gifter send me.
But we will be on YouTube. So see you there.
Send me. He says, please, you gift to send me.
Yes.
If
All right.
somebody sends me a lion, will you go away?
Send me.
No, send me.
Please, you send me.
No, you send me.
Please.
No, you send me, please.
Yes, you gifter
He won't
send me.
leave if you send him a gift.
All right,
No,
give me
that's like
1
when you
second.
feed the bears, they don't go away. Don't feed the bears, guys.
Okay. How's everybody doing? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Send in those gifts. We got some news to cover today. We're going to do some technical analysis. How's everybody doing today? Hi, Tila. How's it going? This is actually not a picture. I'm behind the Hulk. Ah. Ah. I will remove the Hulk once we get to 10K likes. What's going on, Kodak? How you doing, man? Jason, how you doing? The Hulk comes down once we hit 10K likes. You can see my face. Also, I have the fly zapper from the TikTok shop. I'm trying to catch a fly. That's why I got all the lights off. If you see a fly in the live, man, I'm trying to catch it. Trying to catch it. It's so annoying too. And because the screens are so bright, it just like is attracted to them. I'm trying to catch it. You're frustrated by the market? I'm not. We're actually all pretty happy because we foresaw all of this coming. So if you're frustrated by the market, I would recommend becoming a deluxe subscriber where I can offer one-on-one coaching. Everybody here in the live is super stoked about this move downward. We knew it was coming. We knew that the Ripple case was going to end the way it did. We had all that information. You're on top of it. Who saw the Ripple case? I told y'all. No problem. No problem. Here to help. Here to help. Hopefully we can catch this fly. What's going on, Neo? I haven't had a chance to cover what you wanted me to do yet with the moon cycle stuff. I've just been so busy, man. Greedy when others are fearful. Exactly. Exactly. And we even know when others are going to be fearful. And we know what it's going to be. How low will it go? Maybe like $2. If it breaks 190, it's going down to that 175, 160. So we shall see. It just depends on how much moon cheese people are willing to eat. Yeah, that's just short term, you know? Short term. In the 1 hour, it's forming something bearish, though. I think it's going to form an ascending wedge. Yeah, I think 150 is possible. I'm leaning more towards the high side because the hopium's real, but if people just get turned off by crypto and it just starts tanking, or not crypto, but XRP, and it just starts tanking, then yeah, it's gonna die quick. Jason says, I hope it goes to 160. I saw a few minutes of your live earlier. Man, that guy's smile is amazing. Oh, you talking about Cosmic? Yeah, Cosmic is cool. He was on the live the other day. If you missed it, it's recorded on YouTube. It's kind of cool. Now that I've been accepted amongst my peers as a fellow creator, all the other creators are actually talking to me or listening to me. It was difficult trying to reach out and get a hold of people at first, and now it's like everybody wants to reach out to me. Everybody wants me to be an affiliate with their program. Everybody wants to sign a contract. It's like, dang. And like these companies that are like reaching out to me for the show, they're like, they want me to sign with them, right? And they're like, I've never seen another show like yours on TikTok. Nobody else is doing, like, we're kind of like Joe Rogan. You know what I mean? So, because we got the fact checker. By the way, the internet may be an issue today. I got a notification from Starlink that they're having outages. So if we have trouble, we're just going to end the live. But yeah, it's pretty incredible just how quickly we've grown. Let's send in these community fests. The community fests seem to be the best for the show. We had a lot of viewership yesterday. We averaged over 100 viewers. I think at one point we had 170 people watching the show. That's phenomenal. And I didn't even pay for promotion. Like, it was just because we were arguing. When we argue, people watch, and then everybody was spamming the chat and sending gifts. Like, spam the chat, guys. Put FYP in the chat. If the chat is going slow, just put in smiley face emojis or something, you know, because it helps dramatically. Guinea Marie, thank you for the 50 community fests. I appreciate you. Neo, thank you for the heart me and the 5 popular votes. But yeah, spam the chat. FYP. Why the Superman? It's not Superman, that's Red Hulk. The Hulk because he's red and we're dropping like a sack of potatoes right now. But why? I don't know, because I felt like it was funny. Look at how fun this is. Rah! You wouldn't like XRP when I'm angry. Don't make me angry. It's fun. We're having a good time over here. We're happy when the market turns red. I get to break out the crypto Hulk. Don't forget to send in your daily heart me's, guys. Let's see. AB with the heart me and AB with the rose. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Rah! Crypto's tanking and I'm mad. Rah! XRP didn't get accepted. Rah! The SEC it's not over. Rah! That's why the Hulk. Let's get to 10K likes. Once we get to 10K likes, I'll take down Crypto Hulk. Anybody follow Crypto Hulk? This is Crypto Hulk now. When I think of Crypto Hulk, this is what I see. I don't see the dude anymore. I guess it kind of looks right. So let's take a look. I think we pop up here again and ascending wedge and down. It could do something else, but that's what I'm thinking. People are gonna buy the dip. They're not gonna read the news. They're not gonna know. They're just gonna say, oh, it's dipping, I'm gonna buy. People are gonna buy this no matter what the narrative is. I'll tell you that right now. It doesn't matter if institutions can't buy it. People are having XRP shoved down their throats. It's gonna pump after it dumps. People are gonna keep trading it. Do I necessarily want to hold it long term? No, I'm probably gonna switch to RWAs, but I think this cycle, maybe it won't do as well. I'm not sure. I think it will do well because of the narrative, but will it be the biggest pumper now? I don't know. With the case ruling, basically the case is in, and the injunction's indefinite. And I would say that the judge is irritated at not just the SEC but also Ripple, that they would undermine her. That's how judges are. They're very cocky and they don't like to be undermined. What's going on, Wes? How you doing, brother? Live goal achieved. Thank you, guys. Don't forget to send in your daily heart me. Don't forget to hit the like button. We got to get to 10K likes. 10K likes. Everybody spam the chat, FYP, hashtag FYP in the chat. Yeah, the judge is correct. This is what I've been saying for like months. Everyone's like, oh, no, the SEC. I'm like, the SEC doesn't matter. The judge can only operate lawfully. It's all up to the judge. I hope we see under 190. If we see under 190, it's going to fall so freaking fast. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be everything you ever hoped for. That $1.50 XRP, maybe lower. It's still going to run up. I'm telling you right now, this thing is still going to run. Even with the case, people are going to buy it on speculation that it's still going to get adopted. The moon cheese, man. The moon cheese is strong with this one. $5K likes, we're halfway there. Once we get to 10K, the algorithm like kicks in and puts us in the FYP. Don't forget to put hashtag must watch, hashtag go viral, hashtag crypto, hashtag fun. What's up, RJK? How you doing? Spam the chat, guys. Spam the chat. It helps just as much as hitting the like button. Thank you, AB. Appreciate you. The more chats we get in a live, the better it is for our stats for the show, and the more the algorithm pushes it out. The more people are talking and chatting, the better. Wait till you see my face. Wait till you see my face. You're gonna be like, oh, I'm glad I tapped the like button. I got something fun today. Did something fun with my face in celebration of the SEC case, us being correct. Can you send smoke signals out to the deluxe subs when we hit near the bottom? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I know I haven't been putting out a lot. That's pretty much because XRP is a bit unchartable right now, and I don't want to put out any misinformation. Marco, thank you for the heartbeat and the 14 goats and the 5 community fest, 5 TikToks. Jeannie Marie with a heart me. Marco with 7 GGs. Thank you guys. Thank you for the hashtags. I appreciate you guys. I'll tell you what, the show is pretty fun when I have people on here to argue with. It's cool to, like, you know, talk and rant, you know, and do the news, but dude, when we're arguing, man, people are watching the show. I'm gonna try to get Josh on again. I get to tell him I told you so. Josh is just eating the moon cheese. What was the other guy? Elon Muff. Elon Muff, he was starting to get it. He wants to see some data. But I think Elon Muff is rethinking his life decisions right now. Oz been busy in the summer. My clients want earlier appointments. That's why I leave early. Marie, I understand. And that's why I record everything, because I know there's a lot of you that want to watch the show that can't watch it at certain times, and I want you to have access to it. Because we don't make anything off of YouTube. I think we've got like 17 followers and I get like 8 or 10 views, but I know it's the community tuning in to listen to the live. I'm at work now, but still watching and listening. Nice. A lot of people watch at work. A lot of people, you know, they listen while they're driving. It's a podcast, you know, it's not your average live on TikTok. It's more podcast style, more news show, you know, and I think that that's great because it generates long listening. So people come in and they listen for a long time. They don't just doom scroll through it. They're like, oh, what is this? Even the chat was arguing last night. I know, right? I love when you guys are arguing. And it's cool because, like, we do it from a good place. We're not name calling. We're not doing anything. It's okay to have a different opinion. Yes, the Red Hulk. What was everyone arguing over last night? We were arguing about XRP. We were arguing about whether or not the case would get settled. We were arguing about its actual use case. And I was like, no, case is not going to get settled. And use case is probably not any good. New Moon Phase said it was a day for high altitudes. Yeah, Moon Phase also says new moon, right? We're coming into a new moon. What does that mean? Downward movement. Yeah, high attitudes, which is great. High attitudes is great for arguing on the show. If anyone wants to come on as a guest, I'm going to open today up for guests. It's a bit of a slow news day today. So if you want to come on and argue, I would like for you to make me believe, change my mind, because I want to believe. I'm just not buying it yet. I'm not buying it. Convince me to buy. Yep, new moon, and it's happening again at the lows. Exactly. I told you guys the moon cycle is a real thing. You know, is it actually real? No, but people believe it's real, so it becomes real. So I factor it in, just like I factor in the moon cheese. Because is the news good? No, but are people still buying it? Yeah. Why are the protesters and war so censored? I think people are just burnt out. No one cares anymore. Yes, you did. I'm starting to believe, right? I told you I would be arguing with you. What do you want to argue about, Neo? Come on, let's argue. Does pineapple belong on pizza? All right, we're at 11K. We're at 11K. I'm turning the lights on. Crypto Hulk is going down. What's going on, everybody? How we doing? I got my little twisty mustache going on today. I don't know if you can see it. You gotta turn the light up a little bit. Can you see it now? What do you think? Aha! Snazzy. Listen here, she. You're messing with a real guy here, she. Ripple will pay the $125 million fine and a potential crash down. Exactly. Exactly. We are not going to get the injunction removed, which means institutions aren't going to buy. Are people going to buy? Hell yeah, they're going to buy, because they're not even listening to the news. They're listening to TikTok, and TikTok's saying, buy it, buy it, buy it. You know? Come on. It's gonna get a run, okay? Because people, they don't understand any of this stuff. 90% of the people in crypto are crypto normies. They don't even know what crypto is. They bought XRP because some influencer told them to. Yeah, TikTok is crazy. Like, and some of these influencers, man, I'm like, you have like integrity to uphold as an influencer. Like there's like a code or like an obligation that you have, and I would say most influencers break that obligation. They do not care. You know what they care about? They care about likes, they care about gifts, and that's it. That's all they care about, and they care about running up their coin, you know? I just don't get it. Like, where's the integrity? Where's the... They don't care about that. They bought the coin and they need it to run. Injunction stays, confirmation, XRP does nothing this year. I don't think it does nothing. Injunction stays, but let me tell you, all the tards... Oh, I can't say that. All the ill-informed people are going to keep buying it. What's up, Crypto TV with Trey? Everybody give Crypto TV with Trey a follow. He's in the MVP fam. We love him. He's great. Great show. What up, fam? How you doing? Dude, I'll tell you what. Like, this show's going to be big, but Crypto TV with Trey is already big. Like, dude is a massive influencer, and he's like in my live right now. That's incredible. I appreciate when you come in here, brother. I really do. I try to get on your live, but I only see your live when I'm up at like 3-4 a.m. because you get on so early, man. It's probably like 7 a.m. for you. It's like 4 in the morning for me. Thank you guys for the follows. Don't forget to follow the live. Appreciate all the follows. How do you guys like the stashy? She. She. It'll get longer. It used to be like long and twisty. Yeah, you can't really see it, huh? Let me see. It's small still. It's still small. It'll get there. Let me see. I don't have enough powder on my cheeks. There. Can you see it better now? There. Yeah. Less light makes it more visible. Yeah, it'll get bigger and thicker. I went to get my hair cut because like I was like, oh, I'm gonna go live. I'm getting the camera. I go to get my hair cut, and the lady just messed up my hair. Messed it up. And I basically had to recut it myself. I paid for a bad haircut. Thank you, Marco. I appreciate that. You look like a true investigator. Yes. What's the guy's name? The journalist. Oh, I can't think of it now. What was the journalist's name with the twisty mustache? Oh, I can't think of it. I just had it for a second. No, not Taylor Swift. Oh yeah, the magnet and the ghost. I'm in the 1 hour. You guys are late. All right, I had it up. I always start it with the magnet and the ghost. We got our ghost here. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Yes, Geraldo. Geraldo now. Cryptaldo. Where's Cryptaldo? It's like, where's Waldo, Crypto, and Geraldo? All wrapped in one. If you had Taylor Swift, she would bring you thousands of fans. Yeah, well, Taylor Swift doesn't want to be my friend anymore. I don't know why. We used to actually be really good besties. Marco, thank you for the strawberry moon, and Nate, thank you for the heart me and the popular vote. You know what? I'll give this to Taylor, okay? Is Taylor, the last time I saw her at the Grammys, I don't think she recognized me because I hadn't seen her in like 5 years. And I do look different. I had a beard and the twisty mustache and everything. So there is a possibility. But I'll tell you who did remember me. I'll tell you who exactly remembered me and came up to me and was just like, hey, how you doing, bro? Was Flavor Flav. Flavor Flav is my boy. So what happened was Taylor Swift. Okay. So I'm an audio engineer. You guys know this about me, or I'm retired now. Okay. And I was working the Grammy Awards this last year. If you don't believe me, I believe there's videos in my early content creation. But I'm on stage and she comes up on the stage, and this is like behind the curtain. She comes up with her entourage and everything, and I'm standing right there, and I get this big smile on my face because I haven't seen her in like 5 years, right? And I was her audio engineer every time she came to LA. Like, I was just designated for Taylor Swift pretty much. And so like I got to know her, and that was over like a 17-year period, like from when she started out, from like very, like she was big then, but like just when she became big, and then throughout the years, right? And so she comes up on stage and I get this big smile on my face. I'm expecting a hug, right? Lost the live? What do you mean lost the live? Is it back? But yeah, I'm expecting a hug, okay? I'm expecting a, hey Oz, how's it going? you know, something. And she like walked right past me. Stupid fly. Stupid fly. She walks right past me. It froze up. Is it better now? Let me tell you right now. I have Starlink, and I got an alert today that Starlink was going to be having problems today. So if it's really bad, I'm just going to call it early today. So, Miss Swift comes up onto stage, and I'm just like, hey. And I said, like, hey, like that to her, like, and she looked at me and looked away and just kept walking with her entourage and basically acted as though I didn't exist. Stupid fly. What's up, me cheeky? What kind of TA is this? This is not actually, this is more of a news show than anything. But we do TA as well. What do you want TA'd for you? We're entering the torrid meteor showers. Huge meteor exploded over South Carolina today. Nice. I would imagine that represents downward movement. Jay Finnery says, hey, lights are red. Ah, yeah. Lights are red. I mean, I had the Hulk up yesterday. In good faith and conscience. I had the Hulk up yesterday. I had the red light on yesterday, but I took it off because I was like, I don't want to give you guys misinformation. Okay. We need, you know, the judge to rule. Yeah. So Starlink is experiencing outages right now because of the meteor shower. So if the live is bad, it should be better on Twitch because it's on the backup Starlink. So we'll see. But we're running two Starlinks. Hopefully it goes. Wes, thank you for the money gun, man. I appreciate you, brother. And me cheeky, thank you for the heart me. Wes, how you doing? You want to come up on the show, man, and have a little chat about XRP? I'd love to talk about it. I know you're XRP Maxi, aren't you? Yeah, dude, I'd love to have you up, Wes. I've actually been meaning to reach out to you. Okay, I'm just so freaking busy. I do apologize that I haven't reached out to you yet. I've pretty much been reaching out to a lot of different people. There's a lot of creators out there that I do want to have on the show. We're just backed up on work and everything right now. But if Starlink's a problem, I do apologize. It should be better on Twitch. If you're having a hard time viewing, it should be better on Twitch. So that's up to you. And if you go over there, make sure you sign up for HelloFresh and use my promo code, and you would be making a $90 donation to the show and getting HelloFresh in return. And actually, I talked to someone today about another affiliate program. It's glitching pretty bad. Yeah. If you're having issues with watching, come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. You know what? We might just move over to Twitch and shut down TikTok, because I have a feeling that Twitch is going to be better.